GW. Wow. Thought I heard you on panel yesterday. You disappeared for a while. What's up, TT? Crazy conservative MAGA cult member. Popcorn. Yeah, there's Stargazer. Hot. Guess it's not terribly hot, but sunny. Ella. Oh no. What? What did I do, Helen?
You didn't do anything per se. I just noticed the German flags in there, and I'm like, I don't know if we want to do that. They're trying their best to make up for it, you know. Other than that, it's a cool prompt, but yeah.
It was just something I saw in Discord, so I grabbed it. I don't know. Just get people up here. Hopefully, it doesn't give me a violation for the one particular flag.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of that.
Damn.
What? God, you've been in Australia all morning talking about somebody's snake, huh?
They got some big snakes over there in Australia.
That's what he told you.
Down there. Anywho, this background.
Yeah, it was just in Discord. I was scrolling through Discord and saw it. Grabbed it.
Did you see where the AI companies are buying up books, scanning them into their systems, and then
burning them?
Books? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did see something about that.
And they're not they're not doing anything to track to make sure that the books that they're destroying aren't the only copy left on Earth.
Yeah, I guess they don't really care, right? Because the Library of Alexandria will have everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. It used to be that way. That's where you'd find everything. Library of Alexandria until it burned down.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. Sorry.
No. Go ahead, Messi. I was interrupting. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that I think Fee said yesterday that there's a National Archive Library, Congress Library that they have, but again, that could also burn down. I mean, what? That's
all right. X369. I don't know what the fuck that is, but can I get your age and who you voted for?
29, Trump.
Trump. Can I ask why Trump?
Just because my family's always been Republican, so we vote Republican no matter who's running.
Really?
There you go.
So you just listen to what your family says. If they told you to jump off a cliff, would you?
Well, my pastor also voted Republican.
And your pastor, if your pastor told you to jump off a cliff, you'd jump off.
We
No,
usually
but I
say
do
bridge.
take what my pastor says seriously.
We usually say bridge, Mojo, not cliff. Just jump off a bridge.
I've
I'm
heard
sorry,
both.
but the saying's been around a lot longer than you, Missy.
Probably. I'm just a girl.
That's just the majority of Americans, though. Majority of Americans just listen to what their parents say.
No, pastor.
Oh, did you say he was religious?
He said both. He said his family and his pastor.
Lifelong Republicans.
So you don't really know anything about politics yourself, then?
Yes, I do know a lot about politics.
It's not a flex, dude. It's very boring and a very droll subject.
No. As a matter of fact, it's a very exciting and important subject.
If you think it's exciting, then you're not following actual politics. You're following TMZ.
If you think it's boring, you are on the wrong fucking panel.
Well, no, reading 45-page documents and legislation is
Why
super
do you
boring, bro.
take this hugely deep
Why are you
breath
so
before you start talking? Exactly. Why do you do that?
I didn't. I just did it now for you for the comical relief.
No, you've done it every time you started talking.
Did it just happen now?
He's sensitive to sounds, Jake.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be
Well,
mean.
Speaking of sensitive to sounds, Messi, you've got like this weird ghost echo.
Do I?
Oh, dude, Library of Alexandria burning down was one of my great. Wish I could go back in time and fix that shit.
That would be nice.
That would be insane. Well, just like I really always like to think that in the Library of Alexandria, I'm willing to bet that we got a lot farther when it comes to fitness and dietitian and nutrition back in that time than we did in the following 400, 500 years. Like they were having bodybuilding competitions and Olympic competitions and stuff. And I feel like our dietetic knowledge was really a lot more, educational back then. I think we lost a lot of that.
I wanted to speak on the prompt.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead,
So this
Christian
group of
boy.
people. So this group of people, their commander was actually not Christian.
Yeah, he did specifically say that he was God and that he did not believe in the Jehovah.
Yeah, Mojo, I was going to point that out. Like Nazism and Christianity actually had a lot of conflicting ideas.
Yeah.
So they like tended to come up with this idea of like a German Christian, which was a...
Well, they were trying to resurrect the Holy Roman Empire. That's why he went back and got the Holy Empire Jews
so
and moved them
those
to Nuremberg.
do
Yeah.
typically just talk over women.
Oh, I didn't know you were a woman. I'm sorry. We're online. I can't tell you what my gender is.
Well,
Could you just stop talking over people, please?
Yeah, I'll give you some time. I'll be back.
you're kind of obnoxious. What the fuck?
Yeah. Jesus. Anyway, so they were more trying to align with some kind of Protestant version, but with like the Nazi type of race ideology, if you will. So you might get a lot of, what is the word I'm looking for? Like religious talk with this prompt, just so you know.
That's fine. I mean, Christians like to burn books, right? They
Yeah.
like to
Well,
control people,
what recent
and they
Christian
like to-
group
That's
book?
true,
they
yeah.
like to-
Greg Locke in Indiana or in Tennessee, Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Actually,
Oh, like not like I
big
think you meant like
on
I meant
Shut
like an
up!
actual religious organization, not like
Shut up!
anecdotal people.
Shut up! The fuck is wrong with
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
She asked
What
me a
is wrong
question,
with you?
dog. Are you confused?
No, you seem to be confused because people are still talking and you're going fucking nuts.
Dude, I feel like y'all are just talking too slow for me, bro. It's kind of boring.
Well,
I
then go
think you need to
somewhere
step
else.
back.
Yeah, you can kick me. It's all. This isn't going anywhere.
Just go.
Oh, I can't quite figure that out, brother.
You're too stupid to figure out how to leave a
No,
fucking room?
my phone's like 6.
It's a good
What
thing
the
I'm a
fuck?
smart woman. I know how to disconnect.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, it's fucking crazy.
So the books they were burning were actually really harmful books to society.
What books were those?
These were books on transgenderism and child exploitation.
Can you prove that?
Wait, before we go any further, you know that transgender people exist, right?
No.
Oh my god.
Well, regardless,
Wait, do you know they exist?
Yes.
yes, I see them all the time online.
Okay, they've always existed. You understand that, right?
Well, sure, I'll give you that. That's fine.
Okay, they are part of the human condition. So these books that you're talking about, not a danger to society. It's not a danger to society to teach what human beings actually are.
I think it is. I think transgenderism adds to the decline of certain groups of people. If you wanted a strong group of people, you would eradicate the transgenders.
Eradicate?
Wow. Okay.
Well,
I
let me
would
think
say
of a
you. I
softer
would
word.
say you're playing straight into the prompt.
Okay, so if you had an army and you had transgenders in that army, I don't think it would be as good.
Why?
That's interesting because there were trans folks in the U.S. Army and they were quite good. Wouldn't you agree?
No.
Well, they would probably be the stress relievers, but women make better stress relievers.
Stress relievers? What the fuck?
Oh, wait, what?
What?
He
You
means
heard me.
they were there for sexual purposes.
Oh
Yeah.
my God. Is that what
That's
you
what
mean?
Okay.
That's what a stress reliever is in the army.
I'm sorry. What?
And
That's what
the
he's saying.
woman would probably do a better job, but I mean, that's fine. Everyone has their own taste.
Wait, you're saying they only placed women in the military so that they could be there to be stress
No.
relief?
Yeah,
I made the comment that
Cyrax
the
Bunny?
U.S. Army had trans folks in it, and wasn't the Army just fine? And he said no, they were only there as stress relievers, and women would have been better.
Well, the nice thing about
Listen, if you want to accuse so many people in the U.S. Army of being into trans folks, like, by all means, I don't have an issue. I'm queer as hell. I love me some trans folks, but I'm pretty sure that there are people in the U.S. Army that would not appreciate you saying that.
and I'm not here to protect their feelings.
You said earlier that you were aware that trans people existed because you see them on the internet all the time. Do you mean on like TikTok?
Yeah.
Mm.
So when trans people, when you see them walking out in the street, or literally
They're doing
anywhere, well,
Yeah,
I
what do
just
they
asked
do?
them a couple questions. I say, do you have any mental disabilities? Do you have any learning disabilities? And the answer is always yes.
No, they don't. That's not true. Being
I've asked
transsexual has
many
not.
people.
Being transsexual is no longer considered a mental disability, so you don't get to say that.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about they almost always have chronic anxiety and depression.
So do a lot of regular Americans. Like, what are you talking about?
Not me.
Well, good for you, but a lot of other people do.
You actually kind of sound like you do. Do you need some help, man? You want me to call somebody for you?
Yeah.
And at the least, he's making me depressed.
No.
I want you to put some respect on Hitler's name. That's what I want you to do.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Well, there it is.
Oh,
There it
shit.
is. So you're a straight up Nazi. It's not about the Christian portion of it. You like the Nazi portion of it.
Wow.
This is
Let's just
what
say
my
that he
pastor
should've-
teaches.
This is what
You
your
should have
pastor. Who's your
arrived a
pastor?
worse death.
Wait.
All right. He's
Who's your
Mike Abbott.
pastor?
Mike Abbott in Powell, Wyoming.
he's
Mike?
a troll.
Who?
Mike Abbott in Powell, Wyoming. He's my pastor.
And he's a Nazi?
Yeah.
How many people are in his congregation?
Probably a few hundred.
Just a few hundred? It must be small.
Yeah. Well, we're a small town.
How many people are in your town?
About 2,000 people.
That's about half the
He's a
size of my
troll.
town.
This
Well,
guy's trolling. David, what is your age and who did you vote for?
I am 36. I voted for Trump.
Good man.
Mojo.
David, are you a Christian?
Yes. Well, I don't go to church.
Okay, that's fine. But how do you feel as a Christian in America, knowing that there is a church in Wyoming pastored by a man named Mike Abbott that is teaching Nazism to 200 plus people?
I don't think that's accurate. I think he's trolling, right? And you're
I don't
following.
know. I'm about to find out if there's a church in Wyoming with a pastor named Mike Abbott, because
But
me being a Christian, I find great concern in this matter.
so, if you're a Christian, do you believe what this background is saying with you? They're calling you a Nazi.
Yes, I do believe that there are some Christians that like to burn books, like a pastor in the town that I'm from, and his name is
Agreeing with it, then why are you still a Christian?
because I follow Jesus, and Jesus would not be a homie of these people or many people that claim to be Christian, because my Jesus would not have voted for a civilly liable SMEX offender felon. I mean, I'm just saying.
What does the background say?
The Christian way.
So, what are you again? What are you again?
I'm an atheist.
No, not you.
Listen.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I have Palestinian Jesus held hostage in my heart, and that is one hostage that will never be released. Now, I follow Jesus, and I fucking promise you this, that the Jesus that I follow would have nothing to do with the likes of a lot of these people in this country claiming to be Christian.
Let's try it again. Let's try it one more time. What is the background?
Listen, sir. Someone called me Eva Brown this morning when I was in another live. They call me Eva Brown all the time.
Say?
I'm not. I don't understand.
What does the background say?
You have to shut up, dude.
It says the
You're
Christian
such a
way.
dick. You have
And
to
then
let
you're a
her.
Christian.
You have to let her speak.
Well, she's been pivoting everywhere.
I'm
Mojo,
sorry.
he's been here before and did the exact same thing. Just FYI.
Yeah, I get it.
All I'm trying to do is just make it simple.
Is it?
There's not
too
different
compli-
degrees of it.
Is it too complicated for you?
Is it Brownsburg Baptist Church by chance?
Mojo,
X36.
Is there different
too
degrees
complicated
to
for
what
you.
you're
Yes, it
saying?
is.
Okay, it is. So there you go, David. There is a church named
Great.
Brownsburg Baptist Church,
All right. It's not
led by
not
Dr. Mike Abbott.
Messy. It's not my cup of tea.
Are you done now?
Religion. Cup of tea.
It's still going.
And anybody that's coming through Wyoming, you can come on by. We welcome you into our church.
I mean, that's
Black
kind of
one.
ironic, don't you think? Like, you're basically running
A little
around and
too
saying,
ironic.
So, what,
I really do
You
think
don't have to agree.
It's like
with-
rain.
on a sunny day.
Do you have to agree with this?
I mean, I'm looking at some of these passages that he's sermons that he's given, this doctor, and it's this last one here seems to be what was it? Oh, the heart of the problem. I'm scared to see what he thinks the heart of the problem might be.
So messy.
Yeah, the
you
heart of the
go to
problem
his
is the
church,
Jews.
right?
Oh, see, I told you I was so worried.
but you welcome everybody, right? Except, Jewish people, gay people, trans people, anyone that
Well,
doesn't.
we're not running a circus over here.
Right. So it's not everybody. Just say it. It's not everybody. You don't welcome everybody.
Yeah.
Look, we're not a bunch of degenerates.
You do not
Okay,
No,
welcome
but
we're not
you
gonna
are.
let anybody
You
in.
literally
But
said
you
you
are.
welcome all people, but you don't. Like, it's a paradox. You're holding a paradox. So which one is it?
Hold up. Isn't the Democratic Party right now declaring war on Israel?
Parts
So,
of it,
What's
but
wrong
most
with
of
How
them
are
vote
you
for it.
different than him? How are you different
How are we?
than him?
The Democratic Party does not have the
I love
power
it
to
when people
declare war.
conflate.
Oh
Only
my
Congress
God.
does.
The rhetoric that's coming out of the Democrats right now about Jewish people is off the charts.
I don't know what you're talking about. The
are
Democratic
Jewish-
Party does not have the
Wait.
power to declare war. Only Congress.
Do you
Congress
think
does.
Israel should exist?
Are Jewish people Christian?
No.
Wait, do you think, what the hell? What's that got to
Are
do with
Jewish people Christian?
it? Are you a Democrat?
Are Jewish people Christian?
No.
No.
Why the fuck are you asking these stupid questions?
Who's saying this to me?
Me, the host, you dumbass.
Okay, calm down. You don't need to crash.
Yeah, I'm crashing.
Yeah, you are.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Can you keep it on the level, please?
Yeah,
That's if
let me
you-
go grab my laser.
Go get your meds.
No, I don't have any meds.
Well, you
no,
need
no,
them.
no. No, I'm good. Thank you.
No, you need them.
I think you need a couple books. And
I
instead
think
of
you need
burning
some
them,
serious meds.
instead of burning your books, you should actually read them.
I'm not the one you need to talk to. It's the messy lady
I think
up
you
top.
are. I
She's
think you
the
are. You
Christian.
are exactly who I need to talk to. You brought up Israel when we're talking about Christians. What the
Oh,
fuck is
you're
yours?
pissed that I brought up Israel.
No,
I know
I'm
what the fuck your
irritated.
idiotic
I
point
get
is.
it.
We're
I get
talking
it.
about
You have a
Christians,
lot
you
in
dumbass.
common with the Yahtzee church guy.
We're talking about Christians, you dumbass.
You have a shit ton in common with
Again,
the Yahtzee
we're talking
church
about
guy.
Christians, you dumbass.
He's on your team, Yahtzee church guy.
Again, we're still talking about Christians.
Again, the Yahtzee church guy and you are a team.
You are so pathetic.
No, you just think you're not a team, but you are.
I just think I'm 10 times smarter than you.
Than the Yahtzee church guy? No.
Than you.
Oh, yes. You think you're elite. Yes, I give you that. You think
I
you're
just
elite.
think I'm smarter than you.
Oh, I give you. You are way smarter.
You know, honestly,
way
Messi
smart.
is.
Tell me
Messi
what we should do with
Messi
the
is way
Jewish
smarter
people.
than you. Messi
Tell
is
me
way
what we
smarter.
should do with the Jewish people, or should I ask
This has
the Yahtzee
nothing
guy?
to do with the
You
conversation.
should ask me.
All right. He is going to agree with you, by the way. Go ahead. What should we do with him?
This has nothing to do with the conversation.
We don't want to talk about it.
This still has nothing to do with the
Oh,
conversation.
we don't want to talk about it.
Again, it still has nothing to do with the
Oh
conversation.
my God. It's funny.
People are off to a rocker like this early in the day. What do we
You're
do?
off. You're a
know.
rocker. You're a Christian. Does it say the Christian way?
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah. So
Are
you're
you a
burning
Christian?
books.
I'm not a Christian.
Oh,
I was going to ask,
What are
when
you
did that
then?
happen?
Are you,
I didn't-
Yeah, I know.
atheist, agnostic. What are you?
None
You're
of
an
those
idiot.
He's a witch.
Witch.
Basically.
Nice.
You are cursed now. You know that, right? Forever.
Okay, Mojo. All right, Mojo.
I'm a real Christian, so I don't know about
Hey,
you, but I'm a
you
real
guys
Christian.
have a powwow, you and the host, because you're the same.
I'm so
no, the
confused
host
about the
disagrees.
conflation
No,
between
he is.
the
He is. He's the
I'm a
exactly
Marxist.
the same.
I'm a Marxist, and I love books. I don't want to burn
Yeah,
them.
no, you hate Jewish people.
Oh my gosh.
No, I do
Yo,
not hate
David,
it.
bro,
Oh, you do.
you're making us look bad. Are you right wing? Are you a Republican,
Should
David?
Israel exist, host?
No,
No one
Wait,
hates
ask
Jewish
him that
people.
question. Should Israel exist?
no.
No country has the right to exist.
There you
Right.
go.
No.
There you go.
What do you mean? There you go.
the conflation
that sound
between
cool,
the
bro.
Israeli
What should we
state-
do? What should we do to the Israelis, host?
David, are
think
you
we should
Jewish? Is
send-
that why you're
Hey,
so
What should
emotional
we
about
do
this?
to the
Hey.
Israelis, host?
I'm going to answer that question.
Wait.
I'm going.
Hold on.
I'm
I'm gonna
going
ask
to
you even a
answer that
better one.
question.
Did the
I am going
Holocaust
to answer
happen?
this question.
No.
I think what we should do. What we should do to the Jewish people in Israel is send your ass over there, so they have to fucking deal with you. That's what I think. we should do.
He's
Well,
probably
all he has to do is get arrested and
life,
charged
you're
with a pedo crime, and they'll take his ass over there. They'll take him
Point.
back.
Somebody.
That's right.
Speech
Yeah,
problem.
exactly. He'll be extradited over there to live in exile or whatever. What do they call it? There's
Extradition?
there's a whole literal name of it's called something. The program that they get shipped back over there if they've committed a
Yeah, that's insane, bro.
CP offense. It's crazy.
Also, I'd like to make a statement that there's a difference between the Jewish people and the Israeli state. Those are two different things. So
Mostly, yeah, but nah. There's a lot of. I'd say just Jewish supremacists in general. I mean, they do support Zionism, not being the state of Israel. Obviously, not all Jews. I'll agree with that. Yeah.
well, yeah, that's I mean, I don't quite understand that statement, but basically, like, what I'm trying to say is that the Israeli state as an institution is very Zionist and is controlled by a Zionist party, and the things that they are doing, the Israeli state, not Jews, the thing that the Israeli state is doing is committing atrocities against a group of people. I mean, it is a genocide, so like we have to call it for what it is. People are starving. According to international law, that's what it is. The ICC has said that's what it is.
Who elected?
Well, I don't really like the ICC, but it is what you start saying it is. But the ICC, yeah, I'm not really.
Who elected the Israeli state?
1948. Who elected? What do you mean? Who elected it?
Who elects the government?
The people, the citizens of Israel.
Yeah. What are you talking
Okay,
about?
there you go, my guy.
Doesn't mean
Okay,
shit,
but are
bro.
all citizens of Israel Jewish?
Who elects the American
No,
government?
are all citizens of Israel Jewish?
Who elects the United States
You
government?
can't answer the question.
Jewish
The
supremacists,
citizens of Israel also.
They're actually
Guys,
not.
one
It's
moment.
diverse.
Hold on.
lobbyists.
Hold on. Everybody hold on. Pretty please. Fat Chris, can you give us your H state and who you voted for?
Yeah, 33, Arizona, Kamala Harris.
Thank you. And what is it? Spoofies? Could you please do the same and give us your H state and who you voted for?
Waffles, like the waffles.
Oh,
I
Spoofies.
am the oldest person here. I'm 35, and I voted for Kamala.
Yeah, you are.
Liberals everywhere, Mojo. Liberals everywhere. Welcome to the
Fucking
panel.
liberals. God, I'm so sick of them.
David, you're making Democrats sound cool by saying they're anti-Israel, bro. You know we're gonna lose because of you.
I didn't even come here to interrupt, but I want to interject
We're gonna
really
lose
quick
anyway.
because there's a bit of confusion about some like very objective facts. So here's the fact: Judaism.
Are you here to
is a-
teach us all?
Just let him finish.
Yeah? You're going to teach us?
We might learn something today, Mojo.
That's so cute.
Judaism is a religion, and then Israel is an ethno-state. And what that means is that
We
it's a
know.
requirement to be Jewish to live in that country. That's all
But
it
that-
is.
But
Wait,
the
that's
only
not even-
difference.
that's not
why
yeah,
you guys
but
are
that's
splitting
not
hairs here.
true. That's not true, though.
It's in
Exactly.
our
Muslims
Constitution.
and
What
Christians
are you
are being
talking about?
persecuted under Israeli
Well,
rule.
like it kind of is somewhat true in the sense that, like,
No, it's either
if you
true
go,
or it's not true, and it's not fucking true. Stop
What
the
was the
nonsense.
I don't like. Look, bro. I don't like
Absolutely
Israel.
true.
It's
well,
literally in the
let me
Constitution.
just say this. Basically, like in Israel, there's two sets of rules. There's one for Israelis, and then there's one for everybody else.
To a certain extent, that's true, but that's not a necessity.
Now, as
It depends on what you're
as
talking about.
That's not what his original claim was. He said like they don't live there in general, which they do, and they're heavily persecuted, Christians and Muslims.
Yeah, haven't you
yeah,
seen
Christians and Muslims.
the nun that was? I just showed this the other day. The nun that was literally knocked to the ground by
Yep.
someone. People getting spit on.
Yep.
Like what?
I don't even know which
Yeah,
video
there's
you're talking about because there's so many videos of that happening.
There's a lot.
Exactly.
They literally struck with like munitions. Using my words carefully. Churches that existed for thousands of years,
In Lebanon.
hundreds of years in Lebanon and in Gaza. There were Christian churches that the state of Israel literally like detonated under the pretense that there's tunnels underneath them and all sorts of stuff.
Right.
I mean, yeah, like it's really bad. As somebody who is Ashkenazi Jewish, it makes my life harder because if I say that to people, they immediately think I'm a Zionist and I support all of this, and I don't. I'm vehemently against it. And there's a lot of Jewish people that are vehemently against it. But, Benjamin Netanyahu, just like, Trump in the United States, is in control of an extreme right-wing party that has, like, kind of gripped the nation.
How do you feel about the NDAA integrating our military?
It's such a bad idea. Like, there's no way we should do that. To get tied in with, like, the Israeli stuff. Like, Israel is only doing that because they need access to more stuff in order to build the greater Israeli, like, project. Yeah, have you heard, like, the Greater Israel
Oh yeah,
project?
definitely.
Yeah,
Did you hear? Did you see where Texas just spent almost $5 million on 4 Chevy Tahoes? I think they were that were Israeli Israeli
I did
technology
not
in
hear
them.
about this.
$5 million
Oh my God.
on 4 vehicles.
You know, iPhone's doing that new chip, the Israeli
Yep.
chip next year.
iPhone
Oh hell, no, I'm
17.
switching to Android. I fucking hate Android too. But
You know
I
that
gotta-
the United States government was paid $10 million by the state of Israel
To use geofencing and tracking so the state of Israel could send targeted ads to Zionist churches, to extremely conservative churches. Sorry. So they were basically making sure that
Yes.
they were sending all that stuff.
yes,
And that's
getting-
insane.
They wanted their member roll.
They were using flock cameras as well as other things to basically pinpoint exactly who was at what churches, and then they would use geofencing to send them all targeted Zionist ads against like Palestine and Lebanon and stuff like that. And it's just sad to see this propaganda like take over in America. We have to find a way to.
What would you have done after October 7th?
Oh my god.
Well, yeah. So like probably, so just like when the United States did like extreme strikes in like Iraq after 9/11, it's very incorrect to try to do the same like extreme approach. And so like I don't think that basically saying like, oh, the United States has used extreme military force before. We did that, you know, so they should do it too. Like, no one should do that. We should find a better way to resolve this. There needs to be a one-state solution. A one-state solution.
A what?
A one-state solution.
Oh, well, they tried that, and then they kept getting unalived.
No, they didn't. They did a two-state solution. They did an apartheid state. So an apartheid is where there's a set of rules for one race, and then there's another set of rules for a different race.
Were you alive in the early 2000s, in the 90s, and the 80s? Were you alive? Because they just...
I was alive in the early 90s, but not the 90s or the 80s.
Yeah, so you're a little child. So here's the thing.
I'm not a child.
I'm a child.
So they tried all that, and then they just got unaliving bombers. They just kept getting hit with unaliving bombers.
Yeah.
So then what do you do? What do you do then?
One time out.
What do you do then?
Hold on. Critical. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 30 and I voted for Trump.
All right, thank you. The man, you were here before, but can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 39. I voted for Harris.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So you find ways to de-escalate it that don't involve stoking the flames of extremism.
They tried all that.
No,
hold on. Let me finish.
Hold on.
That's all been tried.
No, David. Let me
Can I
answer
just
that.
finish?
David, let me answer
Oh,
that.
okay.
How do you deal with an entity that has a charter that calls for the unaliving of every single Jew who hides behind a rock or a tree, and then invokes the protocols of the Elders of Zion from Yahtzees? Like, how do you try to make? You can try to make peace with that. Like, you can really try. I think you're not. I think you're trying to put a square peg into a round hole. Like, you're saying it's all the Israelis' fault, but couldn't H Group sort of actually come around to the point that they don't need to say that every single you-know-who needs to be unalived behind a rock or a tree?
I'm not saying that.
So I think hold on, man. I think you're confused. You're confused on the sides. So I'm arguing on behalf of the Palestinians, and David is arguing.
I'm arguing on the behalf of the Palestinians. I don't think that
you are okay.
I don't think H Group is the right perspective for the Palestinians' future. I think that has utilized the Palestinians for the Muslim Brotherhood and the IRGC against the rest of the Palestinians. They've unalived the Palestinians, and they overthrew the Palestinian government in Gaza. That's a fact.
Yeah, one thing we also need to remember is how the H Group got started, and that was originally there was the PLA,
started by the Muslim Brotherhood,
or the PLO.
Egypt.
Can I butt in here and make an observation real quick? I'm just observing here, and the backgrounds is the Christian way with the people behind it, but somehow we're talking about Palestine and what's going on with Israel.
Ironic. It's ironic because the early Palestinian leadership, you can look this up, the Mufti of Jerusalem literally was best friends with Mustache Man. He was out there burning Jewish books with Mustache Man. The Palestinian leadership originally was on the side of Mustache Man. Most of the Palestinian leaders who fought in the 48 war against the you-know-whos, they didn't just call them Zionists back then. And guess what? The Yahtzees actually had a conspiracy theory that Zionists were trying to overthrow Germany, and that's why the Germans were justified to stop a genocide against the German people. That's not my words, that's theirs, okay? They claimed that they had to do the final solution to the Jewish problem because they believed that the Zios were coming to Germany to unalive them. This is what Eichmann literally said in his trial, that the Zios are trying to destroy Germany and have a genocide against the German people, so we had to unalive them. That's literally what they said in 1944. The Germans, to hide the crimes against humanity, claimed that the Jews were going to have a genocide, falsely claiming that. And today we have a group that's falsely claiming a genocide in order to justify unaliving all the Jews from the face of the earth, calling them Zios. Like, you cannot mistake the history here because it didn't start on October the 7th. The pro-Palestinians are absolutely correct. It didn't start on October 7th.
Yeah.
It started.
No, I know. But the thing is, my point is
of Jerusalem
well,
wanted to unalive every single.
Can
Jew,
we agree?
man?
Man, can we agree that
the new SS.
man?
What I was saying earlier.
Okay, Donovan. Okay. Oh,
Can't oppose one.
hang on. I was trying to talk, sir.
What
hang
the
on.
fuck
No.
is going on here?
You're
Jesus
kind of
Christ.
monologuing.
Okay.
Man in the High Tower, crazy name, and you're bringing up Yahtzees a lot.
That's
I was just
Okay.
gonna.
That's high.
Can I finish?
Let's let her
Never
finish.
mind.
Holy fuck.
Wow. Okay. So I agree basically everything that the man
I
said.
forgot what I was saying.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know when you remember. Before he agrees with that guy, I was just going to bring up the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu essentially funded the H group. He said that they were better to deal with at the time than the PLO, and so he literally, and you can look this up. Don't take my word for it. Just like please do your own research. You'll believe it far better than anything I could say. But like he literally funded them. Because he said that in dealing with them would be easier. Now here we are. And that's just because Big Net just wants to creating chaos and insecurity so he can use that to maintain power.
Okay,
I remember what I was going to say. Hang on 1 second. I remember it. I'll forget again. He was trying to say that the Palestinians have been unaliving the Jewish people for, for however long. The numbers, just all that says is that they're really bad at it compared to how many Palestinians have been unalived versus the Israelis by the Palestinians.
Because the Jewish people are pretty
doesn't even
smart.
compare.
Yeah,
Jewish people are pretty
Must be
smart.
really bad.
So yeah.
Okay.
Israel has a lot of backing from a lot of, I would say, more moral countries to fund them. So yeah, of course, they have a lot of better material and a lot of better weaponry to be able to handle people who basically live in mud huts.
They don't live in mud huts.
I don't know. You might as well look at their architecture and you tell me.
Before we go to that, though,
all those are 3D printed houses now. They're not mud huts.
Just bringing up the
differences.
the prompt, I think it's interesting with the
difference is the
Christian way
material.
and seeing them all burn the books. It kind of reminds me of what's going on in politics right now with everybody attacking Anthony Fauci. He's a scientist who literally was like,
Why do you have to bring
was
this
there
up?
to.
Why
I'm
do you
sorry.
have to bring this up?
Well, it's going to discourage him. I'll just.
I'm sorry, but they're going to go ahead and pick up on that. And now we're going to be talking about Fauci.
I was just going to say that.
We don't have to. We don't have. I was just going
Yes,
to
we
say
do.
it's going to.
You brought it up. Now we're fucked.
Okay, well then here we are. Pandora only comes out of the box; she doesn't go back in.
What you're missing is
I think.
burner.
Let me just finish my point before you jump in.
Was the
It's
book
just going to
burner.
create a wave of anti-intellectualism. There's going to be a bunch of scientists who were thinking about maybe I could, the COVID was crazy and we ought to find better ways to fight that. And now seeing what's happening with that, if I was a scientist, fuck that. I'm going to go work for a pharmaceutical.
Fauci
Ain't no
said-
way. I'm going to go make some money
"I am
instead of getting
science."
sued into oblivion and fucking attacked 80 ways till fucking Sunday. Fuck
Yeah.
that. I'm not doing that to my family. I'm not doing that to
Don't
myself.
do anything
I
wrong,
deserve
buddy.
dignity. I'm going to go make some money. And I
Yeah,
think
he's a
America's
hero.
going to kind of suffer as a sense of that. But that's just my opinion. You
Yeah,
guys
he's
can
a
go
hero
ahead and be
who
like,
can't
get
answer
him, get
any
him, get him.
Okay, stop.
He's a hero that cannot answer any questions.
Yeah, for real.
Okay, that was pointless. Thank you for saying it.
I don't think it's. It's the
No,
prompt.
I'm not talking to
I'm
you.
not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
The fuck? God.
I'm ready to defend.
Anyway, do you guys have a
Sorry,
response?
You're good.
Something intelligent?
I thought we didn't want to talk about this.
I don't. But we were
Okay,
talking
then I'm
about
not- I don't have
Christianity.
an answer for it.
Well, I just think it's with all the Christian vibes, it's so similar. In our society, there's so much like a push for like Trump literally is creating right now.
What are you
I think
doing?
it's an AI to do predictive
What are you doing?
policing.
What are you doing?
Me?
Why are people so crazy? What the fuck?
What's wrong? What's wrong with what I'm doing, Mojo?
You were fucking talking a shit ton and not saying anything or just fucking up a conversation. What is wrong with you?
I'm not. Oh. Oh, my bad.
What? I don't get it. Everybody this morning is on some sort of fucking wildling drug or something. I don't know what's going on.
He left. I liked him.
Oh, I like him too, but what the fuck?
No, the queue's full though. Is it all liberals? I don't know. Jams is not.
It doesn't matter. We got levels on the panel, I guess. Who's Jams?
Bobby. Oh no, not Bobby.
What do you mean, oh no?
Messi, you're still in this Christian country. What's going on?
Sicario, can I get your age and who you voted for? And are you from the U.S.?
35. Did not vote. And yeah, I'm from the U.S.
Holy crap, it's a man.
Why didn't you vote?
Because I don't know. Too busy working, man.
Yeah, are you conservative or liberal?
Neither one, because it's gonna come with backlash and.
Why is it so fucking hard to answer a goddamn question?
The non-voters always say neither one, and it gets some bullshit thing too. It's ridiculous.
Nick, can I get your age and who you voted for?
28 Florida. Donald Trump. World War II ended 80 years ago.
Wonderful. Tommy, can I get your age and who you voted for?
40 Stein age who I voted for, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Jill Stein? Why did you vote for Jill Stein?
Because he's pro-Russian.
Not genocide.
Everybody that votes for Jill Stein is pro-Russian. I mean, she went on vacation there after she lost again, right?
Yep. I hear Crimea is beautiful this time of year.
Sounds great, whatever y'all say.
You can't hear?
I don't argue with people that are trying to just
1945 was 80 years ago.
No, Tommy,
answering the prompt. Just saying.
Tommy, two things. One, could you mute when you're not talking? It sounds like your microphone is rubbing up against something. And two, I am genuinely curious why you voted Stein, other than progression or progressive. What do you got?
Not genocide.
Because that's his right as an American citizen.
It is. That is my right.
Yeah,
so it doesn't matter what reason he gives you.
Thank God.
It doesn't matter what reason he gives you. It's still correct because that's his right.
I was asking a genuine question.
I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
You don't have to explain yourself to anybody for why you voted.
Apparently I do.
I'll tell you what. If you don't want to explain yourself, you don't have to. You can just go ahead and go to a different panel.
I asked he joins a political panel. I asked a question why he voted the political way he did. I'm not questioning it. I'm not saying he can't. I'm simply asking why. That's it.
And Nick, I need you to not interrupt people while they're talking.
I didn't interrupt anyone.
You were interrupting her.
No, she talked after I talked.
That is incorrect.
Hey, can we talk about the prompt now?
Yes,
if you want to
please.
choose to talk to other people, you can go ahead and leave too. Go ahead, talk about the prompt.
At least know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Shut the fuck up!
I just have a question. So, what makes you think that this is the Christian way? I'm very curious as to why you've displayed this.
Well, you guys are shipping people to concentration camps, and you're burning books, and you are segregating people based on different characteristics. You starting wars all over the world. You're imperializing. Yeah, I would say that the Christians are back in power as they were before.
Okay, so where is the evidence of concentration camps? As far as I'm aware, they're only detainment centers. So do you have any evidence that there are concentration camps? Of
course they don't. Critical.
No, I understand.
Evidence of any claim they make.
Bud.
Can you tell me
I really do.
Can you tell me the difference?
They don't have evidence for any claim.
Can you tell me the
They're
difference?
liberal.
Can you shut the fuck up?
That's cute.
Can you tell me the difference between a concentration camp? Can you shut the fuck up? Can you tell me the difference between a goddamn
They're
concentration?
liberal retards, critical.
Oh,
Yeah, I know,
Jesus
bud. I
fucking
know.
Christ.
Good God.
It's just unfortunate. God damn.
Okay. Question. What was it?
I don't even fucking know now.
Okay, so what's the
crazy stupid?
What was the difference between a concentration camp and a what?
And whatever you called it, detention center.
A detainment center, a detention center, all that, same thing. Yeah, so a concentration camp is a labor camp where we typically use prisoners to, or prisoners, or just prisoners in general, anywhere. A concentration camp is a labor camp. Also, a unaliving camp.
Wait. You know that they're using those fucking immigrants for labor, right?
Where at? Can you show me anywhere where they might be taking them out to use them as labor? Do we use?
Yes. Yes, I can. Yes, I can show you that.
Where exactly? Can
As
you?
a matter of fact, there are ongoing court cases about this.
Okay. So where is that exactly? Can you please send me?
One of the ones in Florida, one of the ones in Georgia, one of the ones in Alabama. They're all being used. They're all being used. They're all being used for prison labor.
Okay, I would like to see some evidence in that regard. So if you can please just give me
I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you. But wait, did Mojo just say those fucking immigrants? Is that what he just said? Mojo, how long have you been MAGA?
I don't think I said those fucking immigrants.
You absolutely said those words.
I don't think I did.
Okay.
I couldn't say you did or didn't. I didn't hear that. But yeah, I would love to see some evidence in that regard. And what kind of labor is it in also?
Does it matter? Does it matter what kind of labor
yeah,
it is?
I mean, it kind of does. I mean, but at the same time,
Why does it matter?
I mean, it really doesn't, but that's why I don't believe you, because I've actually looked into this many a times, actually, because I mean, I hear you guys saying the same claims. I do argue on different platforms. So I see that claim a lot, but I've never seen evidence for it. I've looked for it. I'm sure other people have. This would be new news for me.
Okay, give me a sec. I got to get in front of my computer.
Okay, that's fine.
Go ahead and continue the conversation. I'll give you evidence as soon as I pull up.
And I think that more important than work, it'd be the unalivement in the camps as well. You are always going to have a few prisoners that unalive for health reasons, like in our normal prison population. But the concentration camps in Eastern Europe and Germany
It's intentional.
was intentional. A lot of them had typhus too, and they died in poor conditions and weren't fed. And we saw the pictures of the Jewish people being like starved and looking like stick figures.
Yep.
Yeah,
You guys see the new pictures about the Palestine concentration camps?
You don't think people? Wait, I'm going to talk about Palestine.
Tell me, bro. I don't think
you don't think people. Wait, you don't think people? You don't think people in the U.S. are starving because or dying because of diseases and because of curable and treatable, preventable ailments that they have, and there are women or girls, young girls, as a matter of fact, in Texas being impregnated by guards and also being unalived.
Wait, hold on. Reiterate your question here, because are you comparing it to something that's outside of the conversation of immigrants, or just
no? These are generally just immigrants.
Okay. Again, I don't think there's any proof of that, and if it was, then it's a really sick and
perverted comparison because
I don't see a lot of that happening.
Yahtzee Germany, that would have been condoned.
Yep, exactly.
So if say that there are immigrants,
That'd
in
been
this
fine
detention-
in Yahtzee Germany.
That's what I'm saying. It's fine here.
No,
these-
it's not.
Yeah, you
No, it's
Christians
not.
think it's fine.
No.
Not
Whoa.
true.
No.
Who's got
Absolutely not.
gas chambers built and is gassing people?
When was
that
the
the gas chamber
condoned
specifically?
in Nazi Germany.
When-
that was
are
a
you guys-
practice.
Are you guys
When
just
did
saying because the gas
when-
chambers don't exist? Like it's not happening?
Yeah.
When
It's quite a
when did the
difference.
gas? When did the gas chambers go up in Germany?
Gas chambers. That's
Well, how do we know they were even there?
Oh, we have proof of that, David. We do. We have
Well, I
proof
doubt
that
Mojo believes they were there.
buddy.
What?
David. Yeah, they were.
I know that, but I don't think he does.
When did they go up?
Why did they go up? It's
when?
a better question is why did they go up?
No, when? Was it
Why?
1933? Was it 1933 at the beginning of the program to remove all the people that they didn't want from the country?
Oh, you're saying we're going to have them go up. That's
Yeah,
your
I'm pretty
point?
sure it was 37 or 38.
No, I think
It was
he's
even
trying to
after
say
that,
that
like
we're going to
yeah,
build
so
up.
war.
Yeah, so
41
they
or
built
something.
up to it. So the Nazis built up to it, just like
I
the
got
fucking
you.
Christians.
I got you.
Just
So we're
like
going
you
to build
fucking
up
Christian-
to it.
Yes, that's exactly
We
what we're
are?
doing right now.
Oh,
What-
good.
Yes.
Good one.
You,
Good
you
one.
have to get.
So
you
show
have to
me
fill-
evidence
you
of
have
the
to fill up-
construction
you have to-
happening.
You have to fill up those camps.
Can you
You
show
have to
me
fill
the
up
construction?
Oh my
You
God,
have to-
David,
would you-
stop.
Well,
You
it's
have to
just
fill up
talking out of
those-
his asshole.
Just shut the fuck up. You have to fill up the camps before you can start killing people off, right?
Oh, we can just deport
And
them.
that's another thing to
their
prove your
countries.
point. They're temporary detainment centers until we could get them deported. Trump hired new immigration judges to get them out of our country.
Yeah, yeah.
He
Lee,
did. Where?
So who is trying to get into
Where are
Nazi
these
Germany?
judges? Where
Who
are
is
these
breaking
judges?
into Nazi Germany?
Where are these judges?
He even
How?
deputized
Tell
officers
me,
too.
Mojo.
You can't deputize officers to be judges. Where are these judges?
Immigration judges.
Yes.
No, you can't do
There's
that.
like
Where are
billions
these
in funding.
judges?
There's billions in funding through the big beautiful bill for increased judges,
Okay,
so we don't
so
have
where are
asylum
these-
claims
where-
going on for
where-
5 years.
That's
Where are
actually
these
not
judges?
true.
Where are
There's
these
no
judges?
I mean, that's not really not. You have to appoint judges.
Not always. I
I
had
still
the
wanna-
fact check for you, Mojo. Yes, human rights experts, human rights groups, and legal experts have detained immigrants state that ICE detention centers use forced labor through systems called, quote, voluntary work programs. Now, let me tell you how that works. Official ICE rules state that work programs are voluntary and that detainees only have to clean their immediate living spaces. Detainees are often used to do heavy operational tasks like cooking, doing laundry, cleaning common areas, and doing maintenance. Workers are typically paid $1 a day or less or given small amounts of commissary credit instead of standard wages. There are also allegations of coercion. Quote, detainees are compelled by private corporations to perform facility management labor, often under the threat of solitary confinement and the deprivation of food or material necessities, as noted from Freedom United. Detainees report that refusing to work can lead to punishments like being placed on administrative segregation or losing access to basic items. Private prison companies running these facilities save millions of dollars by using detained labor instead of hiring outside staff.
What they're doing in California.
Okay, hey, Donovan, I have a question for you. So you did provide that. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Can you please send me that link and maybe tell? Ooh,
Nope. I'm looking at it
sorry,
right
I
now
clicked on something,
also.
my bad.
I'm looking at it
Can you
also.
show me exactly, like, can you give me that link to that? And also, can you tell me what source that is, just flat out?
Donovan,
Georgetown
I'll
University.
Ice.gov.
apologize. That is
It's
exactly what a
ice.gov.
concentration camp is.
Generally, concentration camps from the last era we're talking about had other types of labor, large-scale construction, road construction. It wasn't just maintenance of facilities. So I don't know if you can
What did
compare
they
the
do
two.
with the ones that
They'll-
they
they'll
didn't
work-
need to work?
Yeah, they'll work their way up to that too.
What did they do? They worked their way up to what?
To
Scale construction
more-
facilities.
Yeah, but if you didn't need that many people, what would you do with them in the concentration camp?
You would eliminate them.
What? Eliminate them.
Well,
Yes,
I believe
So that's what I think is happening in these ISIS, in these ICE detainment facilities.
ISIS.
They're
I
eliminating.
love that you called it ISIS.
Yes,
That's
it is
fucking
ISIS.
awesome.
It is. It is ISIS.
That's fucking
They're
ISIS. That's
eliminating
fucking
them.
awesome. I love
They're
that you called it
eliminating
ISIS.
them.
They are
I've seen
eliminating
the
them.
smoke
That's true.
from the chimneys.
No, well, I don't know about
Maybe
gas
it's being
chambers,
very
but
specific.
the IDF,
No, we're
the
building
IDF is
up to
training.
them.
The IDF is training ICE. So
We're building up to the gas chambers.
The IDF is training ICE.
Yes. Yes.
Not really. No, we train them
No,
actually.
it's ISIS. It's ISIS now.
they're
We
also
just
training to have a
realized-
cop city in Atlanta.
We just learned
IDF is
today
training
that
too.
they're ISIS.
Yes, they are.
ISIS,
And you know what's
ISIS?
funny? People are breaking
That's what he
into
just
the
said.
country that houses these
That's what
evil
David
people.
just said.
People are breaking into the country to get to these evil people. They're breaking the doors down.
Because we're so bad here.
We're
Because
in Nazi
these
Germany,
Christians that built this
they
country.
couldn't keep the people out of
No
Nazi
Christians
Germany.
built this country. Please don't put my
People
Lord into your
flooded Nazi
government.
Germany.
Put my God in your
Christians
government.
built this country. Christians built this country.
No, they're not Christians. They were hypocrites. They were men that have eyes but do not see, ears but do not hear. They were Pharisees. They were sacrilegious hypocrites.
Some of them were Christian
that's your
hypocrites.
opinion.
It's an awful country.
No,
we're not perfect
You
people.
guys should all leave.
It's exactly like
why
that.
are people so fucking hopped up today?
People
no
are
joke. You have
breaking the
animated
doors
group today,
down to
Marco.
get
David,
into the
you-
We're about to have
country.
a huge
All
military
of them
action.
should all leave.
Gonna
I
take-
swear to
put us in
God,
total war.
everybody's on some sort of drug. What is going
We're about to
on?
be in total war with no oil.
Shut up!
Yo!
Just shut the fuck up.
Guys, we have to go one at a time. There's literally 5 boxes lighting up at once. Every fucking one of you, stop. If someone else is talking, then don't talk. Wait for them to finish. It's a conversation. Y'all are just rambling on. I don't even know what the fuck y'all are talking about. If you're even talking about the same damn thing.
I
Fuck.
don't think you guys know that if you're talking about the same thing or not.
I just know we're about to be in total war and
What the fuck
no
is
oil.
wrong with you?
Or energy crisis.
It's talking to hear your own voice as opposed to having a conversation, right?
It's crazy.
It's just fucking wild. Just chill
How
the
many?
fuck out.
So we're in an energy crisis, right? How many days over $100 a barrel did Biden have? How many days over $100 a barrel did Obama have? And how many days $100 a barrel did Trump have? Trump's doing a better job of managing the price of oil and our energy. Drill baby.
Well,
drill.
Trump said himself that our oil reserves are depleted.
What war?
Yeah, why were they depleted? Because Biden emptied
What
them.
war?
The Strait of
What
Hormuz.
war? Shut up! What war did Biden start? What war did Obama start?
I don't serve a party. So.
Nobody's asking you.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, Biden didn't do enough to stop the Gaza crisis or the Ukraine. So there was
So they didn't start wars.
they didn't start wars, and
Okay,
I
Donald
would
Trump started this war, right?
yeah, and it's a
completely
limited engagement. How many people have we lost?
Wait, limited. They said that about Afghanistan, and 20 years later, we were still fucking.
Hold
there.
on. Okay, I got an answer for that. So basically, you don't have to fire the first shots for you to be starting a war. You could be doing something like, for example, pulling out of Afghanistan to essentially build up the Middle East and, well, their militaries, right? Or organizations, should we call them. You could do that by starting a war as well. You don't have to fire a first shot to necessarily start a war. Your actions or not doing the right things, let's just put it that way, can also start wars. Okay?
W
So
started the war in Afghanistan.
Yeah, he did.
right,
Okay.
yeah.
We were attacked as well.
That was it might have been an overstep. I agree
Not
with that.
Afghanistan, Iraq, sure.
Maybe not entirely, but I mean, us going in there, I understand the reasons for it. Osama bin Laden, all of the, Taliban, and them being part of the Saudi group, and being part of a global terrorist network. I agree with going in there. And
Global terrorist network.
it is a global terrorist network, Tommy. I think you might have to look into that a little bit. If you want to argue that,
I'll leave that to you. I'll leave that to you.
Anywho, yeah, you can. I'm basically done. That's all I was going to necessarily say. But yeah, your actions, other than firing the first shot, can also start wars through negligence in policy.
Okay, but this particular president actually started the war.
Which war are we talking about? Oh, the one with Iran? Yeah. So, Iran, honestly, they are one of the huge funders of that global terrorist network, Tommy.
This president started a war that was unnecessary, right?
I mean, it wasn't necessarily unnecessary. We all knew we were going to go into it because Kamala Harris...
No, we didn't. No, as a matter of fact, Donald Trump said he wouldn't do
Iran
it.
is the biggest national threat to the United States.
Okay, she never
This was a
threatened...
deep
Wait,
plan
wait.
that nobody
chill,
who would be president could control.
Chill.
I'm done.
All right. I'm sorry. We started the war in Iran. It was unnecessary because we didn't need to. We didn't need to pull out of the JCPOA back in the 18s. Back in 18, we didn't have to pull out of the JCPOA. We could have let that continue. We didn't have to start the war today. That's just a reality.
When would it be necessary to start the the war if Iran attacked us with a weapon, or what's your justification of when it's necessary to start a war with Iran? Because we could go through the list of how they unalived our soldiers in Iraq with IEDs as proxies, or how they still sponsor Hezbollah, and they sponsored it in the 80s with the Beirut barracks bombing. Iran's not a good actor. When would it be necessary to start a war with Iran? What would justify to you?
How jingoistic is this panel? How
Tommy,
jingoistic?
wait your turn, bud.
How do I know it's my turn? Honest question. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I
I'm
asked
not
you
on
guys
live
when it's
streams
necessary.
very much. So, okay, sorry.
Tom, if you have an answer.
I don't believe any of that to be, that's all the things that intelligence has told us, and they've been proven to lie, like, constantly. I know you guys believe them and stuff, but I just don't understand why.
Okay, Tommy, this is what I'm getting from you. You don't really believe in anything, bud.
Oh, I do believe in it a lot, but it's just the things you're saying right now, I just don't, because they've been proven to be wrong, so.
Well, you can't prove that, but okay, buddy. Anyways, let's continue with this conversation without Tommy getting involved, because I think Bobby had a really good question.
I mean, Tommy gave his answer, which is fair.
I don't know what the question was.
When do you feel it? When would you feel it was necessary to attack Iran if we're attacked?
Usually when you're attacked.
So you want millions, possibly millions of Americans dead before we can engage?
They don't have an ICBM.
No, but they were building one. And that's proof, yeah. Even in the Obama administration, Obama even pointed it out that they are collecting all of that material to build a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, but they don't have an ICBM. They don't have an ICBM.
You're right, they don't. But why wait? Why are we going to wait for them to have a weapon of mass destruction?
What did Obama do when he said that? He had something.
Yeah,
what was it? The JCPOA or something like that. And then what did Trump do when he came into power? Oh, he ripped it the fuck up.
Because he realized that wasn't working. He realized
it was working.
So he was going to try to give them a new deal.
Except it was working.
No, it wasn't.
They were still hiding from inspectors.
They were in full compliance with the JCPOA. With
No, that's what they were only showing me.
They were in full. Hey, shut the fuck up! They were in full compliance. Jesus fucking Christ! They were in full compliance when Donald Trump ripped the JCPOA up. They kept whatever nuclear material that they had below 3.67%. We were able to inspect every single site that was included in the deal whenever we wanted to. I don't know what you're looking for, man. There was no reason for Donald Trump to tear that up.
That's all true. See, I believe in that.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Tommy?
I said, that's all true. See, I believe in that. What these two gentlemen just said. He ripped it up on behalf of Israel because he's paid by Israel. He got $200 million from Miriam Adelson Fund.
Miriam Adelson. I have an interesting article here from Iran Watch. I'm not going to read the date yet because I think this is absolutely fascinating. Iran's long-range ballistic missile program has apparently overcome some key bottlenecks over the past year, due primarily to assistance from Russian entities, possibly with the tacit approval of the Russian government itself. Director of Central Intelligence George Tenet told the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence on January 28th that Iran will likely have missiles able to target Israel and Saudi Arabia much sooner than the 10 years he predicted in testimony 1 year earlier. Tenet attributed the new assessment not only to Russian assistance, but also to indigenous Iranian advances. Currently, U.S. attention focuses on two Iranian missile programs. The Shabab Meteor 3 has an 800 to 930 mile range that can carry a payload of 1,600 pounds. And the Shahab 4 reportedly has a 1,200 mile range and can carry a somewhat larger payload of 2,200 pounds. Guess what year this was? Guess, George Tenet. 1998.
I don't really care. It doesn't matter. Those are medium range missiles. Those could not hit the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know why.
30 years ago, Mojo.
Allied countries.
Yeah, but again, they could not hit the U.S. And they still can't hit the U.S. And as a matter of fact, I don't even think they could hit Israel still.
Are you aware of the alliance of NATO and what that entails? If somebody gets attacked, that we also have to get involved. It is.
That's the thing.
Israel is not a part of NATO.
No, they're actually part of another agreement for the Middle East. They're not. They're not.
Yeah, Israel is not a part of NATO. You brought up NATO.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. They're not a part of the Atlantic Alliance, but neither is Australia or Japan. No, they have a Pacific.
And Iran couldn't hit Australia or fucking New Zealand either.
You're right. They couldn't, but they can hit other.
What is your point, dude? Make a fucking point that makes sense. What the fuck?
Listen, Mojo. They can hit other NATO countries, which means that we would have to get involved anyways.
What NATO countries are you talking about?
Well, they could hit parts of Europe if they can hit Saudi Arabia.
Couldn't. They can't. They still can't.
You know, Saudi Arabia is like maybe.
We were only reading. What we were only reading was a part of. I'm sorry, but I'll let you go here in a second. But what we were reading was back from what? 19?
What are you talking about? They still can't hit it. They tried. Their fucking missiles failed this last time they tried. They didn't even put warheads on them, and they fucking sent them, and they still couldn't hit them.
One of them was Diego Garcia. Yeah, Diego Garcia is like 3,000 miles.
Yeah, but they couldn't hit it. They tried, and that was without a warhead.
They fired two.
When was that?
Justifying this war by the fact that, Iran has, could do this. The thing is, they have never once struck and done one of these strikes. And every single one of their proxies has really only just attacked essentially our proxies also in the region. So I really don't see how that is a justification of this war.
Good reason to.
Makes sense to me. I think it would have been far better to just do the same thing that we did with Saudi Arabia, which is just build more economic relations between the two nations. And so why
Saudi Arabia was never
such a good deal maker? Why didn't Trump, who's such a good deal maker, makes a bunch of really good deals and bring Iran to the table and find a ways to link our economies together?
He said he would. He said he would too.
If they were to attack us, it de-incentivizes them, and that's what he did with Saudi. That's what happened with Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Because of tequila.
You guys don't have to talk so long either.
Hey, so what you're saying is why couldn't we do anything with Iran when we did stuff with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, Egypt, and everyone else is peaceful and getting with the program of peace in the Middle East. But we have one bad actor that's been a pain in our ass since the revolution. We try everything. We go through the list: diplomatic, intelligence, economic sanctions, negotiation, threats, and everything else, and now we're here at this military option. Unfortunately, this is the progress of what you have to do.
We've put in half
it's not naive at all. It's a standard process for any conflict.
When you're talking about, we overthrew their democracy with Operation Ajax. They democratically elected a president who wanted to nationalize their oil and take away the revenue from the United States and the United Kingdom. And instead of that, allowing that to happen, we overthrew that guy and installed the Shah. What did you expect was going to happen? If somebody came into the United States in the fucking 60s or 50s or 40s or whenever and overthrew us and changed the way that our nation worked, we would probably have a bunch of fucking resistance fomenting about it.
Well, they
would
did
be
do that.
all sorts of different things.
Let's talk about excuses for Iran.
That's not excuses for Iran. That's That's them acting to what we did. We literally overthrew their government and put a new one in charge that they democratically elected, something we forced them to fucking do. And then once they did
forcing them
that,
to get a nuclear weapon. We're also going to force them to
we're
get a
also
nuclear weapon.
then we're getting like upset. What? Yeah, that we're basically providing the justification for them trying to get this. That's why nobody fucks with North Korea anymore.
Right. Yeah. So
Create the world you want, and so you've created the world you wanted.
Let them respond.
Okay, so they elected their leadership, Iran. Is that what you're referring to, Fat Christ? Okay, yeah, that didn't happen. He took over. He overthrew his own government through a religious ideology, and the people followed because they were under crisis. Yeah, we might have had something to do with that back in the 70s, but we did not overthrow their government. He did.
We even sponsored the Ayatollah, by the way, too. The one that overthrew.
Thank you.
Jimmy Carter did as well.
Yep.
Do you know why they took those hostages during Jimmy Carter?
79.
Yeah, you know why they took them, the hostages?
It's because they were upset about the our overthrow before that in 53.
He struck a plane and killed like 300 or 200 some civilians, right? Or
that event had happened at one point. I don't think it was in 79. but I
We
remember
had, a
that
mem-
happening.
we had a memorandum of understanding. This is in the Library of Congress. You can check it out because I was trying to find the memorandum of understanding for this because Congress has to actually sign on to our treaties for them to be legitimate. And they didn't sign on to this one, but they signed on to one in 1979. And I was looking at it and I was like, oh wow. So we were having relations with them. And then all of a sudden, like we had those hostages and the embassy, and we had an embassy in Iran, and it was literally taken over by our people. And it was, so genuine question. I was wondering like what, if you know more about 1979, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, and Jimmy Carter actually talked to the Ayatollah and thought he would have decent reforms for the Shah, and the Ayatollah backstabbed him, unalived the Marxist that he had to use to rise to power.
Why are we talking about 50 or 60 years ago?
Okay, well, that was just a proof excuse. We've stopped governments and went to war with other countries, Japan, Germany.
Okay, but why are we talking about 50 or 60 years ago?
So you don't think it's relevant to today?
So I asked you why we're talking about 50 or 60 years ago, and then you go farther in the past. Why is that?
I just think 1979 is very important. Like we should really figure that out.
I don't think it's relevant to what Donald Trump did today.
You don't think so? Okay.
I don't. What Donald Trump did today had nothing to do with the fucking Shah. Iran hasn't liked the U.S. for a long time since we started meddling around in the Middle East. That makes fucking sense. And we do that all over the Middle East, and we always have. But that is not a reason for us to invade a country.
But if they're destabilizing the whole Middle East, and now we have a coalition, maybe they're not the friendliest, but they are friendly to us. We don't have a Saudi QAE.
We have been destabilizing the Middle East the entire time.
The Middle East is kind of improving since Yom Kippur.
No, it's not. We destabilize it. Trump actually won on this.
What do you call the Arab Spring?
Trump was the one who won the election just because he said the truth. Told the truth about what we did in the Middle East.
The Arab Spring was an internal revolution, but that would be because of our meddling as well.
Right, but was the Arab Spring positive or negative?
Way negative. Way. We funded Hezbollah. We funded Hezbollah during that point.
Yeah, and we funded ISIS as well. Obama funded ISIS. In the Libyan civil war, a lot of people were unalived with our meddling. Yeah, Gaddafi, yeah, we saw those videos.
It was horrible. We came, we saw, he died. Hillary Clinton.
Oh, God, what a great quote that was. Thanks for that.
Mojo, I'm gonna drop and make some room for others. But before I leave, everybody, there are 77 people in here. If y'all wouldn't mind doing the tappity tap tap thing and get Mojo up to, 10K in the next 10 minutes or so, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. I can move it too if you want to just stay on the panel. I can move it to 10.
Hey, Mojo, is Hillary Clinton a neocon?
She's a neo-lib.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Is that a satisfactory answer?
Well, we came, we saw, he died. Kind of smacks of neocon to me. I'm wondering if you believe she's earned the moniker.
I said she's a neo-lib.
Got it. Yeah, no, that's a fine answer. Thank you. Neo-liberal, shit-lib, corporate Democrat, all those work.
I didn't say any of that, but
I was wrong about this live. There's base people on this live. I like
now do the same for the Republicans, Donovan.
Oh, Donovan is a neocon, though.
Okay, if you want to play the what about
I know.
we can do that.
No, actually, I don't. That's okay. I forgot you don't have integrity.
This isn't
kinds of integrity. If you ask me a question, I'm going to give you an honest answer to the best of my
This
ability.
isn't Cheney's party anymore, though. Trump's different than Cheney. We haven't had it's a limited engagement. It's a limited engagement right now.
Limited engagement. Okay.
Wait, so
For
was
now,
Afghanistan.
For now.
So was Afghanistan. Until we put boots on the ground, and we don't get to change a government without putting boots on the ground.
Not only that, but this war is expanded into Jordan, back into Iraq. The Jordanian parliament, leaders in it, which is a very rare thing, asked the king to reconsider the relationship with the United States and to please withdraw from supporting this action.
Why?
This
Because
is
do we missile Jordan, or what side missile Jordan?
right.
That
Yeah,
makes no
Iran.
sense.
Well, no,
So
it
why
does
would?
make sense. They don't want any more hits. They understand right now that it was supposed to be the US and Israel and Iran, and now it's expanded and hitting all of the Middle East when they were not conferred with. And on top of that, they were not warned when it was going to happen.
Of course.
I mean, you guys, it's crazy to me. They're supposed to be allies, and we told them nothing, and now we're supposed to all, support them because we said so. That's
Oh, you're talking about Israel?
insane.
Yes.
Sovereignty matters. No,
That's
I'm
absolutely
talking
correct.
about. Oh, okay. So Israel is the 51st state.
They are a vassal state. We give them aid.
They
We
are.
give them weapons. They should literally have shut the fuck up. Let us do a peace deal because our oil reserves are depleted. Period. Get in line.
That happened under Biden, man.
What
Oh,
happened?
here we go. Can you all have a conversation without bringing a Democrat in?
No, we're going to talk about your mistakes and your poor governance.
Our
and
mistakes?
Yeah, your party's mistakes. You had a
Oh,
dementia
my.
president in there who drained the oil reserves because he didn't want to drill to help him out with the elections. Trump
He
wanted
had
to.
more. Wow.
We wanted to.
Y'all.
Trump wanted to replete the strategic oil reserve when oil prices were negative as well under C-19, and you wouldn't let him do that in Congress. So there's a lot of blame to go around, and you guys can't manage it. Trump is smarter than a dementia president, no matter what you think. He gives 3 press conferences a day. You could hear him talk about a variety of stuff, subjects. And he's actually getting us more allies and coalitions in the Middle East as Iran attacks Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other places.
Because we started a war and they started getting attacked. He thought it was going to be like Venezuela, in and out, and everybody would fall. And he's wrong. He has no exit plan. And he is jeopardizing not only that region and expanding, but also spreading our forces and capabilities way too thin.
What exit plan?
Not at all.
On the ground.
Before we go any further, I want to talk about the strategic oil reserve. Starting October of 2021, the announcement was to draw down the strategic oil reserve by 180 million barrels. It took between March 31st, it took between that time and 2022, late 2022, to get the 180 million actually drawn down. By 2024, when Biden left office, they had added over 200 million barrels in direct purchases. So they did draw down by 180 million barrels, and they added back 200 million barrels. Just so you know.
Trump's first term had a net
Bobby.
change of 57 million barrels.
I just need to introduce someone. Bobby, just real quick, hold on. Not a debate point. Ian, welcome to the panel. Age and who you voted for.
Hi, I'm 32. I voted for Kamala Harris.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to the panel. We talk one at a time here. No pet names like honey and sweetheart or dear or even asshole. No slurs and one at a time.
You can say.
I'm sorry. Who?
Yeah.
Tell people
Oh, okay,
to
you can.
SUFU, and please no jokes about fellatio.
That'll be hard.
Wait, why is everybody else adding to my rules? What's going on here?
You kicked me for yesterday.
Well, you're just a disgusting fucking human being.
Ever. Blossom, one of Blossom's biggest snaps was about me having Cheeto dust on my face. Y'all thought it was hilarious because of
It's Blossom,
whatever,
for Christ's sake.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but whenever Blossom says something out of pocket, it's fucking hilarious, and you damn well know it.
That is funny. I've heard that before.
It's not what she said, it's who said it. As somebody's leaving the room, she yells out, "Nincompoop!" It's fucking funny. Come on. It's endearing.
Okay, if you say so.
You know it is. Stop it. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, guys.
Big Dad, how old are you? What state you from? Who'd you vote for?
Of course, I'm 23. I voted for Kamala Harris. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona, and I was born in 2002.
Liberals everywhere. Got liberals.
And my real name is Liv. This is just an alt account.
And you have a lot of wind. Can you please mute up while you're
Absolutely.
So what are we going to do now? That's my another big question that I have is now that the both the straits are closed and are, we're almost amid an energy crisis and there's no, this war is expanding now. Is Congress going to finally get involved? I don't know. They're fucking bums. I don't know what's going to happen, honestly. It's kind of what I'm here.
For the energy crisis, I think that we should really start focusing and developing clean energy sources like hydroelectricity and things like that. Solar's kind of difficult, but I would really suggest that we start using hydro and start developing how much energy we can create with hydroelectricity. Our partner to the north is really good at it, and I'm sure that we could be too.
You need to use some wind energy.
Yeah, we could use wind energy too.
No, specifically.
What about nuclear energy, Liv?
I would really suggest not. Because nuclear energy can make a lot of energy with only a small amount of uranium, but there can be a lot of damage and accidents if we're not careful. If we're careful, then maybe, but I really want to try and protect our environment.
Yeah, our government is not good at protecting our environment or being careful.
The issue is that the grid is so out of date. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like America's just kind of cooked. Like, we're done. Oil prices
actually
through the roof after,
especially this Palantir thing that's coming up next. They're already preparing this TikTok app is the preparation for it. You can't say certain words. When the surveillance state goes up, it's gonna be like TikTok, but like you're gonna say schmurder in real life. Be able to say schmurder in real life.
I'm pretty sure it's Larry Ellison who owns Oracle, who bought a big part of TikTok, and they own over another like 30 to 50 other media and advertisement companies. So absolutely, I think that those elites are trying to spread their own propaganda and their own news too. And I think that's always happened with the news.
It's called techno.
All right.
It's called techno feudalism.
I have two conservatives on the panel. Would you guys like to respond to any of this?
I mean, it's a lot, Mojo. They go off. Liv, real quick. Yeah, if you're down for clean energy, and I just want to remind you that nuclear power is the most abundant and cleanest energy that we have, as far as I know. Would you advocate for say investing in companies like Tesla?
We already do.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that nuclear energy is our current cleanest, but I don't think that it's our cleanest option. Hydro, wind, solar, those are much cleaner. And you're right that nuclear power plants don't produce greenhouse gases during production, but when using them, they do. And it's not like that with hydro or solar. And it's not really like a large policy I'm advocating for, but I was just like suggesting that off of the point that you guys said with Iran and how both straits are closed.
I would advocate for that, except our government. Our government is not careful.
Hey!
Yes?
Donovan, did you want to respond?
Well, I mean, I'm just fact checking some of the stuff that she was saying, like the Straits of Hormuz being closed. And notice, Liv, that I married clean to abundant. So the 2 points, and you even acquiesced to that yourself, the idea of how much power we can get from nuclear relative to wind, because we don't get even close to the amount of power that we get from wind that we would get from nuclear. Not only that, but it's not reliable the way nuclear is. So yeah, we should absolutely be making more nuclear power plants.
You're not worried about the fact that our government is not careful or environmentally friendly and is captured by corporations? You're not worried
Right,
about
Tom. If our government is not careful with those nuclear power plants, there can be a large nuclear accident. Just like what happened in Russia in the 80s. Like,
that? They already dumped pollution in water in our rivers.
Okay, I'm going to drop one of you two if you don't stop doing that. Or both of you.
Who are you talking
Are you
about?
talking to
Both
me?
of you liberals. You guys stop talking over each other and stop finishing.
Aren't you a liberal,
each
Mojo?
other's sentences.
I'm not.
Yes,
I'm not a
I
liberal.
am.
I'm definitely.
Yes,
not a
I am. What the fuck? Okay, I'm just going to drop you.
This is why I started Mojo, kind of giving people rules.
Yeah,
So,
that's fair. This isn't an official debate, but having decorum is still important. You're right.
That's true. With regards to Russia, the technology that they employed, I believe it was an RKMB reactor, was what we would refer to as a TMU version of a nuclear reactor. I mean, they didn't have containment buildings. Like, there's all kinds of corners that they cut. The United States goes to great lengths, and only the worst type of natural disasters could have an effect on them, a la, like Fukushima, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, it's less the protection part. It's more the sorry, I'm blanking. Jesus Christ.
I've got something
That produces pollution. Yeah, it's more the pollution that it would produce, and I feel like people are not really advocating or creating policy that is going to help us get out of this climate crisis, and I think that soon it's going to be too late if it already isn't. And it just makes me sad to see people advocating for it, but for policymakers to not be creating policy for it.
So when you install a nuclear power plant, you basically commit to a very long dance while the radioactive material essentially stabilizes itself over, a couple thousand years. So ultimately what you're doing is saying humanity will exist in a capacity that it can tend to this for the next however long the material is radioactive. And I feel like, with all of our societal infrastructure that we have in place, we can assume that that's a safe bet, but it is still a risk. Like, let's say if there's like violent upheaval and or revolution that goes on and the power grid goes deactive and regime changes happen and there's a lot of like infrastructure upheaval, maintaining that nuclear reactor is something that you, like, no matter what is going on in the world, you need to do, otherwise it will cause a meltdown. And the meltdown is like an actual physical description. Like, the core of the nuclear reactor will melt downward into the earth if it's not adequately cooled. So, like, signing up for doing that it's still a risk, I feel like, even if it does have a lot of benefits in the meantime.
I think that what we need to focus on right now is the Iranian war, and I find it really stupid that Donald Trump and the Trump administration got us into an unconstitutional and unlawful war, without reason too. And so I think that what we really need to do is try and get out of it, because we need to stop spending our resources on foreign individuals who are not even our allies, and start focusing on the individuals who lost their health care and food during the big beautiful bill especially. So we need to start focusing on everyday Americans instead of the 180 schoolgirls who were killed in Iran.
We have no proof of the 180 schoolgirls. They don't let the press in there.
I'm pretty sure the CIA released
Let me
a
speak
report
for a second to address your points.
Don't interrupt, please.
So we have no evidence of that. Our press won't let us in there. There's no foreign press allowed in Iran. They've been suppressing and unaliving the protesters as well. I don't think you know this, but entitlement spending of our government is 60%. Defense is only 15%, and then half of that defense is VA entitlements and VA disability and different things like that as well. So I don't know why you would want to have a higher percent of entitlements. We see now in California, they're still not, even though they give out some of the most entitlements in the country, California and New York, they're wanting to tax more and more people to force out the capitalists that made California and New York and other places so great and gave you guys gave California the fourth greatest GDP in the world. Trump, you guys think he just goes with a pen and checks off people that he doesn't want to give health care through. But if you actually look at it and don't read the headlines, it's 10 million people that now have work requirements and illegals. It makes it harder for them to get funding through state benefits as well. So
all right, Bobby, can I respond to that? Because you said a lot and a lot of it doesn't make sense. So number one, only like 1 to 2%, according to the Big Beautiful Bill and the Congressional Budget Office, commit fraud through social safety nets, including undocumented migrants. And most of those fraudsters are using people who are not fraudsters' actual benefits and using their names and social security numbers. And when we're talking about the 3 million low-income Americans who lost their SNAP and 10 million low-income Americans who lost their Medicare, that there was no justification for that. And
I gave you the justification of what it was, what it actually is. There's stricter work requirements, and illegals aren't allowed to get those benefits anymore.
I told you 1 to 2 well, they were never allowed to. Only in 10 states. They don't receive federal no undocumented migrant receives federal social safety nets. Only in 10 states do undocumented migrants receive social safety nets and social benefits through the state. So you're wrong about that.
Okay, and they do different things to
Well,
make
can you
you take
concede
out.
to that?
No, not at all, because there's illegals in this country who have kids that are considered U.S. citizens, so they get benefits and the parents get those benefits as well. You're saying federal, but they still get a lot of state benefits. That's why California is broke and needs to raise taxes. That's why Medi-Cal has a deficit of $8 billion, and they need to do other things.
Undocumented migrants are not the reason that Medi-Cal has a deficit of $8 billion. And if you're making that claim, then that's definitely not true. And if we can get a fact check on that, but that's absolutely false. Medi-Cal might have a deficit of $8 billion, but it's not because of undocumented migrants.
What's the reason?
Okay, you're saying that undocumented migrants
contribute
created a deficit of $8 billion?
Yes, absolutely.
They contribute to it, or they created it, sir?
Both.
There's no way that's just undocumented migrants.
How do you think that undocumented migrants get this? I'm so confused as to what the apparatus is by which these undocumented migrants are claiming benefits.
Well, yeah, but Ian,
where do you think they're getting these benefits from?
I mean, Ian, to be fair, undocumented doesn't mean that they don't have documents. Undocumented means that they don't have legal status in the country.
Yeah.
And when you have an ITIN to like pay taxes, and when you cross the border, sometimes you're like registered, and there's a bunch of things for how we can calculate how many undocumented migrants are in the countries, and then they can apply for social benefits in those 10 states that allow it.
Yeah,
but those are not federal dollars. Those are not federal dollars.
How do we move from green energy to immigrants? What happened here?
Money. It was all money's fault, Mojo. I have an article here from Cal Matters, penned March 18, 2025 by Anna Ibarra. California's Medi-Cal shortfall hit $6.2 billion with unprecedented cost increases. Now, while I haven't read the entire article, I will say that in summary, at the very top of the article, it says this: California is spending billions more than planned for Medi-Cal. Some of the cost drivers include higher enrollment among immigrants without legal status, as well as pharmacy costs. Ouch. I'm going to read the rest of the article.
Okay. So I didn't say that they didn't contribute. I was just asking if they contributed the whole $8 billion, because that doesn't make any sense.
Just to give context, this article is also available in Spanish.
I think it's pretty wild. California is a net giver state, meaning that they give more money to the federal government than they get back in from the federal government by the tune of $128 billion. So if you say that that California is at a deficit of $8 billion, I'd say let them use their own money.
And they say they're net givers, but they do shenanigans with the accounting and numbers. Like they're not counting Social Security
I don't
payments.
know who you think they is.
Liberal governments.
California is not saying they're a net giver. Every fucking source you can find puts it as a net giver state by $125 billion.
And every source I could find, 95% of the media says Trump's negative president, but our lives keep getting better.
Okay, but once again, go look this up. Go find a fucking source.
I will
Go
find
find
the
a
source.
source.
Life is getting better, bro.
Go find. Hello? Stop talking. Go find a source that says anything else, because they are net givers. Every single fucking source you will find will tell you the exact same thing.
Okay, so they got a big old loan. It was like 2.3 billion. And there's a quote: with the loan of these additional funds, the administration anticipates being able to manage expenditures, but for the remainder of the current year, said Michelle Bass, director of the Department of Healthcare Services, which oversees Medi-Cal. Bass told legislators in a budget hearing that several factors are contributing to higher than anticipated spending, including an increase in pharmacy costs, but also more growth enrollment in the state than predicted. For one, the state underestimated the number of immigrants without legal status who would sign up for the program last year. So do you see why the red team objects to you guys kind of painting the picture that one of the driving costs of our...
Okay, I'm hoping you still hear.
Are illegals?
I'm hoping you hear
You
this.
guys advocate this?
Donovan, you cut out pretty bad there. I'm hoping you hear this though. Why not just let them keep their own money? Why not let California keep its own money? They're a net giver state of $125 billion.
I mean, if you'd like me to answer that question,
No, I would not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with fair is fair. They should be advocating to the federal government that they should get more payment of what they're giving in. I'm kind of fine with that.
Okay, I'm good with then whatever. It doesn't matter. You just don't get to complain about this shit.
I mean, California residents are really the ones that are being hurt. More people are moving out.
Are you a California
Live
resident?
in California?
Yeah.
No, I do not live in. I might in
Then
a few.
shut up, dude.
No,
What the
well, it's
fuck?
important because that's
No,
your
it's
guys.
not important. It's not important to you.
Let me tell
Stop
you
it.
why it's important that you guys don't see the obvious.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They have a liberal government that's used as an experiment for what you guys want in the rest of the country that doesn't work.
They're
That's
the fourth
inefficient.
largest
That has a
economy.
failure.
They're the
A
fourth largest.
deficit of Medi-Cal, a deficit in Medi-Cal of $8 billion does not because of Gavin Newsom's administration.
They are the fourth largest economy on the planet. I'm sorry, they are not failing.
They're failing in public education. They're dropping in their education.
They are one of the best educated states.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah,
one
we
at
have
a
one of the best
time.
education systems.
Yep. I think it's like tied with Massachusetts in the top 10, and then like red states like Oklahoma's 50th. So I'm pretty sure that California is pretty up there with their public education.
Got like a conspiratorial mindset about these things where you kind of just see what you want to see and then you like retroactively cherry pick. No, I'm talking about Bobby. He's like, California is a failed state, and here's all the like in the grand scheme of things, $8 billion is like a drop in the bucket. We spend that like per day in Iran. Like you're talking about small potatoes here, and like you're using that to justify a worldview that like on paper just doesn't make any fucking sense. California is not a failed state. Things are actually going pretty decent there. Could there be improvements? Absolutely. Like, is it doing better than a majority of the American South? Yeah, it is.
But if we look at how much we're spending in Iran every day, it's like $1 to $2 billion on a daily basis. And with our peace deal, it's I think around $300 billion going to Iran, and we've already paid half of it. So if we had just stick with the JCPOA, which would have expired in 2030, we would have had to not pay them $300 billion, and we would still know what is going on with their nuclear enrichment and their nuclear plants.
Yeah,
You know what tequila
statement. We have spent more on the Iran war than all of the legal immigrants have cost us through the entire term.
Stop. I need liberals not to like bounce off of each other. You guys just went back and forth 3 different times. Don't do that.
So the reason why they're trying to keep raising your taxes in California is because they have on the lower estimate, $82 billion in unfunded pension obligation and healthcare benefits for retirees. Whereas
Whose taxes are they raising?
The billionaires and other people that have.
So not my taxes.
Yeah, but it still won't be enough to cover. Not for now, but we know taxes go up on everyone over time, just like when the income tax started.
Did you say it was because of pensions for healthcare workers?
Well, yeah, they're underfunded pensions because their projections don't go, and the government moves money out of the pensions to fund someone else.
I'm exactly who you're talking about. I'm a healthcare worker. I actually have 2 pensions and a 401k. My pension's perfectly fucking fine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's fine for now, but it's underfunded.
No,
there's
no,
plenty
it's not.
But you
No,
can't
it's
just
not.
say that without backing it up with actual evidence and then your evidence for the claim.
Every month there's unfunded pension obligations. There's articles about that in California.
Okay, but you can't just say that, sir.
Well,
Where's
I
your
thought
evidence for that claim? And what's your specific claim? Because that's not a specific claim either.
CalPERS, which is one of the retirement funds, has $160 billion in unfunded liabilities, aka debt. Cal STRS, you guys probably know what these stand for, has $70 billion in lower estimate $39 billion, $70 billion in unfunded teacher retirement obligations. So what's going to happen when the baby boomers retire and they're not getting their monthly checks that they worked their whole lives for?
That's not going to happen. That might happen with the 401k. That's not going to happen with the fucking pension. Might happen with Social Security as well. Not going to happen with pensions.
And why couldn't it happen? Because you say so?
No, I mean, it's just pensions are pretty fucking secure, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling you, I'm telling you what these numbers that they aren't secure.
Rates because they're secure.
Yeah.
They lowered the what rates?
They have lower interest rates because they're more secure. They're secure government bonds / they're not really bonds, but I guess they are. They're kind of an equivalent of bonds, and because the interest rate is lower in places like the United States and especially California, they're a lot stronger than other countries like in Africa or in Asia, where they would have a higher interest rate because the pensions are not secure.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, they're kind of in straits. We could look up the bond ratings of these pensions and California funds. They lowered the bond ratings in California too, as well, guys.
Do you mean the interest rates?
Well, yeah, the bond ratings affect the interest rates because if you're at a higher risk, bond buyers want more of an interest rate. And we could talk about that. Trump argues this is important. You're arguing as well. We are still the most secure monetarily and fiscal country in the world, but yet we don't have the lowest interest rate. There's still like 15 countries.
I'm pretty sure even Canada has the lower interest rate.
I know, which doesn't make sense. So that's why Trump's getting on the Fed as well.
Well, because of Donald Trump's economic policy, according to the Fed, we almost went into a recession because of the tariffs. And if we look at the big beautiful bill, I think it added over like $1 trillion or $1.8 trillion to our deficit. So, like, really, according to JP Morgan and the Federal Reserve, Donald Trump's economic policy is not good.
Yeah, and those were projections done by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, about the 1.8 trillion. Those didn't factor in. They didn't factor in the 20 or 30 billion of tariff revenue we're still taking in, even with the IEPA court case and the other issues. JP Morgan,
I'm
let me
pretty
speak
sure
on
that.
JP Morgan real quick. JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon says, yeah, I kind of got tariffs wrong. All the other economists got tariffs wrong. There are usefulness of using tariffs like we're using.
Did the Supreme Court find that Donald Trump's tariffs were unconstitutional and now has to pay over $100 billion back to the American taxpayers?
Yeah, one mechanism he used for tariffs is unconstitutional, but they are still on. We have to unfortunately give those refunds because Amy Coney Barrett is scared by all the unalivement threats she's got in her life. So she voted the wrong way. She voted, she knows more than me, obviously, but yeah, it's an unfortunate thing and it hurts our country. None of you guys know, you want to argue against tariffs. None of you guys know China's tariff rates in the 70s and 80s when they were a worse off country than us.
Sir, we're arguing against tariffs because tariffs,
yeah, and I'm proving the point
like
that
I told you, were already found unconstitutional. And just wait a second. And number two, because of those tariffs, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in April since like 2003, excluding recessions. So if we look at the impact that the tariffs have done on other countries and America itself, it has pumped up prices because of the inflation. And at the same time, we've had the most manufacturing bankruptcies. So those tariffs should not be in place and are not justified.
Okay,
the economy was in a lot of a better state at the end of Biden's term than now.
You're not listening to me. I said that a mechanism Trump used for tariffs, he has other mechanisms to use tariffs, was proved unconstitutional under EPA. There's other mechanisms you go. Everything you're saying, I'm kind of disproving. It's taken me a long time to find this. It's taken me a decent amount of time to find the sources. But I don't think that manufacturing bankruptcy thing since the tariffs is true at all. So I'm going to look that one up next.
We literally had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in either April, May, or June since 2003, excluding recessions like in 2008. And we had the worst jobs report in April of 2026 since 2003, excluding recessions because of those manufacturing bankruptcies and the deportation of undocumented migrants, which decreased demand, which decreased American jobs.
Decreased supply, which increased demand. You got that backwards.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So if you decrease supply, that increases demand. You know what happens to American wages, especially for low-skilled people?
You get outsourced.
Possibly, or the capitalists make better, more automated factories and hire Americans for higher wages per hour because they can't fill their jobs.
That is just not happening. Like, you can look at the layoffs.
That's exactly how it happens.
If you want to, like, then why is job creation down if that's how it happens?
Job creation's pretty stable. She's giving me like some rate of change.
You're wrong. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics literally reported in April that we had the worst jobs report since 2003, excluding recessions, which means not counting 2008. So if we look at that, then that means that because of the deportation of undocumented migrants, the tariffs, the most manufacturing bankruptcies, all of these things contribute to how we had the worst jobs report. So it's not stable. It was the worst since 2003. That doesn't make sense.
And this comes out in 2025, you said? From Liberation?
2026, I'm pretty sure. April 26 or 25, I'm not sure.
And so you read the headlines, worst job report, but it's 2023. It's 3 years ago. It's just normal noise. No. You can't say much about that. Yeah, that's what it is. They didn't say the worst jobs report ever. They said 3 years ago.
Sir, we had great jobs in 2022 and 2023. I think we added in
that's because everyone got
over 5 million jobs. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that that's because of Biden. I'm saying that because it was after COVID that all of the people got their jobs back. But yeah, that was absolutely not because of Biden. And just like the inflation during COVID was not because of Biden either. Absolutely. I'm not going to say that, Biden did great with jobs in 2022, 2023. No, that's not fair. We got the jobs back after COVID.
I feel like if the source doesn't agree with your pre-existing worldview, Bobby, like you're just going to like try to attack its validity. But like jobs, if you've been in the job market lately, it sucks.
Bobby, I gave you a government site.
All right. Alternative, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, I'm 18 and I'm a centrist. I don't vote for anybody.
What the fuck is a centrist?
I don't follow either political party. They're both pretty bad.
What do you call the tax that a person receives after they die?
Death tax.
Shush.
Oh.
I think it's a death tax.
Okay, you're a conservative. Go ahead.
I gotta bounce, guys. Peace out.
Bye.
Go ahead with.
Good day, Ian.
Most recent jobs report for June was only 57,000 were created. That's pretty weak. That's not a good
I'm
job
pretty sure it's better than.
Are you a conservative, Chud, Maxer?
Stop, please.
Are we serious? Are we gonna call people chuds? Like,
That's
really?
It's his profile name.
Dad, stop.
It's his profile name.
He's a chud? Oh,
What,
welcome.
what did I do? I didn't call anybody chud. That was Bobby. I didn't call anybody chud.
Stop. What are you freaking out for? What are you freaking out for? This is somebody in the comments that's in the fucking request. They said, bring me up. I asked him if he was a conservative. What is wrong with you?
He's got the Pope in his profile.
Oh, I thought Bobby was calling B a chud. I'm confused.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you
care
are
anyway,
confused. Can you please stop being confused? Chud, are you a conservative?
He said yes.
Jesus. Fucking wild.
Y'all crazy.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hey.
So what's with this prom? Do you think the Nazis were Christians?
I think that Christians are Nazis.
Okay, the two ideologies are incompatible. Do you know anything about either?
I actually don't think they're incompatible. I think that Christians like to burn books. I think they like to lock people up. I think they like to, especially in today's America, they like to put people in concentration camps. They like to send them to foreign prisons.
Well,
they like to discriminate against people based on gender and ideology and sex and all those things. Yeah, I think they're
no, I said the
ideologies.
ideologies were incompatible.
Yeah, I think their ideologies closely align.
Okay, how so? You stated
I
a
just
bunch.
said it. I just said it.
Okay, you know that liberals can also lock people up, for instance, or do any number of the things you just listed. Those aren't inherent to either one of the ideologies.
Yeah, not just because they're brown.
Okay, so do you want to talk about the specific ideologies, or is this just like an Orange Man Bad panel?
I wasn't talking about Orange Man, and I wasn't talking about liberals either. I was talking about Christians.
Okay, well,
you made that connection all on your own.
Christian
buddy.
ideology and Nazi ideology are incompatible because
Again, I just told you how they're compatible, how they are the exact same thing.
No, actually they're not, because Nazism, for instance, believes in like race science, whereas Christians
believe in that shit.
Whoa, can I finish?
Christians believe in that shit.
Whoa. So okay if I finish? Is it okay if I finish here?
I don't
So
know.
anyway, Christians believe
How
that
old did
we
you
are
say
all...
you were?
Oh, okay.
Can you finish?
Let me know when you're done.
Finished it quickly most of the time.
Let me know when you're done.
Go ahead.
All right. So Christians, like myself, believe that we are created by God and ensouled by God, meaning that we all have souls and therefore are equal in a spiritual sense.
Really?
So therefore, one's race, one's DNA, one's material characteristics do not define that person's innate value.
Okay, so you believe that everybody should be let into the country equally, right?
That's not at all what I just said.
Well, we're all equal, though. We should all be treated equal, shouldn't we?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with border policy or immigration?
Because if you're going to treat somebody equal, then you're going to allow them to be equal to Americans, right?
No, equality doesn't mean you're entitled to, whatever you want, immigrate to different countries or to...
What does equality mean?
It means that no one man is any more or less valuable spiritually than any other. We're all equal in the eyes
Let
of
them in.
God.
Treat them as your neighbor. I think God said that.
Yes, even your enemies should be treated as you would like to be treated.
Perfect.
But that doesn't mean that we can't have borders. I don't understand the conflation.
I didn't say we couldn't have borders either. I just said let them in.
Oh, but we have a border, so you'd have to enter legally.
Yes, so let them in legally.
Let him in.
Okay,
Mojo,
yeah.
how many illegals do you house at your place?
Irrelevant.
Come on.
No, really.
Can I ask the
Irrelevant.
question?
It's not
I mean,
irrelevant.
obviously, none of us are housing immigrants. Let's be real.
Yeah, because they don't care. As long as it's away from them, they don't see the bad policies of border and people crossing the border. They don't care. They think just anyone should move in, unvetted or whatever. If they hear a sob story, it's very relevant. It proves how much of a hypocrite they are about things.
Yeah. So, Chud, what does the Bible mean when it says God's chosen people? Who are those people?
The Jews. It's us, the Jews, pal. We're
Yeah,
gonna take over your lands. Ooh.
Yeah, that's essentially just Hitler reworded.
Another
reason.
Okay,
Okay, so wait, hold on.
I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian. You guys, hey, if somebody is asked a question, please let that person answer.
Thank you.
That's fair.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's what the Jews believe because they don't believe in Christ. So therefore, they are not Christians. I am a Christian, so I don't believe that. It's a pretty big
It's in the
distinction.
Bible. Do you read your own book? It's in the
in
Bible.
the Old Testament. Yeah.
Multiple times. And the New Testament. No, it's in the New
Yes,
Testament as well.
so have you ever
guys
heard of-
don't read the Bible. My God, another one.
The whole
God.
Bible.
Okay, I just explained
Yes, I have
why-
multiple times.
You just
You let
repeated
him
yourself.
speak?
You didn't even
Shit,
respond
man.
to
Let
me.
him speak.
Okay, well, like I said, yeah, Christians, we follow Christ, and Christ dispelled with this notion of a chosen people. He said specifically that your seed means nothing. I could spit on this rock and make it the seed of Abraham, saying specifically that your DNA no longer holds any sort of weight in the spiritual realm. You're not chosen. The kingdom is universal. That's what the word Catholic means, universal. So Christians we don't believe in the chosen people. I guess some evangelical sects probably still do. I'm not familiar with them.
Yeah,
But
in Matthew, Christ says 3 times. One of the times is more so like he's doing his whole storytelling thing. But he says about 3 times that he did not come here for anyone else but the lost sheep of Israel. So this idea that the Bible or Christianity is not ethnocentric and or oogie boogie race science is fucking wild. It's mentioned multiple times in the Bible, in the Old and the New Testament. It is absolutely superior race Yahtzee propaganda bullshit.
What race is
Probably where
Christian?
Hitler got his inspiration, honestly.
So I just gave you the real explanation.
So I noticed you didn't engage at all with my response. What do you think Jesus meant by "I could spit on this rock and make it the seed of Abraham"? What
I
do you
think that the
he meant by
Bible
that?
is, first of all, a fake
That's not what I
book
asked.
that was
That's not what I
written by
asked you.
multiple people, so it
You're citing it.
contradicts
Yeah,
itself.
you're citing it.
I think that it contradicts itself.
Okay, so are you once again? What do you think Jesus meant when he said that I could spit on this rock and make it the seed of Abraham? What do you think he meant by that? You
He
think
can
he meant
create
the Jews
anything.
are chosen?
He could create anything. That's what he meant.
Right.
He's
He
God.
meant that. Right. Obviously, he's saying that it doesn't matter who you're descended from. I could make this rock a descendant of whoever.
No, you're interpreting that way.
Okay, I'm asking you how you interpret
the verse that I gave you was literal when Christ said, "I did not come for anyone else but the lost sheep of Israel." That
you know
is
what
literal
Israel is?
translation. You
Is
are doing
Israel
what
a
we
race?
call an interpretation.
Is Israel a race?
Yeah, but neither is German.
Exactly.
German's not a race either. It's an
Exactly, but
ethnocentric ideology that you are a superior
You're
people.
just wrong. You're just contradicting yourself more than the Bible
Not
ever
at
did.
all. I'm not at all.
I just proved how. So
No,
first of
you
all,
didn't.
Israel. So first of all,
You
Israel.
interpret it
You're
that
really
way.
not listening, B.
So
You're like
yeah,
kind of
so
missing the points.
So first of all, you didn't even answer my question about how you would interpret that line. But to address your,
I did.
Okay,
I
how?
did answer the question. I
How
said
would
that
you interpret
means
it?
Christ can create anything. That's what I said.
Okay,
that does
you
not
don't think
mean
that it had
that
any-
he
you don't think
creates
that
people.
that
Let me
line had
finish. I'm
anything
not
to do
done.
with-
I'm not done.
You asked a question, you have to let her answer.
Go ahead.
I think that means that Christ can create anything. That
Gotcha.
does not mean, let me finish, that does not mean that Christ can create anybody who is not of a superior race that follows him.
Okay,
Where did he
so
say superior race? Can he
I
create
think-
a group of Christians? Is that anything?
I already mentioned God's chosen people. That line in and of itself sets people up to be closer to God
You mentioned
and
Israel.
other people away from God.
Wrong. You mentioned Israel, which is not a race.
I know, neither was German. And yet Hitler believed in this superior ideology, right? So that's why I call it ethnocentric. Ethnocentric.
That's wrong.
That's
He
not
believed
wrong.
in the
It's not an
Ubermensch,
ethnicity either,
which,
dingus.
yeah, he didn't think about Germans and soul. He thought about the Ubermensch, the Superman, and it was like a Nordic like subgroup of the Aryan race.
Yeah, that's
which
not a
are
race
certain
either.
features.
There's no Aryan race. That's not a thing.
Yeah, pal, that's what I'm saying, man. Could you listen? I said he didn't think of the Germans as a whole as this one race that's superior.
No, notice how German and Aryan, that's not a race, that's not an ethnicity, but Israel,
It's
that
not.
is a race, that's an ethnicity.
No, it's
Okay.
not.
Okay,
German
then
is an
your point is
ethnicity
mute.
and a
Then your point is
nationality.
moot.
It's not a race.
Then
That's
your
what I'm
point is
saying.
moot.
But
Then
you
the
just said
Two
there were no
matches,
races,
exactly.
Then the citation you made is not proving the point that you're trying to make.
You're just
Because-
not understanding it. You've never read the
No,
Bible. You didn't even
I
know
explained
what
to you
verse
several
I'm
times.
referring. You don't
I
even
explained-
know what verse I'm referring to.
You cited it, and I responded directly to it.
No, you didn't. You didn't answer why
Okay, you
Christ
want me to
said.
do it again?
Why did
So
Christ say
Israel-
that he came only for the lost sheep of Israel?
Right. Do you know what Israel is?
Wait, answer her question.
She didn't ask a question. She just cited
She
the
did
verse
too.
again. What was your question?
She wanted to know what you think it means. She did ask you
Obviously,
a question over and over.
Yes, obviously he's referring to his church, which he refers to several times as the house of Israel, the kingdom of Israel. That the what would become his church has superseded or replaced what was originally an ethnic tribe. It is now a universal creedal religion. That is Israel. I am a part of Israel, the true Israel, not the nation state that was established in 1948.
Again, this is how you interpret it. There's not been a
this is how
definitive. No, there's not been a
Interpret
definitive.
it. That's just how it is, man.
No, that's not how the Bible works, and that's not how Christian sex work.
Okay,
right?
so when I
wait,
ask-
let me finish.
Hey,
Let me
she's still
finish.
talking. Jesus Christ. Go ahead. dude.
Inshallah. When
Thank
we
you.
talk about biblical interpretations, Chud, there are reasons that different sects of Christianity have popped up, from the Mormons to the Seventh-day Adventists to Latter-day Saints to Jehovah Witness
Yes,
to
you're belaboring the point,
evangelicals. Yes. There's a reason those sects pop up, right? Why do those sects pop up, Chud? Because they
Different
interpret the Bible
interpretations.
every fucking different way
Yep,
from Tuesday.
that's right. And I'm
So your
saying that yours
interpretation
is-
has not
right.
been codified into that is the meaning of Israel. It has not.
Okay, so then what is even the point of arguing? Because I could just turn around and say, well, your interpretation is wrong and mine is right.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying how it
so
aligns with
I'm
Christianity.
Right, so I'm trying to have a productive dialogue in which
isn't
we
that-
rationalize
isn't that the history of Christianity in general? Is that everybody's interpretation's been different? Don't we have all these different sects because of the exact same reason?
Yeah, that's what she just said.
Yeah, so why are you going against that?
What do you mean I'm going against that?
Why are you going against that? Are you insisting that only your interpretation matters?
No, I'm insisting that her interpretation is incorrect and mine is correct.
Yes.
And I was
so
explaining why
only
that
yours
is.
matters. So you're insisting that only yours matters.
Dude, how do you think this works? Do you think that we all just agree to disagree? No, obviously someone is closer.
I think religious people are dumb as fuck, honestly. But
Oh,
that's
great
just
point.
my opinion.
Great argument. You sound so enlightened.
Thank you.
Anyway, so obviously when Jesus is talking about seeds of Abraham, he's not just saying, oh, I could create anything. I'll just use this as... No, he's obviously referring to this notion of a chosen people by the seed of Abraham. He's not just making a more general statement about his abilities.
Where is this in the Bible, Chud? I'm just curious.
Let's bring up a white supremacist.
Where's what?
To help
Where
Chud out
is
here.
what you're saying in the Bible? What book, what verse?
The seed of Abraham verse?
Aren't you
I'll look
saying
it up right now.
Christianity is like ethnocentric? Where's that in the Bible? What are you talking about?
We can go through it if you want, but I like to mainly,
Yeah,
and
the term
my
chosen
favorite verse
people
is
not in the Bible. I
Matthew.
didn't bring, but you don't hear me saying, the Bible doesn't say chosen people, actually, because I'm willing to be charitable and say, I know what she's trying to say, even though she's saying it poorly.
But you can't tell me where that is in the Bible, right?
The chosen
No,
people is the
I'm going to
church, and
find it
anyone
for
can
you
join
right
the
now. I'll
church.
find the exact verse.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would like to also ask Chud, when I say I was only sent for the lost sheep of Israel from Matthew 15:24, what is the rest of that story? Because the rest of the story does a very good job at explaining why this is essentially ethnocentric, the same way Nazi Germany was.
What do you think we think Israel is?
I don't care what you think Israel is. You
I
don't matter
think you
to
might
me.
be
You're not a
anti-Semitic.
theologian.
Well, obviously,
You're not
you're
a
trying to like change
theologian.
people's minds about it.
No, I'm
Neither
not.
are you.
You're not a theologian.
Neither
I'm
are
a
you.
Jew, man.
Gross.
You're one of God's chosen people. Congratulations, my
Whatever,
friend.
we're all gonna go to heaven except you goys or whatever. Is that your interpretation?
I don't really care. I don't care if I go to heaven or not.
Then
It
what are you
doesn't bother me.
mentioning superior race? What, the Jews? Israel? Those are not the thing, man.
Okay, I found it. So it's John chapter 8 verse, and there's actually another verse in here that's interesting. He says, if you were the children of Abraham, you would recognize me as the one who he prophesies. Specifically saying, you Jews are not who you say you are, at least not anymore.
No, he's
Because
talking
you're
to
not
people who didn't
following
believe
me,
in
the
him.
Christ,
Yeah, exactly.
the Godhead.
Exactly. He's talking to people who believe him. So I would like to ask you,
People who
Chud,
believe him are Jews.
what is the rest of my, when I quote Matthew to you, please tell me what the rest of that story was. From the verse I said was, I was sent only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Tell me what that story is. The rest of that story, Chud.
What story are you referring to?
It's a pretty popular story in Matthew. Say it.
Which one? What do you which story?
It's a pretty. You don't know it. You don't even read your own fucking Bible. This is wild.
I don't know what story you're
What's
talking
the verse?
You should know this story.
You made a vague reference to Israel. I don't know what story you're referring to. Could you just?
It's an
do you not
entire
know?
story.
If you
It's a
don't
part
know,
of-
you could just
no,
say
I'm
that.
waiting to see if you actually know your Bible, but I'll tell you.
I
'cause you
just
didn't
told
know
you
this.
I don't know what you're
It's
referring
Matthew
to.
15:24, and essentially the story is that a Canaanite woman comes up to Christ and asks her to heal her child, right? And Christ says, "No, I was only sent here for the lost sheep of Israel." That's pretty fucking ethnocentric.
And then further down,
Flat on his face.
And then further down, what does Jesus do in that story? He heals the child. No, he heals the child.
No, he doesn't.
It's right there. Yeah, you want to cut it off right there. He heals the child in that story.
Yeah, he literally praises the woman for her faith, even though she's a Canaanite.
So he's proven.
you don't read the Bible, dumb atheist.
Yeah, you wanted to cut it off there with your bias.
Well,
He
the
heals
Bible's
the
fake
child.
anyway, so.
Oh, it's fine. It's totally fake, and I don't believe it, but I'm going to read it more literally than your great-grandmother does.
So again,
You're
that
0-2,
does
bro.
not
You're 0-2.
prove
All right, stop.
anything about Christ.
Okay.
Not saying
Mojo, can you be a mediator in
Man.
stupidity?
Few verses down, it says, Then Jesus answered and said unto her, O woman, great is thy faith, be unto thee as thou wilt. And her daughter was made whole from that very hour. He literally healed her. He was right. You're just trying to push this narrative. You're using selective, quotes, man.
B, did you make a mistake here with your interpretation of the Bible?
No, I didn't make my mistake at all. It still stands. He says he came here for the lost sheep of Israel, only the lost sheep of
And then
Israel.
he healed her, you fucking
He
idiot.
goes on to call the Gentiles dogs in the same exact story. Which you call goy alternative. Which you call goy alternative.
Did you not understand my sarcasm? I'm not a Jew, ma'am.
What are you?
He's a white supremacist. He's an actual. This is an actual Nazi. This is an actual Christian Nazi. That's who this.
Oh, then you should be happy that these two are married. I think you're upset because it says that the Jews are God's chosen people. That's why you're upset, right? You're not upset that you think that Christianity is separate from Nazism. You probably believe that they are in line with each other. You're upset because the Jews are the God's chosen people. Really,
You know what? You're starting to make me think that maybe the Jews were onto something. Maybe they kind of cooked.
You're calling
So
me a
again,
Nazi?
you're
Are you
proving my
fucking
point
stupid?
that they are married with each
I
other.
am calling the fucking dude with the yellow.
Hashem, please save us.
Hello. I'm calling the dude with the yellow picture in his profile the Nazi. He is a white supremacist.
What makes me a Nazi exactly?
He is a white.
How do you know I'm a white supremacist?
He is a white supremacist, and he is a Christian. He's a Nazi.
How do you know that? Prove
I
it.
read your bio.
What about that makes me a Nazi?
White wing politics?
How could you advocate for
Yeah.
white people? What's wrong with you? Every other country has, predominantly Japanese.
And you guys are up here saying that Christians and Nazis are different? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why would you
they are.
advocate?
Yeah,
They are different.
Completely
Detainment
different
centers are
ideology.
different than concentration camps, by the way, too.
You guys are all fucking Christian Nazis. What the fuck?
Dude, you have
And that's how you want to
single
classify
good
us.
point.
We like white
Your
people.
your whole argument was that Christians do bad thing, therefore they're Nazis.
No, my whole argument was
I wasn't talking to
ethnocentrism
you.
that is
I wasn't talking to you.
multiple times mentioned in
I
the
wasn't
Bible.
talking to you.
Yeah, I said that you were. That's my argument.
My
talking to
argument was
host.
that Christians and Nazis are the same fucking people. And what do you know? You guys
I
are the
know
same
what your
fucking
argument
people,
is.
and
I
you
just
guys are
made
the
the
perfect
argument
example
right
of
there.
that. What the fuck?
But you haven't
You came in the
justified
room
actually
and
why
proved
you
my
think I'm a
shit.
Nazi.
You came in the room and proved that shit. That's fucking awesome. Thank you for
Why?
that.
What makes
Why
me a
do?
Nazi?
Hold on, Nick. Why do liberal redditors always try and talk like John Mulaney? What is that?
Redditors? What the fuck is a Redditor? I don't even know what a
What's with the
Redditor
John
is.
Mulaney affect?
Don't lie. You know who John Mulaney is and what
I
Reddit
have
is.
no idea who the
And
fuck
what
you're talking
Reddit?
about. I don't even know what the fuck a Redditor is.
Don't
What is a
play with
Redditor?
us, gay
Okay, now he's
theists.
fucking around, bro. I don't know what
I
Reddit
believe
is.
it.
What the
I
fuck is a
believe it.
Redditor? Is that somebody that sells? Is that somebody that sells homes or Reddits or what?
Yes.
What
The
is a
Reddit is a
Reddit?
broken containment.
A Reddit is a broken containment.
No,
Why
they
would
have
anybody?
broken containment.
Why would anybody
So you
buy a
don't
broken?
know what
Why would anybody
you
buy a
don't
broken?
know.
Why would
Oh my
anybody buy a
god.
broken? Why would anybody buy a broken containment?
Why would
You
Nazis
don't
put?
know
Why
what
would
Reddit
Nazis
is, but
put
you do know what
Christians in
Nazis are.
concentration
But you
camps
can't.
if they were Christian?
I don't think they do. I think.
Oh, well,
Christians
then
and
you don't know
Nazis are-
anything about the
We
Nazis.
do. They
Thanks
did.
for
That's
proving us
what
all
I'm
right.
saying.
Ton of
I
Catholics,
think.
man.
I
Thanks
think.
for you just
I think
betray your own
today.
ignorance.
I
You
think
betray your own ignorance.
I betray it. That's awesome. Do you understand what you just said?
That Nazis put Christians in concentration camps.
That I'm saying intelligent things is what you said. When you say I betray my own ignorance.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Anyway, I'm just thanking you guys for proving my point right.
They
I
don't
think
speak
that's
English.
fucking awesome. You guys came right in here and just fucking
Dude, why don't
showed
you
us all
Google
what
the
you
phrase?
fucking look like.
Why don't you Google the phrase before you continue?
The phrase what?
To betray one's ignorance, it means to display. Dude, never mind. You're literally retarded. Anyway.
Not worth it.
Oh,
It's not
well,
worth it.
that's enough to get you booted from the panel.
Okay, so why would Nazis
but
put
what-
Christians in concentration camps if they were Christian?
Yeah.
They didn't. Maybe they did it because they were
Oh,
commies.
so you don't know anything either.
Dude, the Catholics
No, they did
literally
it
have a
because they were
saint.
commies. My God, they did it because they were fucking commies. That's why they did it. They did it because they were socialists.
Well,
Does that
they
answer your
actually
fucking
lots of
question?
reasons.
Communists?
Christ on a cracker.
Gypsies, LGBTQ folks, Jews, like they unalive them for lots of reasons.
Hitler tried to do a revitalization of the
assume-
German church.
I'm going to assume that I have another
No, he
white
didn't.
Christian.
He created a heretical
nationalist,
false
Nazi in here.
denomination.
God,
Well, this gay trans man who's a native German Nazi, that's actually a little bit of a don't please God don't do that. I'm sorry. that
why
does
am I
not
offending? Am I offending your Nazi sensibilities? Is that what I'm doing?
no, because I'm a native German working in the US who's a socialist.
A
that can-
national
Yeah.
socialist? Are you a
No, I'm a democratic socialist.
Okay, just
Gross.
checking. That's fucking
Can I,
weird.
but
Deport this fraud.
I'm gonna
Send
be
it back to Germany.
I'm gonna be very serious, Mojo. Like, I'm not gonna. I don't really care personally, but a lot of people, a lot of Germans will personally think that that's xenophobia for some reason. I don't know why.
I am xenophobic, yeah.
Well, of course, I know you were. Like, I've seen you before. Like,
Yeah, I don't want German women. I don't want German women working in my country. Get out of here. What are you doing?
I'm a trauma surgeon at the Mayo Clinic.
We need to legally punish the hospital that hired you.
The Mayo Clinic, the #1 hospital in the world. You want to punish them?
Yeah.
They
Just
don't
proving
deny
a
the
point.
Americans.
It's so exhausting. So
But
unoriginal.
Dr. Asher, you talked about your background before on here about how I don't want to get it, but you're like
Yeah, no,
LGBT.
yeah, I'm a shitty agnostic Catholic. I practice because it's comforting, but also like I've done 4 years of apologetics, but it's sort of a big it's 3, right? But we're supposed to shut the fuck up, liberal life, follow the 7 club works of mercy, bury the dead,
What?
feed
I
the
can't even
hungry.
understand what you're saying.
And you're
Sorry.
trans too as well? Or I don't.
Yes. I didn't have a bad. My priest told me that God didn't hate me and it didn't matter, and put on my vestibule and serve mass. So I never had a bad experience with the Catholic Church. I was also only ever taught to again do the 7 corporate works of mercy, shut the fuck up and move on, which is what we're supposed to do as Christians. Take care of everyone, shut the fuck up and move on.
Correct. She is exactly correct.
Okay, I'm going.
That's about as simple as it gets.
I know.
We bury the dead.
Hey,
the people who passed away.
hey! I know you're not addressing anybody on the panel, but please do not say "shut the fuck up." Thank you.
No, I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Like it's we're supposed to do some corporate works of mercy, the Beatitudes, keep to ourselves. People come
Keep
to
yourselves.
us. People come to us and are interested in religion. We can talk about it.
I have a
That's
question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you fulfill the Great Commission whilst keeping to yourself and not engaging in politics?
If people come to me, we can talk about it. I don't.
That's not the Great Commission.
The Great Commission.
The Great Commission was, go and disciple the nations.
That's not our.
It's like a proactive thing.
That's evangelism, which I've done that. I've
That is
been to Africa, and I regret that whole mission because they should have their own religion, which normally they do, and then they adopt Christianity, which they shouldn't have to have that forced upon them. That's kind of ridiculous.
They had Christianity before we did. What are you talking about?
Most of North Africa and the Middle East used to be Christian. They're now Muslim. Do you want to know why?
So most of Kenya now is Catholic because of mission work.
Not at the point of a sword.
I almost
Most of
complained
Kenya,
about.
sure, but
I almost complained
Christianity
about
has been there longer than it's been in Europe.
I almost complained about having a conversation about religion until I remembered what my background was.
I know you did this to yourself.
I wasn't gonna call
To be
you
honest,
that
Mojo,
earlier.
actually, you're not kind of, you are right. Like, that whole thing is pretty sadly
He's not
accurate.
right. It's not
I
accurate at
didn't
all.
make it. I just saw it in Discord and decided I'd put it
I
up.
love it.
and
It's great. It's good. I mean, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. Nazis
I
were,
didn't realize.
What's accurate about it?
because you keep forgetting majority of Europe is a Lutheran. Majority of Germany's a Lutheran, right? Like, we have Lutherans, we have Catholics, we have Protestants, and then we have the Church of England, which is fucking weird, and that could have gone away a long time ago, in my personal opinion, but okay, whatever. They didn't follow what we were supposed to be taught. They were brainwashed into the masses because of survival mode that they were put in because of World War I after everything happened. And then you had the weak-minded join this group, fucked off with religion, and did what they did.
Christians?
You can do when you're in survival mode. So do you know how bad Germany was after World War I? Do you want to? Should I give you a good example how bad it was?
I know how bad it was.
How bad was
I'm
it?
aware. I'm asking you to tell me, and you're not.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
asking you to
saying
tell
to you
me
that yes, you can
what
lose
makes
religion
Nazis
based off
Christians or
survival.
what makes Christians Nazis.
You can lose your religious way based off survival. Yes, that's very. It's very
I already
plausible.
said that they're
Sure, but
ethnocentric.
what makes Christians Nazis?
They
Just
are
answer the fucking question.
ethnocentric. They are ethnocentric.
No, they're
much like
not.
the Nazis
You can say-
were. Yes,
Yeah,
they
they
were.
were.
200 kids on
Yes,
this
they
panel
were.
debunked every verse you brought up to prove that point. You're done.
No, they didn't debunk anything.
Hold on,
My
hold on,
point
hold on.
still stands. The Bible references
doesn't.
this multiple times. God's
Your
chosen
point does
people
not
is
stand.
referenced in
Hold up.
It's not
Deuteronomy.
existent.
It's referenced
You're
in
an idiot.
multiple. Okay, that's
So,
You're
fine.
not a woman
and
to teach.
Okay, they're not saying that Christians are. We're not generalizing Christians as like Nazis, but right now Christians,
Yes,
Christian
they literally
nationalists,
are.
Christian nationalists are conducting themselves like Nazis.
How?
That's pretty. Yeah, that's accurate. Yep, that's correct.
How? You fucking idiots.
Basically pushing. Calm down, little boy. They're saying shit like the migrants poisoning the blood of the nation. You got the fucking these people that are basically saying that they're being replaced and shit. That's Nazi shit.
No, it isn't. The Nazis weren't.
Yeah, it is.
The Nazis
the
didn't talk
great
about
replacement.
demographic. The
Yeah, they
Nazis
did.
didn't talk about demographic replacement. When Hitler took power, Germany was 90% white German.
Hold on a second, Nick.
It
It's
was not an
Fee.
issue
I'm
for
up
them.
here in the corner. No, I want to ask Dr. Asher a question. Did you go to high school in Germany? Did you do your education? Yeah. So you probably learned a lot more about your history than Nick or anyone else here does. Is that not correct?
I mean, we've had that drilled into us as children in the home and at school. Yeah.
Yep.
Very much so. Yeah. Sadly.
So maybe, Nick, you should have a dialogue with someone that's actually German if
might
you're going to
sound
speak on
American.
behalf of Germany.
It might sound American.
I'm not speaking on behalf of Germany. These people are speaking on behalf of Christians and saying that they're Nazis, and they will not tell me why.
No, I said the Nazi ideology is in the Bible. Again, ethnocentrism. It says it multiple times. Dude, I don't know what to tell you.
B is
Want
not
more
wrong. B is. I've watched B for like a few years now. B is not wrong.
Okay. Anyway, how am I a Nazi?
You have groupies, B?
I run lives. I told you that.
Apparently.
This is my backup account. I think actually we're mutuals. Both of Mojo and B. You're both mutuals. My main account.
Well, I like B, even though she fucking sucks.
Mojo,
What?
be for real.
What?
Be for real.
What did I do?
Don't say she's
Anybody gonna tell me how I'm a Nazi?
How about you explain to us what your ideologies are?
Nobody gives a shit about you, Nick, and you need to calm down. You're being way too emotional. Okay?
Is that the time of the month?
Also, not an answer to the question.
Do you need a tampon? Question mark.
Why don't you express your political ideology
No,
and we
it's not
can
an answer
assess
to-
from there?
No, you've already called me a Nazi.
Well,
I
let's just
didn't.
see.
I
Let's
don't
just
know
hear
you,
from you.
Who called you a Nazi?
I called.
The host did.
It was me. It was me. I'm the problem.
Oh yeah, your
And look,
PFP is questionable, man. The only one that hated
Because
like
they don't like
commies so
communism?
much would be the Nazis, dude. Which makes me
The
kind of
Nazis
commie.
the only. What about the fascists? They hated commies.
Nazis were fascists.
Those are one and
No, they weren't.
those are synonymous. Well, they're not really synonymous.
Nazis were
Not
literally
synonymous.
fucking fascists. Did you just say Nazis were not
You're
fascists?
literally fucking stupid.
Where did you go to
Synonymous, they're
school?
the same.
What were they if they're not fascists? What were they? You're gonna
They
say
were national
socialist, aren't you?
Okay, so first of all,
Oh, they were socialists. They're not
first of all,
socialists.
they were never socialists. They hid behind socialism so they could get approval of the people who were hungry and starving. And to the point about it was, mothers were unaliving their daughters because they didn't want to be sold into prostitution. That's how bad it was.
Prove that.
So,
Prove it.
because we have a history of mothers unaliving their daughters because it's a huge thing of
Holy
human trafficking
crap.
with women and prostitution. Wow, great! You should know anything about Germany. You would have
Okay.
fucking knew that.
Let me break it down. So they
Alright,
basically
now
utilize.
who's getting emotional?
They basically
And still not answering any of my questions.
they used leftist ideals like socialism to basically garner support.
Yes, they hid
But
behind it.
ultimately they align more with titans of industry. They privatized industries. They banned unions and labor movements, and they basically set up puppet unions, which didn't operate like unions are supposed to. And they went after
The
communists and
fascists didn't
socialists.
do any of that.
Yes,
Fascists were
yes.
Yeah, that's what they literally fucking did.
Fascists were pro-worker.
No, fascism
weren't.
and crony
What the fuck?
capitalism.
And they also didn't.
No, he's
What kind of
right.
business shit is this?
And
Mussolini
they also
is at
didn't
best.
privatize companies like the Nazis did.
He is right. They did really harp on the worker. Hitler does harp on that quite a bit in his speeches. The thing is, it was for the German worker only, right? So this is where it becomes fascism. You can have like quote unquote socialist like policies, like, make the government making sure everyone has a job, the government making sure people are taken care of. It becomes fascism when you become ethnocentric and you bar people from
That's
having
not true.
the access to those services. No, that is true. That is absolutely true.
Fascism is not.
That is what
race is not
Mussolini
included in
also
fascist
does.
ideology.
That's what Mussolini also does.
said that anybody in the world could move to Italy and become an Italian fascist. Like he was not ethnocentric at all.
No, that's not fully true. And his granddaughter,
It
who
is fully
currently
true.
runs Germany, is ethnocentric, which is fucked up as hell because fuck Georgia Maloney and everything she stands for.
Okay, well, that lady's not Mussolini, and that doesn't
That's
make
his
what I said
granddaughter
false.
in the party that. So when he passed
His granddaughter is not him. You understand that, right?
his granddaughter helped run the party that came after him. What the fuck? She supported it. She
Yeah,
funded it.
in
She
Germany, you
funded
said?
it.
So
No, in
we're not
Italy.
talking about
In
Italian
Italy.
fascists during Italian fascism. You're talking about some lady in Germany, fucking 80
What do
years
they?
later.
What does Mussolini go on to do to the Ethiopians? Mussolini gives multiple speeches as well, talking about Italian superiority, about how they want to recreate the fucking Roman Empire. What are you? Did you go to school, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
What makes
Fuck,
that?
dude, he had radical laws that excluded Jews from professions, that from going to school, from having property. Like, please be so for real right now. Be intelligent, please.
Can I just? I wrote something out. I had a long time ago in an argument that I had very similar to my dumb fuck cousin Hick from Minnesota, from my mom's side. Who's an idiot, and I fucking hate him, but that's okay. Fuck this white hickey Minnesota.
Get to the point, lady.
I'm not a woman, and if we want to talk about intersex
Do not
and being
do-
boring with a
wait.
phallus, we can definitely talk about that. But
Do
here's
not. Wait, hold on.
Oh, I forgot you're trans. You don't know what you want.
Hold on. Shut up.
oh my god.
Don't do that. That was one of the rules that you were told when you came on the panel. Do not use pet names.
No one told me any
Like
rules. You just called me a
lady.
Nazi, you fucking retard.
Oh,
Jesus
wow.
Christ, dude.
Jesus Christ. I guess.
Oh, he wanted to get dropped. That's so sad.
Well, I guess we'll bring the first one back that said that word.
Dude, why would he say that? Why would anyone say that?
Oh my god.
That
How do you say that?
Terrible word. It should be taken out of the dictionary.
I mean, at this point, it's got to be low IQ, because if you can't come up with any other word like stupid or idiot or something like that instead
Or
of that
Nazi.
word, like, yeah.
If you get an immediate flag, and I get an immediate flag for it too. By the way, I got it when you said it, and I just got it right now too for this one.
Oh, damn.
You guys cannot say that fucking word on TikTok, whether you
That
think
is
it's
true.
good or
That
bad
is
or
true. It's
whatever.
not even his rule. It's just the law of the land. So that's my bad for saying that earlier.
As it should be the law of the land, damn it.
Okay, I don't know about that. This is America, after all.
And we got laws.
Typical communists wanting to censor
No.
freedom of speech.
I think
No,
we go back
wait
to,
a minute.
Come on, we
You
don't
have
gotta
a
get
term of
sucked into this
service.
conversation.
Ivan,
We
hold
don't
on a
gotta get-
second. We have a term of service. We're not talking out in public as a group or having a
I know.
debate in public. So your term of service says you can't do that. So don't go on this whole free speech and communists and all that nonsense, because
I already
that shows you
acknowledged that
ignorant.
I said it's the law of the land. That was me that said that. And then she was like, as it should be. And I was like, I don't know about that.
So I think we all go
Anyway, Christians are not Nazis and vice versa.
So like, I think we got like locked into this whole thing where like we're having a religious debate. Why don't you explain to us like who you are, what you believe?
I was here earlier and they kicked me for saying the R word.
Oh, okay, well, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I won't do it again.
That was hilarious. Well, welcome back.
But like, what are your like right leaning views? Like, what are the views that you have?
I'm I guess you could say a traditionalist. If you want to get more specific.
Define traditionalist.
I believe in traditional values like family and patriotism
So
with God.
Can I make you divulge in family real quick?
What do you mean?
Family.
Divulge in family?
Yes.
What does that mean, divulge in family?
No, like traditional family. What do you mean by that?
Like a nuclear one.
Yeah, so nuclear family just literally just means two people raising a child together in a household.
Or multiple children, yeah.
Yes. So it could be a gay couple, it could be a lesbian couple, it could be trans, it could be any of the couples.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yes,
damn.
it does not.
I don't like that
and
too
I
much.
know the definition of this because I literally had to like do like
Wait,
a spelling
no.
bee for this and the definition. So yeah.
No, I'm not a traditionalist. No, obviously traditionalism would preclude or exclude homosexuality or transgenderism, especially for like child rearing or adopting.
Again, nuclear, if you want to base it off you said you base it off the nuclear family. The nuclear family literally just means two parents in a house are raising a kid. It doesn't define the gender nor the sex.
Okay, then I would like to amend my previous statement and specify that I'm referring to heteronormative relationships.
Traditional family values, maybe, is what you're looking for.
That's what I said, but
So you feel strongly about that? How do you feel about allowing people to live the lifestyle they want?
well, you know, I'm not a sadist, and I don't believe in. There is a lot of cruelty thrown at marginalized groups that I don't necessarily like. You know, I think that there is this urge on the right wing to be like the rootinest, tootinest conservative and like tell trans people to kill themselves or something. And I don't necessarily think that that's.
Thank you. Yes, I've been told that a lot in my life. I get it.
I don't think that that's nice.
I like the rootness, tootness. That was good. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's like this purity. I don't know. I'm as conservative as the next guy, but I don't think that we should be going around like calling people the N-word or anything.
Aren't you 18?
Just the
I'm-
R-word.
I'm
John, are
28.
you the? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. How old are you?
28.
Oh,
You want to
28.
know better, Fee.
So maybe when I was 18, maybe I would have leaned towards the cruelty pissing contest, but I've matured past that.
Do you know the guy Hale?
The guy.
Who?
Hale Innocent.
Hale?
Yeah, Hale Innocent comes on Fox Debates.
No, I'm not familiar.
Okay.
PFP is an eyeball.
That's all right. I was just wondering if you guys are the same age and you have similar ideologies.
So do you suppose that only heteronormative nuclear families should be legal?
Well, it depends what you mean by like legally married, or what do you mean?
I mean allowed.
Yeah, I think that generally people should be allowed to be in relationships with who they want.
Good.
Yeah, I don't think that the law should get in the way of that.
Okay. And you would never impose the law into that.
Okay. What about those same-sex couples that you endorse? What do you think about them raising children?
Now, that's where I draw the line.
Oh, my word.
Like, do you think it's contagious? Like, is that why you draw the line?
I mean, I guess that is certainly one aspect of it. The social contagion.
Social contagion theory has been disproven. I'm sorry, I came out like 15 years ago. 15. I'm 20 fucking 6. Do the math. My mom and dad grew up Catholic, and I was taken away from them because my family in Europe raised me. Really, mostly because I was born there and raised up to my mom. Here's the thing. My 2 gay family members that raised me, right? Didn't make me trans. I think that just happened the way it.
I guess it never happens, right? I guess that your
social
personal
contagion
experience.
theory. Well, even then, like I can even put in psychology into this, right? We can show within social contagion. First of all, you can't make a child who they're not. Dr. John Money, even though fucked up man he was, his own studies that based off of modern day psychology show that you can't force a child to be who they're not. It doesn't work like that. They end their life very early because you take away inherent sense of self, which is important part of your psyche, and to keep developing. So if you degrade that, you end your life pretty soon after, further after that, after heavy degradation, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So-
well, I have eyes, so I know that I have children as well, and I know that they're
I do
very.
too. I have a 6-year-old, and I'm trans, and she's not trans.
So anyway, I know that children are. To say they're impressionable is an understatement. I mean, this is how you form identity and personality, is by looking at those around you, by socializing with people around you, with people your age, with your parents and teachers. This is how our entire identities are formed, by monkey see, monkey do, basically. So the idea that would have no effect, I mean, certainly I'm not saying that it's a 100% the only impactful element of someone's upbringing, but to minimize it to the point where you don't even think it exists, I mean, that's just dishonest.
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. It's gonna sound weird, but I want to get to the point. Are you attracted to like obese people?
Not generally.
Not generally. Well, let's just say that.
I suppose there are some obese people that are kind of cute.
Okay, but let's just say that basically you said like nah, right?
Yeah, it doesn't help.
I mean, well, basically the point is that if you were in a society that basically try to make you attracted to something that you're actually not, are you actually? Do you think they're going to convert you into that?
I think it's very likely. Yeah, that's
how, because people are attracted to what they're attracted to. They're not gonna fucking change that. Like, so it's basically hardwired into people.
Well, they can fucking change that. People change their tastes all the time. What I liked as a child is far different from what I like, even aesthetically, as an adult man, obviously. So yes, of course, people's preferences change, and yes, those preferences and the change in those preferences can be impacted by your environment, by your upbringing, by what you're exposed to. Yes.
Did you choose to be straight?
No.
So you don't believe that people can choose to be one way or another, right?
No.
So then it's basically something that people are. They're not. It's not something that you can tell people what they are or not. You can't change somebody's.
Well, I didn't say it can't change. I said specifically your preferences can change, but I don't think that you choose your preferences. I think that they are what they are. And to the extent that they change, that's not a conscious decision. That's more like, well, like I'm saying, like indoctrination or just general environmental impacts and exposure, you know?
Okay, I have a little thing I wrote up 4 years ago when I started TikTok doing LGBTQ debates about social contagion theory. Would you like to hear it?
No, but I feel like you're going to read it anyway.
Yeah, because it's going to really debunk you on this one and kind of flatten you. So you can
Why don't you just respond to what I'm saying, though? Why not
this is a basically response to everything you're saying.
Basically,
social contagion theory. Okay, here we go. Goddamn, I really needed to not go to college. This really fucked my life up. Okay, in a good way. People argue that kids are impressionable. I'm trying to translate this from English into German English, sorry. And can be turned gay and trans by exposure, but being exposed to LGBTQ people does not change who someone is. Learning that LGBTQ people exist does not create those feelings. It just gives people words to understand themselves, right? A person's identity comes from their own feelings, experience, and sense of self. Society can influence how someone describes themselves, but it's not create their feelings. More people come out today does not mean people are being convinced. It means more people feel safe safe being out to this world. It's simply knowing LGBTQ people made some LGBTQ. And everyone who met an LGBTQ person would become LGBTQ. That does not happen. Visibility and acceptance does not create identity. They allow people to open about who they already are. There we go.
Thank
all
you,
done.
guys.
How do you reconcile
Gifts,
the
man, I
amount?
can hardly hear her. There's gifts
How do
coming
you
in.
reconcile the amount
I know I can't help
of
it.
LGBTQ people coming out of California as opposed to Ohio or Kentucky? How do you reconcile that?
Yeah, people come from all over the world to come to a place called the Castro in San Francisco. It was a community that was originally created to keep gay men safe. So people come out all over the world and come and live in the Castro. Quite a few of my friends come from the Midwest, come from the South, and they come live here so that they can be safe away from whatever the fuck they escaped.
I was going to say that, yeah. Like after World War II, a bunch of gay men were ousted from the military, and they landed in California. And that's actually fun fact. You want to know how biker groups came to be? Yeah, you're welcome. Gay men, leather daddies, gay men. We love them, all of them. And yeah, that B is right. California has been a safe haven, just like Minnesota has been a safe haven for trans people because
Now TikTok
did. That's okay. No, go.
I was just gonna ask TikTok Tony, if that's how he ended up in his biker gang.
What are you trying to say, Messi?
She's trying to say you're gay, Tony.
Nothing,
I'm gay?
Tony.
No,
nothing.
I'm sorry, Messi.
No, I was not. I was
Messi,
not.
I'm
It was a
sorry.
joke.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Messi, but I'm a lesbian. I'm trapped in a man's body, okay? just so we're clear. So you're telling me that
I'd love you
sexuality
either way,
is
Tony.
okay? So sexuality is a learned behavior, or is it taught, or is it learned? Is it just on feelings? What do you define homosexuality?
Homosexuality is the attraction to the same sex.
Okay, so attraction to the same sex, is that a learned behavior, or is it taught?
Take Tony. Were you taught to be straight?
No.
You taught to love women? Okay, there we go. Same thing. You were never taught.
Okay, but I look at my surroundings, and I see other people the way they're doing. So I should change the way I am based on my surroundings, or should I just go with what I?
It just goes off who do you love. You can't choose who you were sexually attracted to in love, in a sense. So you're not. It's not a choice. Like, I did not choose to be trans, nor did I choose to be gay within that. That was never a choice. That just is.
You ever study prison populations for sociological reasons? You ever done that? You ever notice how many times a man will be in prison and have things like that happen to him, and then after that he discovers that he was, gay? Have you ever noticed that? Do you suppose that happening to him had nothing to do with his transformation?
Yeah, or the rates at which gay men were abused as children.
Yeah, that's another thing. You know what's really sad? The fact when I came out, my mom had to crawl into my fucking single bed and go, "Did someone touch you?" And I'm sitting there like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, woman?"
Fair question. That's a fair question.
I mean, I have to be honest, my mom did a few years later, but okay,
Hey,
whatever.
yo.
We're not going to get into that. So weird, right?
Eureka.
So do you want to really talk about more studies from the Heritage Foundation? Oh wait, the Family Foundation, that's a Christian foundation that's connected to the Heritage Foundation. That's also pushed purity culture onto people. Should we keep talking about that too? No, I don't want to. No.
Talk about whatever you like, as long as you answer truthfully.
I'm answering truthfully. The American Family or whatever, that's the one Christian organization that has a .org, which is weird, that pushed the purity culture bullshit studies, pushed the same thing with sexual assault cases on young men becoming gay, and them becoming gay. They pushed the same thing.
What do you mean they pushed it? You saying they made it up or what?
I guess if we could put a fine point on it.
Study has never been researched, nor has it ever been peer reviewed.
Let's put a fine point on this. Do you suppose that Justin Bieber or Meek Mills would have been gay had they never met Diddy?
I mean, are they gay? I don't know. I know Justin Bieber. I don't know the other person.
Justin Bieber's gay? No.
This is extremely invasive to speculate on someone's, first of all, abuse, and speculate on someone's
We're talking about a
sexuality.
phenomenon.
It's just like fucking wild, man. You
We're
guys have
talking
no
about a sociological
boundaries. You
phenomenon.
cannot.
Wait, this is a bedrock psychological principle of nature versus nurture, B. If you don't like the conversation, then just say so.
Is there data to back any of this up? Or does this just fit a narrative?
Well, think about how that conversation would go. Are you gay because you were assaulted? Or are you gay because you just,
Or were you
have
assaulted 'cause you're
deficiency
gay?
of testosterone? I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. We've already established that most of the people on this panel, I don't think anyone on this panel would criminalize being gay. But it's the conversation is certainly nuanced. So we're bringing up whether or not it is a nurture versus nature issue. I just want honest answers.
Yeah, do you go up to straight people? Hold on. Do you go up to straight people and ask them, are you straight because you were sexually assaulted by the opposite gender?
Yes, I was just asked that very.
You do?
asked us that question.
No, you don't.
You literally asked us that question.
Just now I did. I never asked that before. What are you talking about?
Okay, did I get all bent out of shape about it?
It's just extremely invasive. What if someone had been sexually assaulted? Do you really want to go around triggering people who've been sexually assaulted before?
No, I want to understand.
Like, it's just so weird why people are so obsessed with this.
What is your definition of
Why would you
gay?
bring that up then?
Donovan, what is your definition of gay? What do you think it means to be gay?
I suppose homosexual?
What does that mean?
That means attracted to the same sex.
Attracted to. So as Mojo, this tiger, my name is Joshua. If I think a man is good looking, am I homosexual? If I ask my girlfriend or tell my girlfriend that my hall pass for the weekend is going to be Bon Jovi, is that okay?
Well, sure, that's okay, but that would make you bisexual, though. Not.
Well, why? Why would it make me bisexual?
Well, because your description included a girlfriend.
Okay. But why would I have to be sexual? I'm just saying I think he's an attractive man.
Hall pass suggests shenanigans.
Why does that? It doesn't have to, does it? I mean, I just want to go out to dinner with the guy and get to know him.
Generally. Well, because
then why didn't you just say that?
You wouldn't need a hall pass, would you?
Yeah, why didn't you just say get dinner then?
No.
I'm just.
Define,
I guess.
define
Okay,
hall
so you
pass,
think
Mojo.
you think
Define
if
hall
you think I
pass.
have to have sex? Is that what you're saying?
Why didn't you
actually have
just
to go through
say?
the audit?
You obviously used the term to connote some sort of shenanigans.
But is that what you're
saying?
saying? Are you saying that I actually have to have sex with a man in order to be considered
No,
gay?
that was just the hypothetical that you presented. At least that's how we interpreted it.
Okay,
so
so
now
I'm
what you're
asking you
going to do,
another
Mojo,
question. Now I'm asking
you're
you
going to
another
force us to
question.
define smacks, right? Because there's a huge difference between penetration and tongue punching the fart box. There's a huge difference there. So I'd rather not require these new
I'm
definitions.
sorry. I wasn't thinking that. I don't know what kind of mind you have, but I wasn't thinking that at all. I'm just asking if I have to actually go through a sexual act in order to be considered gay in your mind. Or can I just think a man is sexy?
That's a good question.
I think most hetero men can look at some men and say that they're smexy without actually being sexually attracted to them, right?
And I think you can be gay without having sex with a man too.
So where does
Never heard those
attraction?
words come out of me.
So where does attraction come from then?
The heart.
Well, I think it comes from your hormones, and specifically pheromones. What pheromones you're susceptible to?
So that would be biological. That would be natural, right?
Could be, yeah.
Okay.
Mostly.
Just checking.
We see all kinds of homosexuality in the animal kingdom too, right?
Yes.
Very few human characteristics can be attributed solely to nature or nurture. Typically, it's a mix of both.
Yeah, but we just figured out a way to attribute this to nature. Period.
Partly, yeah.
No, not partly. All the
Wait
way.
a minute. That doesn't exclude the ability to attribute some of it to nurture either.
I have a minor in sexology, which was like a useless degree until right now. Thank God. But yeah, in general, like scientists believe that, attraction, right? You're all right. It's a mixture of genetics and hormones before birth and brain development.
Yeah, as with most characteristics, I mean, even height has like a environmental element to it. Even things that we would consider to be like mostly or even fully biological or genetic, there's environmental impacts. Nothing is 100% one way or the other.
Dr. Asher, would you consider it a birth defect?
What the fuck?
I asked you if you would consider it a birth defect.
What a birth defect, sorry?
Is homosexuality a birth defect?
No.
Asher, Dr. Asher.
No, the American Psychological Association does not consider that a birth defect. Now, do you have any other questions?
Do you suppose, or wait, what are the implications with regards to your position on it not being a birth defect? What do you suppose the implications are of not having evolutionary or biological imperative to reproduce?
You can still reproduce. It's called IVF. I did it. I got a surrogate. It's a whole thing. But it's not. Gay people do have kids. They have this new technology called surrogates and IVF, which is really great that both heterosexual and homosexual people use.
That's very interesting. Are you saying that you did that because you felt the biological and evolutionary imperative, or did you do it because it was fashionable?
To be honest, I was born intersex. I had all the parts. I got cut off. I don't want to get into the story because it's I'm one out of like
Dude,
10
your
in
lore is
200 years.
crazy.
So like,
Your
yeah,
lore
I'm
goes so
biological
crazy.
male. My parents fucked up. Thank God my mom figured that out after she graduated a master's in social work. But that doesn't matter. I had a baby. She's sick. She's great. I couldn't have kids. I was told it was me fertile my whole life because of all my gametes. But the one egg I was told I could probably have my body happened to be and happened to come out into my shitty reconstructed uterus that had to be taken out after everything because, I'm not a male and it was already shittily reconstructed as a baby. So, yeah, she's sick. She's great. I didn't want a kid. That was just a fun time with my ex-husband in the middle of like a park somewhere, camping with that family.
Wait, I thought you said you did IVF. Was that someone else?
No, I was joking.
She said you could be
being an asshole. No, like I would have
Doc,
to
what are
do
your
IVF.
pronouns?
I was like,
if I
damn,
wanted to have a
your
kid.
lore really is the craziest.
No, like I would have to, if I wanted to have kids now, I'd have to do IVF, right? I'd have to get an egg and a sperm donor and put it into a surrogate and go from there.
Doc, what are your pronouns? I don't want to offend you.
Doctor, hold on.
Go,
I'd
Ellen.
like to, yeah, Dr. Asher, first of all, it's nice to meet you. Second of all, please don't let them fool you. Donovan is one of those folks that likes to claim he's an ally, but then will try and talk you into a corner and make you feel disgusting.
What?
Just so you know.
I've been told a lot of shit by the homeschool community in the U.S. If I'm told more shit, great, good for them. Dude, I have treatment-resistant depression. I had ketamine treatment today, so like I don't give a fuck. I'm pretty good
Nice
right
to
now.
meet you. I've got to drop. It's amazing to meet you, and Ella is exactly right about Donovan.
Thank you.
Donovan, is this true?
Is what true that I will press them on their ideologies? Yes, that is 100% true. Hey, Doc, what are your pronouns? I don't want to misgender you.
I don't give a shit about pronouns. The battle I'm not going to fight.
Look at that.
Again, I've been out 15 years. It's the battle. I go by he, him. I always have, always will. But like whatever.
Well, yeah, I thought you mentioned that you identified as male, so I
do.
Okay, so then I'll use he, him.
Okay.
So you have kids?
Yes, she's 6. She's a tyrant, but I'm gonna love her. So.
And this happened
for
before
comrades.
This happened before you became a man, I presume.
I mean, I was born with a phallus and testes. I got those cut as a baby.
Right, you're intersex, right?
Yeah, I mean, I still identify as a trans person after the correction that they call it. Stupid. No, I was in my transition while I was having my kid. I had to stop transitioning after having a kid because people don't understand that when you have a kid, it fucks up your body wholly and genetically. So I'm now intolerant to certain forms of synthetic testosterone.
So, Dr. Asher, while we have you on here and you are actual intersex, can you please tell everybody that, can you describe what intersex actually is?
Yeah, intersex is people with like different chromosome, hormones, and reproductive organs or anatomy. That's it. They're gonna want to both.
What would be traditionally referred to as a hermaphrodite? Yes.
So we use that word now specifically in zoology, and I learned that because I did college environmental science and zoology because it went hand in hand. But yeah, no, normally that's used now in zoology, not for humans. Because it's seen as a slur. We just call it true gonadal intersex or true ganoids, which means you have had both.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, I'm confused too. Some days when I talk to people, I'm like, yeah, how the fuck did that work? Oh, welcome to evolution.
I'm not tech savvy with the words, okay? But you were born with both sexes, and now you have a dominant, and now you have then the one dominated over the other one, correct?
No, my parents did testing, and 1 out of 10 people in like 150 to 200 years, that my doctor literally told my parents, Dr. Gardner, looked at my parents, said, "So what do you want?" Exact words. It's actually in my file. Like I probably can find it somewhere. It says, "What do you want?" To my mom.
It's the same thing that happened to Jamie Lee Curtis.
And then they got what they wanted, which then my mom figured out was wrong because a lot of kids, there's a large statistic, I think it's like 45% of intersex kids identify with the opposite sex they were assigned to. So, like, I'm just in that statistic, which is fine, which means my parents fucked up. And, that is what it is, right? Like,
yeah, how are they supposed to know,
I mean, science wasn't that good in the early 2000s, right? Like 1990, 2000s, like it wasn't great, right? Like it's better now, right? Years later, it's way better now, 26 years later.
E for effort.
The idea of transformation has heroic connotations. A chrysalis is a positive thing. Yes?
Yes.
Trey, I have a question. What denomination are you? I'm going to switch it back to you. I'm just very confused. What denomination are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm Catholic. You see the Pope?
Are
Previous
you
Pope?
cradle Catholic or
Yes.
convert?
Cradle.
Oh, good. Okay.
I just noticed the prompt change. I was like, why are we talking about this? I didn't realize that the prompt changed.
No, I like
Well,
Ella's prompt a lot.
I forgot how much I hate talking about religion when I put that.
Dude, same, honestly. I hate talking about Nazis.
The prompt, like the sticker changed because of the conversation, because there were some negative remarks towards the LGBTQIA community, and I like to come up and make the panel just a bit more queer. That's what I like to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, go ahead and do your commercial.
Oh, my cat wants to say hi.
Oh, you want me to?
Yes.
I guess do I still remember it? What was it? Gays, gals, days and pals or something. I forget. I need to find it. Hold on a sec.
Thank God your cat is not my cat. My cat is like very chill. I love that.
Yeah, he just knocked the phone out of my hand. Little asshole.
I didn't realize
pay
that you had
attention to me.
I didn't realize that you had a pussy. What are your pronouns?
All right, I got it.
I identify as an attack helicopter.
It says, hello, days, gays, guys, gals, and all of our fabulous pals. We're so glad you're here, all 71 of you. If you're enjoying the conversation, do us a huge favor and tap Mojo up to the, 50K mark? Let's do that. It really helps for more people to find the life that way. Please hit the share button if you can and invite other political connoisseurs onto the panel, especially if they are Republican or conservative. If you got a few coins to spare, gifts are never a must, but they are always appreciated. Be kind, be curious, and have fun.
Yay.
Yeah, and I am an ally. I'm the type of ally that keeps you just shy of the precipice of the cliff.
Yeah.
No.
No.
What?
You're the one that is behind pushing you off.
Wait until he pushes you off the cliff, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, his hands are literally on your back.
Yeah, I've been dealing with that my whole life.
Alan Turing was my hero.
Or he is the ally, like Russia is an ally to us.
It's actually a really good comparison, Sammy.
Yeah.
Most people wouldn't even ask what your pronouns were. They would just go ahead
You're
and...
only an ally when it's convenient for you in the conversation, so you can kind of like make your stance a bit more ambiguous. That's the only time you try to put yourself out there as an ally.
I don't care about anyone else on TikTok enough to lie to them. Why?
I see you on a gay float, on a float that's super gay as shit, and a pride parade. I'll believe it fully.
Right.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
The Grand Marshal.
Many pride events. Number one. Number two, one of my closest friends I met years ago from Utah brought a whole group of workers up with him, and I asked the entire group of Utah natives who had never met a gay person in their entire life. I said, there's a friend of mine, he's an artist, he's having a gay party, we should go to this. And they're like, what do you mean a gay party? I'm like, it's lots of fun, believe me. And all the girls that are there are going to be gorgeous because they love beards. So we went there, had a great time, saw two really gay guys have a fight, which was shocking because it all started out all slap fight and then ended up like all savage. It was hilarious. And at the end of the night, we're all loading into the van and I'm like, all right, here, y'all eat this. It was beef jerky. They're like, why should we eat this? So, well, the beef jerky is going to keep the gay away. And they devoured the whole bag of beef jerky. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
It's funny. I've been to Utah, very gay city. I've been to Salt Lake, very gay. Trust me. My partner's parents live there. One's a white supremacist and says it to his heart out, and his Russian mother. Yes, I'm a German dating a Russian. Don't ask how the fuck that happened. It just did. Yeah, it was gay as fuck city. You'd be surprised.
They were Mormon curious. Cut it out.
A lot of Mormons are gay. It's kind of shocking how many Mormons are gay.
A lot of Nazis are gay too.
That's true. You think they used Hugo Boss?
Never heard of that.
Hugo Boss wasn't queer, but okay.
Saying his
Queer coded.
His command.
Well, now it is because we took it over.
His fashion was clearly a little, you know.
No, anyways, gay, European, German and French fashion is pretty gay anyways, but that's pretty normal because we're European. It doesn't really matter.
Yes, I was born and raised in Belgium, by the way.
I'm just sitting here going wait, our fashion's really, really queer because that's what America says it is, even though you guys don't have fashion, so it's okay. Granted, was not even fashion. That was a lesbian screaming.
So who's teleporting?
Me.
Could you mute when you're not talking? Your blinker is going to make me want to unalive something.
Wow, violent.
I have misophonia really bad.
No, sorry. This guy in front of me was refusing to take the turn.
You're going to get a ban if you keep talking about that. What is misophonia, I have to ask?
The best way I can explain it is that certain sounds will cause a physical reaction, like it is for me specifically, and I don't know if it's the same for everyone, but for me specifically, it's a very physical reaction, it's instant, shoulders up, teeth clenched, hair on the back raises. I don't know what to do with it.
You're irritated, yeah.
Yeah, I get immediately irritated.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of ASMR for you.
Exactly. It's like you want to break the person's jaw.
I'm guessing that the seatbelt dinger drives you nuts, right?
Yeah,
that would be.
Maybe I have this what is it?
Misophonia.
Misophonia.
Yeah, it's really just a condition that sounds can cause a very strong emotional reaction, such as anger, irritation, disgust, anxiety, or panic. I have it for what was it? It's a specific vibration my partner will make when he's laughing, and I become very irritated and angry at him for it because I have combined presentation for ADHD. It's pretty severe, so if it takes me out of a focus, I get very agitated.
I don't have it, but I was curious.
I see James Thunderson in the comments. Is that why ASMR pisses me off? And my immediate answer to that is yes. When people whisper at me, ugh, I cannot. So the whole ASMR scene, nope. It's please don't do that.
Or the clicking of fingernails and stuff on things. Oh my gosh.
Why would you ask your wife for a hall pass, Mojo? What does that entail? What's a hall pass?
Have you never discussed it with
It was an example.
Are you married, Tony?
It was an example. I was trying to get Donovan to say something specific so that I could say, gotcha.
Okay.
Does Tony not know what a hall pass is?
Apparently not.
So Tony, a hall pass is for example, me and my partner, right? I can sleep with whoever I want. This person we agree upon.
And it's fully hypothetical, right? It's one of those things
real.
if a celebrity would all of a sudden show up at your door, that's the one person that you get to have some frolicking with, if you will, right?
My hall pass is
That's a
Selma
hall
Hayek.
pass.
Okay, so if you ask your wife for a hall pass with a guy, so what does that make you? It makes you bisexual? Is that what that makes you?
Yes.
If you're
whatever you are.
If I would,
that's bisexual. Wait, sir.
Hold on.
No. That's bi.
Tony, hold on. No, I don't think I agree with that statement because Mojo is not typically attracted to boat men or women. It is only that person and that specific exception. Not to mention that it doesn't have to be a sexual thing. It could also just be an emotional connection. My guess is that Mojo really enjoys Bon Jovi's music, thinks that he was or still is an attractive man, but that doesn't mean that he wants to like go docking with him. You know what I mean?
But wait a minute. We defined that a hall pass is, special encounter. Am I wrong for saying that?
No, it's
We
right.
wrote
It doesn't have to be, but it doesn't have
It
to
doesn't
be.
have to be.
It
Oh,
can
it doesn't
be.
have to be, but that's what
No, it
generalized what
can
a
be.
hall pass is. But
Kind
it's
of a waste
generalized.
of a
It's
hall pass
generalized.
if it's not.
That's what a hall pass is. When you ask your
Yeah,
spouse,
why would you
a hall
waste your hall pass?
Wait till you all hear about asexual people. Jesus Christ, your brain will just
Yeah,
explode.
it's gonna blow your mind. Like what?
Well, I
There's a whole
I
group
get
of
being
people who don't want to
asexual.
have sex.
I get
Well, they
that.
wouldn't
The
need a hall
whole.
pass because they're not
Okay,
in a sexual relationship.
okay. Emotional connections can be very intense and could be considered cheating. So if you want to have that intense of an emotional connection with someone, it would still be considered a hall pass if your partner said, okay, for that one specific person, it's fine. That's why it doesn't have to be
You know it when you
sexual.
see it.
And then they want to say that the LGBTQIA community over-sexualizes everything. No, it's not us. We don't do anything. We're just living our lives. Y'all are the ones that read sex into everything.
Got to be joking now.
Yeah, come on. I
Real
was
dead
waiting
fucking
until that.
serious. Like we could stick our big toe outside of the front door to be like, oh, sex. Like seriously.
So wait a minute. Are you
Do that
saying
again.
that by definition, the rainbow flag does not denote which wet hole you prefer? Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh my
It does
god.
not.
Okay.
Because asexual people are part of the flag and don't want any holes.
That is me.
Right, but
Yeah, and there's intersectionality as well. You could, and not everything's about sex. Like, what the hell? And Ella, I bet you experience this quite a bit because you do identify as a woman, and so I do always. My heart goes out to women who are queer, bi, or gay.
There it is.
You kind
What?
of
No, it is. Come on, dude.
I kind of get what you're saying.
There can't even be like twin girls. Like
Yeah,
people are
it's true. Like
discussing about that.
That's true. That is true.
In the dating world, if I put anything related to being bisexual on my profile, like if I try to date authentically, I get approached by so many men just to like have threesomes or it's sexualized. It's not even considered a boundary at that point. If I see someone's profile and it says polyamorous, for example, and I am not into that, then I am not going to reach out. But men don't understand that boundary in most cases, and when they see bisexual, they think it's okay to hit me up for whatever sexual fantasy they have when that's not. It's supposed to be a boundary. It means I am bisexual, and if you don't like it, then don't come knocking.
Dude, honestly, when did queers
all the
become
time.
so sex negative?
No one said we're
It's not a
sex
negative
negative.
thing. It's called healthy interactions. You should try it sometimes.
The thing is this, Chud, the thing is this, right? My sister is bisexual, my sister Jenna. Fun fact, out of four of my siblings, four of us, including me, three of us are queer. I'm trans and gay, both my sisters are bisexual. Both of them equally dating, both of them, Olivia's not married, Jenna is to a man, but she chose to marry a man because she loved a man, right? She doesn't mean that she is not sexually attracted to women. They both have had experience with women, love women like that. The thing is, she's always, even Olivia, currently, when they were both dating, always had people hit them up for fetishized fantasies, for threesomes, for some fucking reason. And a bunch of bisexual women as well would, too. Or lesbian couples would. It was very weird. And I don't understand,
Well, to be fair,
not think
fair,
about,
though,
I like to fuck both people and just I love both people?
Yeah, but to be fair, who else would they ask?
To be fair, I don't just go on Tinder or any dating app, go, do you want to fuck? Because I'm classy.
You're so sex negative.
Yeah,
I'm German. I literally did BDSM at 14. You want to really say I'm a sex negative man, bitch? Please. I do not want to
I don't think
fucking
we can.
hear
That's
it.
not a safe topic on.
Yeah, Dr. Asher, One, I don't think this abides by the TikTok rules, and also you don't want to give him a chubby by talking like that. He's not going to be able to drive. It's going to be an accident. All kinds of silly shit.
I'm European. I'm the most sex positive person ever. I have a whole fucking degree in it. It's stupid, but now totally worth having in this conversation.
Now, what do you say about this? Because I think you're getting at something here, which is something that I've been noticing, which is that the left, I guess on both sides, there's been this sort of realignment or switch around these kinds of topics to where, the right used to be the Puritans, and now the left is on this like puritanical anti-sex crusade to like sterilize and make every relationship like some corporate consensual. You know what I mean?
Not every relationship should be consensual. Okay,
Yeah,
good to
God
know.
forbid it's
All right,
consensual.
you'll be on your way now.
I'm trying to explain something that I haven't quite fleshed out myself. But
Maybe
it's this
keep
idea
the words as inside voices. Maybe keep the words as inside voices for now, because you're talking yourself into a hole.
Well, I mean, this is how ideas are formed. You bounce them off of people. You get feedback.
When you question whether or not relationships should be consensual, I think you
never
keep your mouth shut.
I never questioned it.
You just said you were questioning it.
I'm simply stating an observation.
How old are you again?
28.
Older than me by 3 years.
And have you ever voted?
Voted?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You voted for Trump?
I have in the past. Yes.
In the past, you didn't. How about 2024?
I voted for him in 20 and in 16. I did not vote for him in 24.
How do you feel about Donald Trump saying to grab him by the pussy?
It's crass. I wouldn't say something like that in myself.
You're gonna say in public? You were just gonna say in public.
I was, but he wasn't in public. But
Oh my god! Why wouldn't you just not say anything like that at all? Why would you just say you wouldn't say anything like that at all?
I wouldn't. I'm saying that he said it. He didn't say it in public, so I can't
He
say
did. It was a talk show. Yes.
No, it was not. It was a hot mic in a dressing room.
It was a hot mic. So public.
It was a secret
Got it.
recording made by
That's not
Billy
public.
Bush in
Yeah,
a
he
bus.
was actually on a bus. He was actually on a bus.
Yeah, he was literally. It was a bus that was functioning as like a dressing room for the set.
Ew. Either way, it doesn't matter. That's still disgusting and degrading to women.
I agree.
It's a revelation that Donald Trump is a womanizer now? You didn't know that since the 80s?
I've known about that for years.
No, I just want to know how you feel about it.
Well, if you must, yeah, I didn't actually think that I should factor that into like, our geopolitical analysis or like domestic policy.
Yeah, you don't
Their
think
views
it's a
on
good
women
idea
doesn't
to
really-
figure
I
out
don't
whether.
know.
Yeah, you don't think it's a good idea to figure out the guy that you're voting for if he likes to, I don't know, grape women or not.
Yeah, honestly,
Did you like
and I
JFK
know
there, Mojo?
it's gonna sound crazy, but that's not as high up on the list of things like in terms of policies or I don't know, geopolitical analysis. Like I mentioned, those are more important to me when I'm voting. If I'm being honest, it's not to say it's not important at all. It's not to say it doesn't reflect poorly on his character. But if I'm voting in an election for who's going to administer our society, we kind of have to put things aside to a certain degree.
Yeah, moral character
Alright,
shows how they're gonna run. What the fuck?
You're right.
Do women not make up half of our society?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well now you're talking about what, electability or something?
May I talking about
ask?
the guy you voted for and why you voted for them.
Yes, I voted for him. To put it simply, I voted for him to get a border wall and no more wars. But obviously, neither of those happened. So I didn't vote for him again.
Catholic and semi-Catholic. Got it. Okay.
And you still can't say that it's a bad thing to vote for a guy that is okay with touching women any way he sees fit.
Mightn't I ask
If
a
he
question?
had built a border wall and
If he had built a border wall, then it's okay for him to grape women?
Exactly.
What the fuck? That's wild.
I'm kidding. No, but like on a serious note, like when we're talking about matters of politics, we can't be like prudes, you know. This is what I'm talking about. The left is like puritanical now.
Hold on one second, please. Dave the Angry something or other, not your whole username's not showing. Could you give us your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
I am 52 years old. I voted in the last election, and you can call me Eugene. Eugene McCarthy.
Eugene?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Eugene McCarthy.
And who did you vote for, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, I voted for President Biden in one election, and then I voted for Kamala Harris in another one. Voted
Cool,
for
thank
Obama
you.
a couple of times.
Great.
So
Hi.
Is that J.
Richard.
Edgar Hoover in your
May
profile?
I hold on a
No,
second.
it is not J. No. J. Edgar was a pansy. This is Eugene
Who
McCarthy
is that,
talking
though?
to you, young man.
No, who is the picture? Who is that a picture of?
It's Eugene fucking McCarthy.
Wait,
This is the account that I use.
You guys.
This is the account that I use when I talk to commies. Specifically
Okay,
for
you
this
guys.
reason.
Hold on. Before we get too far and we do a topic switch of sorts, it sounds like I have to clarify something. It looks like some people in the Gulag misunderstood what I was trying to say earlier. So I was in no way, shape, or form trying to speak against polyamorous folks at all. I was trying to use an example of a boundary. So when I, as a bisexual person or a pansexual person, put anything on my dating...
Ella, you weren't saying
hold on.
anything
I'm not
bad about
done.
Hey.
I know, but I'm not done. Other people misunderstood, and I want to clarify. So when I put on my dating profile anything about bisexual or pansexual, I often get approached by typically men, straight men, who think that somehow because I mentioned bisexual on my profile, that I am the person to approach to live out their sexual fantasies with or something. What I was trying to say is when I used poly as an example is when I see someone with a profile that says polyamorous and I am not genuinely interested in being in a polyamorous relationship, then I do not approach them. I was clarifying the boundary that men do not have when I mentioned bisexual in my profile. That's all that was.
So, can I ask?
Wow.
Can I ask Maxer, because usually I use the word chud to insult people. Can I ask Maxer a question? Thank you, Maxer. Maxer, you know, when I was elected senator from the great state of Wisconsin, I made sure nobody found out that I drank 2 or 3 gallons of hooch every day. I made sure that people didn't find out all of those things. Because you know why? Because I didn't think people liked that. Now all of a sudden in this great age, nobody cares about character anymore. When did that happen? I mean, it didn't happen when Reagan was elected. Sure as fuck that guy was he tried to paint himself as some kind of an angel. Never mind the fact that, of course, his wife was the Roto-Rooter of Hollywood for about a decade. Man, that woman was great.
Damn.
And you know,
What is happening?
oh, this is Eugene McCarthy talking to you. And then after that, when
this was a bit.
you know,
It's a bit.
after that, when that Clinton guy got elected, another pansy. But man, he tried to hide the fact that he was, you know, stooping everybody he could get his hands on.
Yeah.
God bless him. God bless that man. But when did it happen that the Republican Party, my party, the party of the moral majority, turned into the party of we're going to elect the sickest fuck that ever walked the earth? When did that happen?
I would say it happened with Trump. I think that he definitely lowered the standard, and you know, the Republican Party went from being associated with, you know, horn-rimmed glasses and suits and ties to being associated with vulgarity. You know, I hate to say it, but redneckism. You know, like it's very low class. It's very.
Wait.
You know what I mean? It's very. It's
my kind of
that's
people.
when it happened. That's when it happened. The switch was with Trump and Trumpism. It brought
We had no
some
choice.
undesirable.
Do you remember
We
in
had no
2015?
choice. Wait,
yeah, we had
wait,
no choice.
We
If you remember,
had what? How do you figure we had no choice? There
Yeah, I'd be happy
were
to answer you.
a
So
whole-
in
He was about to
2015,
go
we had
into that. He was about to go into that before you
Yeah.
stopped him.
Yeah, in 2015,
Okay.
it seemed that the choice that we had, because Barack Obama had already supplanted Hillary Clinton, so now Hillary Clinton was the heir apparent on the Democrat side, and our only choice against her would have been the Bushes. So no one likes dynastic government in the United States. So what happened was Trump came and offered an alternative to the Clinton, which, down for nothing. If you asked the two of them in 2016 what their body count was, they would give wildly different answers and it'd be talking about two completely different things.
Look. I realize that I expired back in 1962, but my ghost has been around for a while, and I watched that election. And I watched an election where during the Republican primary, there were somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think, 12 or 15 different candidates, not just Jeb Bush. So you guys saw, you Republicans, my Republicans, saw the great panoply of humanity standing in front of you, and you picked the dumbest fuck you could find?
Yes.
Not Penelope.
Penelope.
Panoply.
Not Penelope.
Panoply.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I'm a ghost. Sometimes I get tongue-tied.
You're going to use interesting words.
Anyway, so we have started shorting tech companies. So the bubble is very, very near. Just so you guys know.
Shorting? Which ones are shorting?
I mean, I can't reveal. I can't tell you who's doing it. That would be illegal. But
Well,
it
are they
is
a public
happening.
figure? Can we track them?
No,
Is this financial advice?
I have a relationship with these clients.
Oh,
Obviously.
I'm sorry. I thought you read a news article. I know you work in that HR. I just thought you read a news article. Sorry.
I can't say it, but it's happening. So
good.
Yeah.
I want them all to
Whoa, dude, this guy just walked past me that looks exactly like Donald Trump. That's actually crazy.
You should go follow him.
Yeah, I kind of want to cam up, but I'm driving.
Do
anyway,
it.
I'm arriving at my
Go.
destination, so love you guys. God bless you. I
Love.
followed you the whole
Oh, we don't love you. Like, I don't even fucking know who you
you're
are,
godless heathens. I know.
Clearly,
I
you
mean-
fall in love way too easily. Hence the Donald Trump
we love
thing.
everyone over here.
I
We
will
love
pray a
everyone.
rosary for you and have a mass said for you. Bye.
Thank you. I love you.
I'm like, I'm so loving. Oh my god, that was weird. I just love the ghost of our Reagan says, "I'm here for the reunion." Lol.
Someone in the comments said, McCarthy, that you defended Nazis.
I didn't defend them. I fought them. And I fought the communists too. Dirty commies.
What's your problem with commies?
What's... Okay.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
you know that
Okay.
we called the Red Scare a Red Scare because it turned out to be absolutely nothing. It turned out to be a big goose egg.
All right. I'm
Right?
gonna
You
drop,
guys
I'm gonna drop
wasted
the-
money. You wasted money.
Okay.
You corrupted the entire minds of people into thinking something that wasn't real. And you are now responsible for the fact that people can't even wrap their head around a word. That they are just afraid of a fucking word. Congratulations, you turned the United States into a bunch of fucking pussies.
Are you talking about panoply now?
I don't think she knows who she's talking to, but that's okay. So I'm going to drop the act for a minute. I'm actually going to explain to you why I loathe commies. I wasn't kidding who I voted for, but the reason I loathe commies is because I know them or knew them. See, I was born in the former Soviet Union in 1979. I dealt with them personally. I know where the road that starts with "Let's talk about Marx"
You know
leads.
Gorbachev? You know Gorbachev?
I don't know, not personally. No, I don't know. him
Gorbachev is the
personally.
one who tore down the wall, right?
It's your lack of
Gorbachev is-
nuance.
no. You know
It's
who
your
tore
lack
down the
of
wall?
nuance, dude. It's like obviously
my lack of
nuance. Yeah, you are afraid of something that happened then that isn't necessarily a reflection of
Really?
everything that word actually entails, of the work that was actually written about it, right? That people have the ability to take something and turn it into something that it's not. The same way capitalism has been turned into crony capitalism, right? The same way we see lots of corruption within capitalism is the same way that corruption corruption can be inherited into any other thing. But when you make people afraid of a word, you make people afraid of a thing without even understanding a thing, then you're making people into idiots. You're making it harder for people to have critical thinking about something and think in new and better ways so that we can move out of this fucking hellscape that you have created.
I love listening to little hamsters talk about hellscapes when they've never actually experienced anything else.
Oh, fuck you. I grew up in the goddamn third world. Forget your fucking Soviet Union, okay?
Congratulations. And if you did grow up in the third world, then you know how bad shit can get. And guess what?
Yeah, and most of that is because of capitalist imperialism and not communists.
Of course not. Of course not. I see. You know what? I see your argument, and I raise you. I mean, I see your Red Scare argument, and I will raise you. I don't know, Kampuchea. I will raise you the Cultural Revolution. Basically, I'll raise you the Holodomor. The Holodomor.
Again, I'm not saying that corruption is impossible within a communist system.
That's not corruption. That was the system. The system wasn't corrupt because the system required it. The system that you are referring to, one of the many evils of it is that it takes away individuality. It's not about capitalism. It's more of an economic system, just like communism is. But the essential difference between a capitalist system and a communist system, not a socialist system. A little socialist is good for the soul. A little socialism mixed in with a good amount of capitalism is how things should go. But as far as communism, like somebody up there calling himself Mojo Marx, sorry host, but that's why I'm using this account. That way lies madness, because those systems completely take away people's agency. Individual humans don't matter.
You're using this account because you're an idiot. You don't know what the fuck communism is.
Yeah, like again, you're conflating authoritarianism and totalitarianism with communism.
I'm conflating.
You are
with how with what happens.
You can have an authoritarian political system with any other system, and it can do the same amount of evil, right? Because for all of its misnomer, the Nazis were fucking fascists because they used private enterprise to do their bidding, right? It can be done in any system. It can be done in any system. It is not the fault of an idea that is trying to say, hey, all people can be created equal. All people deserve the right to their own labor. People deserve to have a piece of the pie and ownership. That is all that is really talking about. And you scare people away from those ideas by you only conflating with things that have happened before. That doesn't necessarily equate to the future. Data is important. Understanding history is important, but you have to understand technology. You have to understand the changes that also occur. You have to understand new complex economic systems and how they function in society today, because they're not like they were before. They're not ever going to go back to that way unless you elect stupid dumb fucks like Donald Trump.
So let me ask you this question, my little hamster friend.
Calling me a hamster, I'm clearly a raccoon.
Oh, sorry. I misgendered. What did I do? I misspecied you. I'm sorry.
Just kidding.
I know. So am I. That's the point. But
I don't know if referring to people as little hamsters is the thing you should be doing, though.
I think it would be better than calling her a coon. How about that?
Wow.
How about you call
what did I say? Every fucking
you,
enemy of the fucking commies is always a fucking Nazi.
I'm not a Nazi. It's a fucking raccoon. I prefer hamster to raccoon.
How about you just call her heuristic? You know what? I'll make it easy for you since you seem to be slow. Just call her HR.
Yeah, so had there ever been a time when the communists haven't been authoritarian and dictatorial?
Kerala, India, right there. Go look it up. Kerala, India is the most long-standing communist state in India. It's also one of the most wealthy states in India. It is a functional communist state, and it has been for fucking decades. It has the highest rate of employment. It has the most rich people. It has the most educated people. It has the highest rates of healthcare in the country. It is a place that is flourishing and that has been under communist control for a long ass fucking time.
China, Vietnam, Cuba,
What's the population?
North Korea, Cambodia for the time that it was Kampuchea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it
That's
feels
not a good
like-
track record.
Yeah, not only that, but
Sorry
it
for
feels
what?
like in order for communism to work, you have to first have a capitalistic society that brings it to the levels of success that communism
No, you would first have to have you'd first have to have capitalism completely negated from all of the world. That is why communism fails, essentially, in these countries you're talking about, Cuba, Vietnam, Russia, because capitalism did everything it could, backed by the most powerful government on the planet, to squash it every turn.
You're saying that the United States squashed the Soviet Union and squashed communist China? The Soviet Union squashed the Soviet Union. Do you know why? Let me. I'm going to explain something.
No, you're not going to explain anything. You're not going to explain anything. I'm
okay,
pretty sure you've never actually. I'm pretty sure you've never actually read Marx. I'm pretty sure you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now.
I've read Marx.
By the way, stop talking.
By the way,
Donovan. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yes.
By the way, Donovan. Yes, you have to have capitalism before Marxism, before socialism, before communism, because it is an evolution from capitalism. The reason that we want equality is because capitalism is the opposite of equality.
Asher's had his hand up for a bit.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Oh, sorry. No, I was like, I knew about Kerala, and I was like, wait, what do you mean it's a communist? Still called state at that point, because in India, just like Europe, we have Russian states and counties and then county cities, whatever. You're right. It's not a communist state. It's a democratic state in India, but it has communist parties which have been successful. Which is actually interesting. How they've been successful. Because reading into them, they actually a lot of them ran by women. A lot of them are women leaders, which is great, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem is the patriarchy. Let's just be honest.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that most of Rwanda's parliament is women?
Yeah.
90% of the parliament's women, and they've had no issues.
They reduced like the infant mortality rate by like 70%. They have decreased the poverty gap by like something like 38%. Like they have been absolutely fucking killing it over there.
And how did they do that after they unalived 500,000 of their own citizens?
Do you know why that happened?
I do, actually. I do.
How did that happen?
Because of a bunch of nastiness that was created
by who?
By their former lords and masters, where they divided the population into Hutus and what is it? Hutus and Tutsis, which was an artificial division, but the people there kind of took it and ran with it, and then.
Have you ever read the paper, The Third Wave?
No. I've never read the paper.
Go read that paper and then talk shit. Because after you read that paper, maybe you'll understand how easy it is when groups are lacking belonging, and when you give them a sense of belonging, how easy it is to get people to commit violent acts.
Yeah, they're pitting them against each other.
You just explained left-wing and right-wing violence. Congratulations.
Mostly committed by ding 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 men.
So what you're calling the patriarchy, I call humanity.
We know.
That's the part. That's the part. No, we're just going to get. We're just going to get rid of
essentially hierarchy. Is hierarchical structure. It is deciding that there needs to be hierarchies based on strength and based on the threat of violence. That is not the way you have to run things. You can run things in a completely different way. You can run things instead of in a triangle, you can run them in a circle. That is how you can change. That is what matriarchy is. It is that everyone looks out for people. It is a different methodology, but understanding that human rights, human dignity, and the fact that we all fucking have to live here, it takes precedent over the threat of violence, over the threat of hierarchy, over the threat of positioning, right? That is the problem with patriarchies, is inherently hierarchical, and it doesn't need to be. It goes against universalism that we learned in the Enlightenment.
Why do you guys, the Enlightenment's a wonderful thing. I absolutely appreciate it and I love it. But one of the most important parts of the Enlightenment is the idea of individualism. And that idea gets destroyed under communism over and over and over and over again. But you guys go create the great communist paradise. See how that works out, because I'm sure you figured it all out. I'm sure you guys have got it. Good luck.
HR's not even a communist, bro. She's just explaining an objective way to look at economic systems and how they benefit and how they harm people.
Every
and at the end of the
system
day,
will benefit some and harm others. That's kind of the way.
Yeah, but one
humanity
system is
and that's how
definitely
we-
benefiting people right now, and it's a very small percentage of people. And that system currently right now is capitalism.
I'm not saying
60%,
that US
60% of
capitalism-
Americans can't afford a $500 surprise medical bill.
Look,
There's
I'm not
fucking
saying
something
that-
wrong.
I'm not saying that shit doesn't need to be righted. However, throwing the baby out with the bathwater is also not how you do things.
Yeah, but we've done nothing but deregulate more and move towards late-scale capitalism than we have moving in the reverse direction towards your democratic socialist, paradise that you think that you're going to create.
I'm not going to create a democratic socialist paradise. I am not that person.
To be honest, I wish America could be more like Europe, and they can't. And I generally believe it's because they have to falter a lot. We've been through, we're older, right? We're all older than America. America, I always say this, America, no offense to you guys, America is England's bastard brother, or bastard child. It's the stepbrother of the bastard child of England, right?
I mean, I don't know, Asher, I get what you're saying, but the U.S. government is actually, of all of the governments of Europe, the U.S. government is actually the oldest. I mean, the French, what are they, through their fourth republic? The English changed their system around enough.
How we got to the moral standards we have today, like how we have universal
I know, I get
healthcare,
you.
how we have
don't disagree with you.
understanding of all these things, is you guys need to falter, which I generally believe that should not need to happen. But looking at history, with which I was taught, and looking at now, going, maybe that does need to happen. But I don't want anyone's life to get hurt. That should not have to happen for, I would call a second enlightenment to happen.
Unfortunately,
What the hell happened for people to not start, stop taking care of each other? They used to do that in the 60s and 50s and 40s. Some did. Like, what the fuck happened? There was, you guys had community college that was paid for and or free and or heavily reduced costs at some points. What the fuck happened?
That you can blame Reagan for.
Yeah, Reagan fucked up everything, but no one wanted to correct
one in
it after
particular you
that.
can blame Reagan for.
But no one corrected it. Why?
Because greed. I'll look,
ding ding.
I am a reasonable human being. I just think communism is a bad idea. But I am actually a very reasonable human being. I'm
What is
just
bad
playing the
about
fucking role with this
equitably?
particular account.
What is bad about equitably distributing rights to
Because it
and
never
let me finish.
fucking
I didn't
happens.
finish. And
Sure.
equitably distributing resources equally to all people.
And I'll answer that with the quote from Orwell. All animals are equal, but certain animals are more equal than others.
Nice.
Because that always happens.
What?
Always.
It always happens in capitalism as well. That
always
does not mean you give up
No.
the fucking fight, bro.
Hey, if you're at a party, hold on. So if you're at a party and you only have a few pies, but there's like 50 people, are you the person who's like, hey, let's cut smaller pieces of the pie? Or are you the person or are you the person that says, maybe we should order some more pies? In other words, you focus on
What does it have to do with
distribution.
communism?
In other words, focusing on distribution of wealth over generation of wealth creates poverty.
Communism doesn't say to focus on that. I don't know where you got that fucking idea from.
I know it's a little
Communism would
complex and
absolutely
nuanced for
say
you.
to everyone's needs according to
Distribution versus
you
generation
base it
is
based
such a
off of
hard
people's
concept to
needs.
understand.
You base it off of people's needs.
Hold on, I want you to repeat back if you understand the difference
Hold
between
on,
distribution
American. You're
and
making it
generation.
seem. You're making
It sounds like she doesn't understand
American.
that
I don't
simple
even hear what you're
concept.
saying. I don't hear what you're saying.
Fucking chill for a second. You already made your point. The problem
But
with
she
your
didn't get it,
point, the problem with your
was
point.
wrong.
Oh my God! The problem with your point is that it says that there isn't that communism or redistribution doesn't have another way to get more pies. It obviously does. right? There's still markets. We're still talking about, we can still have growth. You can still make new things. In fact, most of the new things that we make that move society forward come from public funding anyway. All of your private enterprise wouldn't have shit if it wasn't for the basic science research that brought it there in the first place, that did all the heavy lifting so that they could take that and run with it. You wouldn't have your AI. You wouldn't have medicines and the cancer treatments that we have. You wouldn't have telecommunications. You wouldn't have most of the things that have actually brought society forward. So it's just you're just misunderstanding the complexities that we're actually talking about, because you are a fucking psychopath, dude. You are a sociopathic, absolute fucking loser.
I just think people should have more pies. You think people should have more forks because some central, economic commander decided, you know what, we need to up the fork quota. So let's go tell all the companies the government now owns that what we're really missing is forks, not pies. That's how it always turns out.
You have actually no idea what you're talking about.
To direct the economy because the public owns the economy.
Okay, now you're just purposely misunderstanding what she said. You just skipped it. You didn't even fucking listen at all, because she said the exact opposite of what you're saying she said. You got to listen, American.
He doesn't know how to listen. He's a psychopath. Like he just doesn't understand like how human beings are supposed to behave around each other. He is like, seriously, you give me the fucking dude. You give me the fucking heebie-jeebies because you are actually a fucking psychopath.
You deserve.
You are actually a walking psycho.
You're a communist. You're a communist trying to destroy our country.
I'm not even a communist, dude.
Words.
I'm not
to destroy the country.
We have an Islamic commie running every city in America. Then you'll be happy living in your hovel.
Dude, I work in a highly capitalist fucking field. I fucking understand what this shit is.
You probably have a made-up job. Making forks for people.
I understand.
People need forks.
HR.
What do you mean? That wouldn't be a made-up job. People use forks fucking every day.
I understand HR's example because I'm like in the high field of like where everyone steals your money if you're one paycheck away after getting injured. I don't steal the money. The building, the company does. I'm so sorry for them.
So do we blame you?
The fuck! I don't even get the money, bitch. They barely pay us.
So you're saying,
God damn.
You're saying a trauma surgeon in the United States doesn't make a lot of money? Is that what you're saying?
No, pediatric, no, not so much. No.
I mean, look,
it's really sad. I'm the lowest paying person. It's sad.
Here's the thing. Look, people who are surgeons and lawyers and stuff, they do make a lot of money, but they're exchanging a significant amount of time for that money. Right?
Like even so much debt, you have a fucking clue.
And you're in a significant amount of debt. I mean, look, like I get paid well, but I also work like 80 fucking hour weeks. Like I work all the fucking time. I was actually sent home today because my boss was like, "You look fucking exhausted. You need to go home." Like I've been working like a dog. I've literally been putting 80-hour work weeks in because the economy is so uncertain and so unstable right now that we all have to do so much fucking extra work because of that moron that is in the fucking White House.
You're welcome.
In this, I do not disagree. And even though you will forever be the hamster, I do not disagree with the hamster on this.
I'm so sorry that you made your job harder. Like, it's not fair though. Like someone have you go into office and fuck us all over.
No, I'm sorry you guys aren't going to be able to steal money from the people actually doing valuable work in this economy.
Yeah,
it must feel tough to be on that grind, that 80-hour week grind, knowing you're not actually producing anything of value to the economy.
I don't think like I don't know what you think commie is. Like, we argue all the time, America, about how things should be done, how the country should be run. Like, for me personally, I live in California, and I hope that California will one day balkanize from the rest of the United States. I really do hope like that. And it could be.
You hate America. We've established this. You hate
no,
America.
America hates us. America hates us, dude. We don't want to be a part of it anymore.
Publicly.
No, America hates us. You guys talk about booming and nuking fucking California all the time. Why don't you just let us fucking leave?
It sounds like you need to be educated over again.
The reality is that you hate America because you're unwilling to point out like where America actually needs to change and strive and be better. You are willing to just be led off of a fucking cliff by your cult of personality leader because you don't understand how the world works or you can't figure out how other people actually function because there is something fundamentally wrong with you.
Yeah. I think you're a pea zombie. I'm not even sure you're conscious.
No, she's chosen. That's what it is.
Okay.
She's a little
self-absorbed. Conscious, man.
American, can I ask a question?
Organic machines running around deterministically at some point in the past.
Can I ask you a question, American?
Wait, hold on. Both of you guys are fucking pissing you off. Both of you guys are pissing me off. I'm sorry that you're not. I'm sorry that you're not. Shut the fuck up.
Pea zombies don't have emotions.
God, just shut the fuck up. I'm sorry that you're not adult enough to understand that when somebody says that you shouldn't call somebody else a fucking hamster, that you shouldn't fucking call somebody else a goddamn hamster. And I'm sorry, amen, that you can't fucking listen to a goddamn word anybody says, but specifically what a woman says. You are a useless waste of space on this fucking planet, and you are wasting my fucking air.
You're a demon. An unconscious zombie demon is what you are, man. Look at you. Look at the viciousness with which you talk to me.
Oh, God,
I'm just calling out the fact that you all can't distinguish between distribution and generation, and suddenly the claws come out. And then when I point out you might not even be conscious, then you go full vicious. I love it. God bless.
Bye.
Yeah,
you can fucking leave.
Were you conscious when you did the stolen valor trick? Not sure.
Ooh. Dude, he's a genuine, like, when I tell you he gives me the heebie-jeebies, it is like some sort of like very, very ancient part of my brain that goes, that thing is not supposed to be around people. Especially not, like, I swear, like, he gives me the absolute fucking heebie-jeebies. Every alarm bell that evolution has given me has said that person is fucked up. Isolate them from society. I agree from society. Like, fuck, like, I would pull my children away from him and would not let them anywhere near him.
I can see HR where you get the sociopathic from. I can see that.
So, heuristic, do you always have this kind of reaction to people who don't agree with you?
No, just him, because there's something fucked up.
No, Dave. Their HR's right on this one. So if everyone doesn't know, my ex-husband is diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, which is really hard to get diagnosed with. He gives me kind of that. When he's starting to say that you're not human, and starts in a denigration of like you're not a human being, that's when I start going, there's something wrong with you. No one in their sane mind, a healthy mindset, but continues to keep telling someone that they're not human over and genuinely believe it. That is dangerous. That makes that person dangerous. Because it makes them be able to be violent towards that person and then have no remorse because you're not human, you're an animal to them or whatever. That's danger. HR's right.
Have you guys dealt with him before? Because it seemed like you went from zero to
all the
fuck
time.
you in just a... Okay.
They understand how potent American Amen is, so they react.
Look, there we go. There you go. Do you see that? I believe in sending your children to pass away for what I believe in. Right
Not talking about you.
He's not potent. His
Talking about HR.
just clear impotent. That man is impotent.
Okay, we understand that your takes are going to not really be tethered in reality, HR. But to his question, yes, there's a reason that people in the Mojoverse react to American Amen that way.
Yeah, the comments are a perfect example of that.
We tend to not like Nazis.
Yeah, that's wild.
I don't like Nazis either. I don't think American Amen is a Nazi.
He is an absolute Nazi.
Can I make... I mean, look, guys, I know you love to use that word.
That was cute.
You really need to... I mean, I know what I do is I reserve that term for the people who actually
Okay, then you
wear
do
that.
it. What the fuck are you on a panel telling everybody how to fucking talk?
I'm just saying, everybody, you know, you're equating him to something...
You've never even met him. You've never even met him. Why are you talking like this?
Hey, you should join the far left. I've been told it's our job to purity test.
I'm not purity testing anybody. I'm just saying that word is very,
You sure
very
are purity
overused.
testing how HR should talk to people.
I Oh God, you people are fucking. I swear. Why is everybody so fucking sensitive?
You people. You're the one who came in here bitching about. You're the one who came in here bitching about fucking communism, and you don't even know what the fuck communism is.
Of course I don't. I don't know what communism is at all.
You don't. You don't.
Right.
It's obvious.
Right.
Give me the definition.
He left a communist country in 1979.
Yeah, give me the definition of communism.
The definition of communism?
Yeah.
The definition of communism is a moneyless, classless system where
no.
Usually it's
that's wrong. That's wrong.
Really? Okay, what's your definition of communism?
Well, I'm going to tell you that communism is simply a form of government.
It's actually an economic system. It's not a form
it's
of government.
not. Socialism is socialism is an economic system.
Okay.
You got capitalism versus socialism. You got like I don't know, monarchy versus communism. Marxism is simply a philosophy that includes both of those things in some way, shape, or form.
And
socialism is the means of
government?
production. Socialism is the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole, or in individual markets in a market socialist system. Yes. Capitalism is the mixture of one person's capital with the theft of somebody else's labor in order to create a profit. Communism is a form of government where the government is owned and controlled by the people as a whole.
Yes, means of production. No, it's actually a government that controls the means of production. So that's the problem. But what is the form of government that communism is? Is it a monarchy? Is it a democracy? Is it a republic? Is it a
I would say it's a perfect democracy. If it's owned and controlled by the people as a whole, I would say if it's owned and controlled by the people as a whole, it is a perfect democracy.
I mean, technically, isn't. And again, I've read Marx. It's been a long time though, because I was like 18. I'm 26. Do the math. It's been a long time since I read it. Isn't like in general, communism is just means of productions owned collectively, usually through like a state with the goal of creating economic equality, right?
The state owns the means of production.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect.
Yeah, that is incorrect. That is why, Marx goes on to talk about the withering away of the state. So there's steps to it. At least I'm somebody who has read Marx and interpreted it that way. But what you're saying, Dave, is essentially been argued about, like with commies for decades at this point.
Mm-hmm. And none of them can come up with an actual definition.
I just gave it to you. I just
gave you a definition.
What the fuck?
You gave me a definition. I can
It's
find
a governmental
5 commies I disagree
system.
with.
It's not that simple.
Wait.
It's not as simple as just having one definitive definition. Actually, Marx never actually goes on to define communism. The only thing he ever really says is that communism is the negation of capital, which is obviously not specific enough. So
I'm going to tell you. Wait, hold on. I'm going to tell you that you can put 10 capitalists in a room, and they're not going to agree on the definition either.
Yeah, I agree.
I was just gonna say, Marx communism itself is just as I call it. I always called it in school a multi-structured system. It's multi-structured. There's multiple steps for it, and that's okay.
It's wild. I just think it's wild that you're a liberal coming in here trying to tell us fucking commies, the Marxist host, what his belief structure is. That's pretty wild, don't you think?
I'm not talking about your belief structure. I'm talking about
That's exactly why you said you came in here, because of Mojo Marx.
Yeah, that's what. Yes, but I'm not talking to you about your belief structure. I'm talking about how people interpret this communism shit. Which every single time it's tried,
maybe if you stopped running around saying stupid, shit about communism, nobody would interpret it that way.
Of course. Or maybe if I just told the truth about the fact that communism never worked.
Yeah, but you don't know the fucking truth. You don't even know the fucking definitions, and you're going to tell me what the truth is? Are you fucking serious?
Which countries have ever been communist?
None.
Of course, it's never been tried. I love that.
The government has never withered away, and it has never been owned and controlled by the people as a whole.
Which countries have tried?
We have never had a communist system on the face of the planet.
Which countries have tried?
I would say that there are plenty of countries that have tried, but
which countries have tried?
Hey, can I finish? I was in the middle of answering you as you asked the same stupid question again. You get that, right?
I still haven't gotten an answer.
Yeah, well, it's because you fucking stopped me from answering. There are plenty of countries that have tried to implement communism. They have done so through an authoritarian government. I would suggest that can't be done that way. You do not get to a system of equality where the government withers away with an authoritarian government. I would say that that's never going to work. We have to attach it or approach it from a different angle, I guess.
So every time it's been tried, it's wound up costing a lot of people their lives, their livelihood, and basically their existence. But you know how to do it right. Gotcha.
I'm going to say that famine has cost people their lives.
Yeah, I would be pressed to say you'd have to give specific examples. If you want to talk about the Holodomor, yeah, that was terrible. That was a mistake.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, so was Afghanistan and Iraq from America.
Communism.
So was the Vietnam War in America. So was the way America treated its black citizens. All states, all countries have these hideous black stains on them that they cannot remove because they're fucking sins, and every country has them. What you want is a perfect utopian society that does not have a sin on it. That just doesn't exist, especially for America, especially if you're fucking living in America right now.
I want perfection. Right.
You do. You're holding the USSR up to a standard you haven't even held your own country up to, the United States.
I've lived in both, and I can do a compare and contrast.
How old were you when you came here?
Almost every. I'm sorry.
Did you come here in '91? Did you come here in the '90s? When did you come here?
No. I was very young. But guess what I have?
So you don't fucking remember.
I have the ability to read. I have parents.
So your
grandparents.
Your experience in Russia is irrelevant.
Okay, well then let me give you my father's experience in Russia. How about that?
I don't give a fuck.
You want to hear that?
I don't give a fuck about your father.
Oh no! He's going to give an example. I don't want to hear it because I'm afraid it's going to blow up my entire little.
No, it's anecdotal.
I don't need your anecdote. I can't challenge it. I can't challenge it. There's no evidence behind it. You're just going to tell me some fucking sob story, and I'm going to have to believe it, and we're going to have to argue about it? No, that's not going to happen.
It's actually not a sob story at all. It's just the example of how things get done in communist
I can't
countries.
argue it. I don't want to listen to it.
I can't argue anything you say because you're talking about a fantasy. What you're talking about does not exist, has never existed.
I'm talking about a philosophy.
A philosophy that has been untested, and every time it's been tested, it's wound up fucking everybody up.
The same thing exists for capitalism. The same thing exists for monarchy. The same thing exists for democracy.
Okay, what percentage of people that live in a capitalist country live above the poverty line versus what percentage
Why do they live above
in a communist country?
Wait, explain to me where the profit motive of feeding people is.
Doesn't matter.
The profit?
I'm asking you.
It does matter.
You're talking about.
It does matter.
No,
Capitalism.
It's reality. It's fucking reality.
Capitalism doesn't feed people. Socialism.
Neither does communism.
Socialism feeds people.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? Lenin's promise was...
Communism.
I mean, if you want to stick to the USSR, you could talk about Cuba. Cuba had people who were impoverished.
I can talk
these levels of
great.
poverty... Hold on. Please stop, David. These levels of poverty were something you as an American or living in America could never fully understand. These were abject, impoverished states with 80 to 90% poverty rates during Tsarist Russia and during Batista's Cuba. They were extremely impoverished. Something that people were dying of hunger constantly. The famines were every 10 years, especially in the USSR, during the Tsarist reign. Yes. And so then, Castro comes in, Stalin comes in, and they raise the poverty rate to almost negating it completely. Everyone is fed. Lenin promises peace, land, and bread and delivers on all three promises. Castro promises something similar and can't deliver on the peace aspect because Cuba happens to be geographically in the back of the United States pocket.
So
tell me about fucking communism and people starving.
I will. I will. Stalin starved 30 million people in Ukraine on fucking purpose. And he did it not because there wasn't enough food. He did it for the same reason that the English starved the Irish during the potato famine because it was more profitable to sell the wheat than to let people eat the wheat because people don't count. The state
That's
counts.
not even
That's
historically
how the Holodomor happened.
Wait. I have a question. How many people do you think have died of starvation around the world?
Between 10 and 30 million.
Hey, hello, would you stop and let me finish my goddamn question? How many people have died around the world in the last 100 years because of starvation?
I have no bloody clue.
More than 30 million, wouldn't you think?
Probably.
We produce enough food in the United States of America to feed the United States of America 10 times over. Tell me, if we didn't have capitalism, we couldn't feed the world.
Uh-huh. Gotcha. And how would we get that food to all those poor, starving children in Africa?
We have
Are you fucking
planes,
kidding me?
trains, and automobiles.
Right. So let me get this straight.
Not
Not only is it growing the food, but it's also getting the food over there. What else?
Yes.
What else are we going to do?
The will.
And why would the United
communism,
States,
socialism? That's
and why
what
would
we
the
need.
United States, and why would the United States need to feed people in a continent that grows enough food to feed itself?
Why do we fund Israel? For the same reason.
Okay, so I can that right there. I can go into that.
Communism.
So basically, you're asking why these countries cannot feed themselves. A lot of these countries, if you're talking about like places in Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, it's because of meddling. It's because of resource extraction, exploitation. It's because we do things like we cause things like the great inflation, which caused the migration of people from Latin America. We basically take their resources and then we fucking resell them to those countries at higher prices, which is why they're rich in resources, but they're basically subjected to economic imperialism by the United States.
It's almost like these people, these countries, these individuals don't have any agency to take control of their own
Did
actions.
you forget the part about U.S. meddling? The superpower basically
The
meddling in
biggest
countries,
superpower
pushing
in the
coups.
world.
Right.
Against people who are already impoverished.
Overthrowing,
Does the United-
they basically,
does the United-
they do. Go ahead.
Next thing you're going to do is you're going to say that the IMF forces them to take loans they can't pay back. Is that
That's
what we're
only
going
one
on?
aspect. That's only one aspect.
Of
You can talk about the CIA-backed coups all up and down South America. There's not actually one South American country that the Americas haven't influenced an election. These CIA-backed coups come with.
How about this? Can you tell me where the term banana republic came from?
Yes, it came from Costa Rica. What's your point?
Why?
Not from Guatemala.
Why did we?
I thought it was Costa Rica. Costa Rica was the country
that's fine.
that grew all the bananas.
Whatever. Why did we coin the term
$5.
banana republic?
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the United Fruit
What the
Company.
fuck is that?
Yeah, doll.
You're talking about the United Fruit Company. Oh.
I'm talking what?
Jeez.
I'm talking
You're talking about the United Fruit Company. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And
From the
again,
United States.
let me ask
Was
you
that
this
from the
question.
United- was that
Why
from the
can't
United-
those people...
Was that the United States
Why can't those
meddling
people
in-
take
was that-
control of their own countries?
Was that the United States meddling in South American countries?
No, it was a private company which was invited into... the country invited it into it.
From the United States? From capitalists?
Yes, it could have been from anywhere else, but they decided that this is what they wanted to do.
Why can't they defend themselves? Because we're the country that spends $1 trillion fucking dollars on our goddamn military.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course, because the United States...
You're asking again.
Attacked them.
Hey, Mojo, big spin, please.
Like bananas.
Go ahead, Dave.
I actually love bananas, but anyway, I gotta go, unfortunately, because I have to get
Yeah,
back
you do,
to
because
work.
you're getting fucking cooked. Bye.
Yeah,
The only thing you're cooking is rice. Eat some bananas and rice.
I'm
and go
sorry.
away.
You came in here thinking you were all
You're not a
smart, and
fucking
you walk
man.
away with your goddamn
Jesus
tail
Christ.
between your legs.
I thought he was quite articulate.
Yeah, except he's walking away with his tail between his legs because he don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
He has other stuff to do.
Yeah,
Not really cooking him either.
He's a
Instead of
chest
getting his ass kicked, sure. I agree.
Not really.
I'm really upset. I'm literally really
Sorry,
upset that I
Ibanez.
just got back home from my showing. And I didn't get to talk to Dave about Israel.
How'd the showing go?
Did you guys hear that? Shh.
That's Go Army entering the chat room. Oh God.
Oh shit.
Oh God, that's what that fucking smell is. Jesus Christ.
For real.
What's up, Private Powell?
They call that Old Spice. Yes.
That
Oh
sounds
my
like a
God.
sick.
You
I'm
said that out loud.
I'm
You
gonna
know
say
that,
this.
right?
Old Spice is like the
Not
smell of a
Old Spice.
16-year-old boy. I don't want to be around 16-year-old children. They fucking annoy me.
It's the only deodorant my ex-husband would wear is Old Spice. I'm
Yeah,
literally
same
having
as
PTSD.
mine.
Yeah. Must be a manly man. Must be a manly man.
No,
I
he
know.
acted like a fucking teenager because he was in the goddamn army.
Gross.
I thought that was Axe body spray.
Both of them are equally bad. Old Spice and Axe are awful.
Mojo, if one of your homunculi doesn't want to drop, I'll drop for Frugal.
Frugal can eat a
I'm
dick.
going anywhere.
He's
For
not allowed on the panel.
Yeah, Frugal can eat a dick.
He owes you a galaxy?
He does owe me a galaxy. If he pays me a galaxy, he can come up.
Well, I'll pay that to get Frugal. I haven't been on the panel with Frugal in a long time.
I felt bad for you guys today. I've been listening while working, and there's been some moments I've heard, and a lot of people being cooked. B, when you tried to do about the lady and the Bible and Matthew, that did not go good for you. That was I felt bad for my
Yeah, that was
friend. I felt
bad.
bad.
Yeah. The point still stood, though. The Bible is extremely ethnocentric.
The point was correct, actually. I've read the Bible.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
A shitty
down,
pastor like this
Lordy.
had years of apologetics, biblical study, biblical history, and I've read the Bible back 3 times.
All right.
What else do you need?
All right, his galaxy was paid. I need a liberal to drop.
I could drop.
All right. Are you sure?
Yep.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
want
got
to
it.
deal
It's
with
okay.
Frugal?
I've never met him before.
I'll drop.
Oh God, well sit in the
Wait.
chat. B, sit in the chat, and then I want to hear your take on him. Okay, pay attention.
Okay.
He's weird.
Okay.
Probably one of the
Frugal
worst.
is cross swords with all the top arch leftists, Dean and Parker. Yeah, he's come
he's
quite
gotten his
quite
ass
a long
kicked.
way.
He's gotten his ass
I
kicked every time.
kind of think B would be good opposition for
I don't disagree with that.
I don't mind dropping for that. But first, I want everyone to look at my very cute little picture because
Loved it. I saw it.
I
We're doing a communism.
I was just gonna say
Why does
that.
this remind me of Hello Kitty? Oh my gosh.
Get in, losers. We're doing a communism.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you have to have a tiger in there somewhere.
Oh shit, that's true. I'll work on it. Anyways, I'm gonna drop so you can have B up and y'all can
So Donovan, you just let Mojo be a welcher on a bet that he clearly lost, and yet you just gave him a galaxy. That was crazy, man.
Absolutely not. What I did, my friend, is I illustrated the power of capitalism.
That is true. and I like you for that, my friend. I do appreciate you. So Mojo, what's up, buddy?
Let's begin.
Hey, Mojo. So yeah, in reality though, Mojo, you do realize that you were wrong, and I would just love for you to tell your audience and everybody here, your whole 82 people, that you were incorrect and you lost that bet.
I was absolutely correct, and I won the
Mojo,
bet.
he sent me like five.
Yeah, can we play the video then?
I was absolutely correct, and
Can we play the video
won the
then?
bet. No, as a matter of fact.
Then why wouldn't you play the video if you thought you won?
I'm going to tell you why if you'd shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Go ahead.
Because you don't get to play videos on TikTok anymore. You get violations for playing videos.
No, we can just play the audio. You don't need to. There's no actual video, my guy.
Is Frugal objective? Is that the same person here?
Yes,
it is.
Okay.
Yes.
Same obnoxious
Way to
piece
keep
of
up.
shit, dumbass.
Same crash.
The same person that was right in this bet, and that was just simply wants to,
All right, okay. I'll explain it real quick, and I'm sure he'll disagree. But the bet was
There's no need to explain it.
What I simply said.
We can play it.
What I simply said was that you don't get to leave the U.S. without paying taxes. Still, if you're going to leave the U.S., you're going to have to get rid of your citizenship to the U.S. Otherwise, you're still going to pay taxes to the United States of America, and you're also going to have to pay taxes when you take the money out of the United States of America. And he said, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. You can absolutely renounce your citizenship without paying taxes. Without or you can keep your citizenship and live in another country and not pay taxes. That was the bet.
That's not true. I'm a dual citizen. Even if I got rid of if I went back to Germany, my primary citizenship is, I'd still have to pay American taxes. What the fuck? I still do.
Yeah, that's true.
That's wild. I had to pay 12% this
You
year.
sound like
what the fuck?
You sound like a Pokemon.
Okay, can we go ahead and now just go ahead and solve this by playing what actually was said? If y'all would go ahead and mute up, please, and we'll go ahead and show how disingenuous. Why am I getting? Truth is going to come out.
I'm going to do this because I don't know how you cut it up.
I didn't cut it up. I mean, come on, here, ready? Let's go.
I run a business that
You are the Jerry Smith of TikTok.
residency to be able to shelter your taxes from, bud.
You don't even get to buy property there unless you're a resident.
I don't believe that to be true, but I'm not gonna. I don't know that. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, I want to move there, so I've been looking into it.
I know they're very American friendly. Is all I'm saying. That's why I picked that.
Well, yeah, because they're a protectorate of the United States.
Okay, I mean, you asked me.
You would also have to renounce your American citizenship too, right? You know that?
No.
You'd also have to take your money from the United States and move it somewhere else, which at that point it's all going to be taxed anyway too. You know that, right? As well.
No, you would not have to renounce your citizenship. I can go live anywhere.
Otherwise, you pay taxes in the U.S. You can live anywhere in the world. You still have to pay taxes in the U.S.
That is not true, Mojo.
It is true.
The money would be about where it is earned.
No.
Yes, Mojo. Yes, Mojo. Hold please. Yes.
You want to bet?
Yeah, let's bet. Yes, bet. Yes.
What do you want to bet?
What? First of all, what's the bet?
The bet is
One at a time, please.
The bet is that if you earn money outside the U.S., you are still subject to American tax laws.
Only if you were in the. Hold on, stop. Let me respond, please. Stop, please don't interrupt me. It has to do with the number of days that you sit in the United States. And I know this for a fact because, hold on, stop, Mojo. I used to work with KBR. I used to go over there and sign those people up, and I used to work with them on a regular basis, and I went to their meetings when they were going over during the Iraq War, right? They were the contractors over there, and they talked specifically about how long that they would go over there, and they would come back for vacation, but they couldn't stay that long in the United States. Why? Because of the tax purposes. If they stayed out of the country for the number of days, I can't remember what the number is. Anybody can Google this. Y'all will find it out. They will not be taxed in American dollars. That is factually correct.
Yeah, wait. They lied to you. Do you want to bet on it?
They did not.
They did. Do you want to bet on it?
Mojo, what is your claim? And then we'll decide if I'm going to bet. What is your claim? I'm going to tell you right now.
It doesn't matter where you make money in the world. You owe American taxes on that.
That is not true. Yep. If you make your money outside of the United States of America, and you do not come to America, you do not owe taxes in America.
Okay, there's the bet. Now tell me who won that bet.
Mojo.
Yeah.
No, I think she was calling your name.
No, I was just saying he won the bet.
Okay. Who the hell are you?
What does that matter? You asked a question about who won.
She's objective. If she's not been here before, she's completely objective. She just listened to this without knowing either party.
Federally, it's based on citizenship,
hold on. How am I muted? Wait, there is so much more. Hold on, stop.
Wait, there doesn't need to be more
left.
Wait,
there is so much more left. Hold on, stop.
The bet
Stop.
was made
Why am I getting muted in the middle?
Because the bet was made right there. That's where the bet was made. We made the bet.
Does anybody disagree?
Bullshit! Stop muting me. I'm playing the whole thing. What you're trying to do is
because
flip
the bet was made
no,
right
bullshit.
there.
Stop, Mojo.
Was the bet not made right there? No. All right, so the bet was made right there. You made the bet.
Does anybody
We both
disagree
agreed
that
to it.
Mojo won?
No.
Why are you muting me?
Because the bet was made there.
Mojo held his ground. It was pretty even.
Stipulation. There's one stipulation.
Okay, I have a question. Are we talking about substantial presence, like tax? It's a present test, but it's a tax.
So,
okay.
I would have to hear the whole thing, though.
It's a federal income tax. It's based on citizenship, not your residence.
Oh,
Right,
it's
hold
not
on.
like we're not talking about substantial present test.
Wait. I'm just saying that's where the bet was made. I told you what my side of the bet was. That was exactly what I said in that particular video clip. And we made the bet at that point. So the rest of the video is irrelevant. We did a lot of discussion around it, but we made a bet right then and there. That's where the bet was made.
Hold on. May I speak without getting muted? That is not true. If you were to allow it to continue to play, I said you're going to try to pull semantics with this, and then we went into further detail. If you would allow it to play to the very end, hold on. If you were to allow it to play to the very bitter end, it is very clear. But you're afraid of that, and so you're going to keep muting me. Why won't you just let it play then?
Hold on. Because I'm going to tell you why. Objective.
Let it play.
I need you to chill out.
Afraid.
I need you to chill out.
Disingenuous.
I need you to chill out. I still need you to chill out. I'm going to do this until you chill out. Okay, well then you're going to get muted the entire fucking time until you drop.
You can't let it play until you stop talking.
He's a child. He's a fucking child.
He's
a child.
Afraid.
Just take a breath. Calm down. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't.
How much are you afraid you're going to lose?
He's not going to lose anything. Donovan already paid for it, so it doesn't matter. The bet's already done and over with. But I just need him to chill out for a sec so we can have a conversation real quick.
I'll have a play.
Do we have to do some DBT skills objective where we can, should we do practice some mindfulness? Do we need to practice pace breathing? Let's try to calm down here. I'm in agreement with that.
No. Sounds like you have really bad reception.
Just stay muted for a little bit, bro. Come on.
I don't even need him to stay muted. I just need him to chill. I just need him to chill out.
It's not that big of a deal, guys.
Donovan, can you talk him into being an adult, Donovan? Is that possible, do you think?
Keep muting me. Stop.
Donovan, do you think you can talk him into being an adult?
You can't convince him to be an adult right now.
It's fucking wild.
Do we need to do some pace breathing exercises here? Objective? Can we try to do some box breathing or? Because I did residential for DBT as a kid.
Hey, great! Look, there I am. I'm wonderful. Hey, we're not going to do any box breathing until Mojo fucking allows me to play the actual video.
Yes, you can do that until you do box breathing. But until then, please put your legs up against the wall. Do some box breathing and pace breathing. In 3, hold 3, out 3, repeat. Do that 6 times. Come back up.
Get in a meditative state.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't want to take his spot.
I can bring him back. I can bring him back up. It's not that big of a deal. I just want to finish what I was saying. That's exactly where the bet was made. I'm sure everybody heard the bet being made at that particular point in time. We did go through a whole bunch of stuff after this. As a matter of fact, Ella looked some stuff up, and Frugal was a total asshole to Ella as well. There is more of this, obviously. But that's where the bet was made. That was the bet I made, my side of the bet, which I said ahead of time, and that was his side of the bet, which he said right then and there. So the bet was made. I won that bet. I could let him play the video, and I'm fine with that. He can play whatever he wants to play after this because the conversation does go on. But I just wanted him to fucking slow down so we can talk about how the fact that the bet was right there. That's where the bet was made. Anyway, now I need to drop somebody else.
You could drop me. I think I've heard him.
Yeah,
you switch me up.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
How much is he worried about making off of this bet?
He's not making anything. It was a galaxy. It was just a galaxy, and that's all it was.
So $10?
It's the $10. Just send him a galaxy.
It was no. Hold on. Stop. It was $10, and fucking Donovan already paid me the $10. So the bet's already paid. It doesn't really matter. Oh, then he actually left the room. Shit. Donovan, are you friends with him? Donovan, are you here? Okay, just I'll bring him back up and I'll let him play the rest of it if he wants.
Okay, I would love to drop. My partner is here, so if someone wants to drop me, that'll be great. And
okay.
I'll be listening though. I'll come up if anything.
Oh, shit. I didn't do that on purpose, but it was kind of funny. Wow, that was brutal.
I'm going to change my name to B is an Angel because I don't think I've crashed out enough like this.
Told ya.
That's definitely a crash out.
Yeah, that was special.
That's just frugal though. I mean, that's the way he acts. If you mute him, he freaks the fuck out. But god damn it, if he won't just keep talking over everybody else and interrupt everybody else all the time.
Yeah, he gets mad about being interrupted, but he does the same shit.
I think, is he a debate bro?
No, he's not smart enough to be a debate bro.
Joe, but wait. He has represented himself more than once in a court of law instead of hiring a lawyer.
So bye.
That's what he says.
Yeah, he actually started on Mojo's panel, and he's worked really hard to get much better at this, and he has no fear about going on to national platforms in order to engage with arch leftists. That's
yeah. The no fear is fine. The no fear is fine, but he treats larger leftists much better than he does anybody else. He actually lets them speak. He has agreements with people like I'm Really Important, IRI, in order to have conversations on his panel. He understands that if IRI asks him to stop talking, he will stop talking. But he won't do that on my panel. He just
Mojo.
keeps talking nonstop.
Do you remember when my insurance went up $300 and he told me to sell my car and get an e-bike to take my kids to their sports and extracurricular activities?
I still have a picture of that somewhere.
Oh my god.
I don't know. He's welcome back. You can play the rest of the video if he wants. I don't care.
He probably will. As far as behavior on your particular panel, Mojo, there have been certain tactics developed amongst your acolytes, and I can't help but bring this up. So if he gets frustrated because of the tactics your acolytes employ, well, I can't blame him.
No, he gets mad at me because I asked him to not speak for. You get mad at me because I asked you to not speak.
I asked you to be able to allow this thing to play through, to be able to stop it in the middle, to make a point and mute me is disingenuous at best. You would allow anybody else to be. You would allow anybody else to be able to have played that all the way through, but for you to try to make a point because you knew what was going to come next and stop it right in there and try to make that point was disingenuous and shows the character that you lack. Let me go ahead and play the rest of it.
All right, Snowflake.
Okay, I'm going to point out the character that you lack, and you were flawed in that department, my guy. Hold, please.
Yeah, run a business there where you would keep your residency to be able to show taxes from, bud.
You don't even get to buy property there unless you're a resident.
I don't believe that to be interrupt me. It has to do with the number of days that you sit in the United States. And I know this for a fact because, hold up, stop, Mojo. I used to work with KBR. I used to go over there, sign those people up, and I used to work with them on a regular basis. And I went to their meetings when they were going over during the Iraq War, right? They were the contractors over there. And they talked specifically about how long that they would go over there and they would come back for vacation, but they couldn't stay that long in the United States. Why? Because of the tax purposes. If they stayed out of the country for the number of days, I can't remember what the number is. Anybody can Google this, y'all will find it out. They will not be taxed in American dollars. That is factually correct.
Yeah, wait. They lied to you. Do you want to bet on it?
They did not.
They did. Do you want to bet on it?
Mojo.
Wait, can you stop for a second? Because I'm confused about something that you just said.
I'm going to tell you right now.
It doesn't matter where you make money in the world, you owe American taxes on that.
That is not true. Yep. If you make your money outside of the United States of America, and you do not come to America, you do not owe taxes in America. It is based upon the number of days that you spend here.
How much do you want to bet?
What do you want to bet, Mojo?
I don't know, $1,000.
What's that?
$1,000.
I'm not betting. Come on, buddy. We'll do like a galaxy or something. I'm not betting $1,000 on it.
Okay.
Free McDonald's is what you get.
Shut up, JD. Shut up, JD.
Sure. Can I ask my
we can do a galaxy. Just shut up.
But I will. I don't know what the dollar amount is, but we're going to end up getting into a semantics on this because what I am saying is accurate, Mojo. I know that if you do go over a certain dollar amount, that could be taxed. But there is. Hold on, Mojo.
There's one stipulation. What is it? If you pay taxes in the other country on that income, then you can use that to write off against the taxes that you owe in the U.S., but you still owe the taxes in the U.S.
I don't believe that to be true unless the tax code has changed.
It's true. As somebody that's lived overseas, and I'm not taking anyone's side, objective, you're not correct. Especially if you're a citizen, you can't. It used to be 70 or 90 something $1,000 was tax free, but anything above that, you paid taxes.
Okay. If what you say is correct, that means I win this argument.
No,
okay,
you don't.
so hold on, Mojo. If what she's saying is correct, because that's what my argument is that you will not have to pay taxes. And I did state up front, I'm not going to say that there isn't a cap that you can't go over, but that's exactly what I'm stating, exactly what she just said.
No, because you brought up how many days that you would have to be in or out of the country, and that's not it.
And that is what the stipulation is. If you come back to the United States for more than, I can't remember, it was like 2 weeks at a time, more than 2 weeks or more than 30 days, I believe is what it was. And I don't remember. I'm stating that up front. I don't remember what the actual numbers were. I think everybody heard me on that. But there is a certain number that says if you are gone longer and you don't stay in the United States this number of days, then you're not required to pay U.S. taxes.
Okay, hold on.
So
Mojo is telling you you're wrong on that. Stop. So it doesn't. The days are irrelevant in this particular process, but I'm going to tell you that we were talking about rich people leaving the U.S. if they're taxed too highly, and if you want to say that a cap of $70,000 is a large cap, or if you think that somebody that's rich in the United States of America is going to move to Costa Rica and not pay taxes because they make less than $70,000, you're sadly mistaken.
I don't know what the number is. I think it's higher than that.
It is now. I'll go look it up.
So I'm glad that y'all are finally conceding and understanding that what I say
Mojo
was correct.
right.
Mojo, are you going to give me the galaxy then?
No, you owe me a galaxy.
I do not owe you a galaxy. Do y'all want to continue on? What she is saying exactly what I was
actually,
Okay, so now we can look up everything that Mojo said was incorrect.
Like
Hold on, let me finish. Now, let me
days.
finish. Hold on, let me finish. And so it is. It's called the residency test. It is under U.S. Code 911, and it can be looked up. And so the bet was, if you made money out of the United States? His assertion was, you could only do that if you renounced your citizenship. Sir, you were objectively wrong. You owe me a galaxy, and I'd love to see it right now.
No, that's not true, though.
It is true.
No, that's not what he said.
Wait, before we go further, Blossom, please, I'm going to let you go just in a quick second anyway. I know you got this off of YouTube. I don't remember what day it was. So maybe I'll have to ask you for what day it was because I'm not sure if you actually saved this portion of it. But I'd actually like you to play it through to show how much of a fucking asshole you were to Ella.
Wait. I absolutely will. I will continue playing because I don't believe that to be true either. Here we go.
Do not pay taxes if you do not come back to the United States and you earn your money outside of the United States.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
It is correct.
No, because
I have the IRS website up.
Okay, what does it say, Ella?
Good lord.
Wait, have them bet like a fucking future city or some shit.
We bet a galaxy.
Bet a galaxy.
I wanted to ask a question.
That was robot.
We're still on the same topic, JD. Hold on a second. If you are a U.S. citizen or a resident.
And I want you to listen how this individual, Ella, tries to help Mojo out and be disingenuous about how she's trying to explain it. So go ahead.
Okay, we don't need your commentary. Just continue.
Filing income, estate, and gift tax returns and paying estimated tax are generally the same, whether you are in the United States or abroad. You are subject to tax on worldwide income from all sources and must report all taxable income and pay taxes according to the Internal Revenue Code. It goes on for a good while, and then we have here a U.S. citizen or qualified resident living abroad may reduce U.S. tax on foreign wages if they qualify. It takes 330 full days during a 12-month period, but that does not mean. Hold on.
See, I said 330.
It clarifies. Hold your fucking horses, Jesus Christ!
Okay. No, you gotta hold on.
I wasn't done yet.
Getting muted.
I wasn't done yet. You're over talking.
Finish.
Have you ever heard of letting someone finish? For fuck's sake.
Someone seems like they're crying.
No. 334 days. Let me finish.
Go
ahead.
You absolute abhorrent fucking.
That's an asshole, right? Allowing her to go?
No, because you're not right. You didn't let me finish the statement. That does not mean that U.S. taxes aren't due anymore. It means that they may qualify to exclude some foreign earned income. Not all. They still owe U.S. taxes on most of their foreign income. There is no dollar amount.
You see what she's trying to do there for you, Mojo? There is.
I'm not doing anything for anybody. I'm getting pissed because you're over-talking me and it's fucking disrespectful. You're an asshole.
Exactly what I said, Ella.
You even remember what Mojo originally argued?
We'll go back
It had nothing to do with the number of days. And
Mojo didn't argue that. I argued that, Blossom.
May qualify.
All right, I'm going to leave. Thank you for allowing me to be able to.
You want to keep listening, Mojo?
You actually owe me. No, you owe me.
No, but I think
that goes to show you I wasn't an asshole to Ella.
I think
Ella just was a little bit.
No, you were just doing your usual where you interrupt people. That's all.
No. She was trying to glaze over that, and I wanted to stick there because that's exactly what I said. And she tried to go right past it.
If you continued after you left, she does read the rest of it, and she shows exactly what she was talking about, but you wouldn't let her what you wouldn't let her read.
I'm glad you could just hear it objectively about how it happened. I allowed her to go. She got to that point. I said, stick
exactly
on that. And then she got
happened.
mad because I called her out about trying to stick on that and let's talk about that. And so y'all went up all in arms because, oh my God, Mojo got proven wrong right then and there. And then y'all had to be able to gallop into something else. Y'all started talking about, oh, well, you still have to file taxes, moving goalposts from left to right. Look, you lost, Mojo. Just admit it, my guy. It is in law. It is exactly how I said it from the very get-go when I couldn't even remember it. I was coming from my own brain from 10 years ago, and yet I was still right, my guy. So just pay up.
You weren't right.
What?
Is objectively your catchphrase?
What are you talking
Go ahead and tell me. If you don't believe that I'm right, I would love for you to
first of all,
articulate
you
where I
made
went wrong.
two different arguments. Mojo made an argument, and you are just completely ignoring the argument that Mojo made. And you're just basing this off of your argument and how it differs because you went into it. You had a very nuanced argument where you specified the amount of days of something, and he didn't even mention that. You were the one that brought that up. But he was not incorrect. You do, when you move over abroad, you do have to pay taxes.
Did this lady listen to the beginning of the whole thing? Did you listen to the beginning?
Hold on, so stop.
So if you listened to the very beginning, you would have you would have heard. I said you're going to try to pull semantics with me. So I said,
do not tell me to hold on, Frugal. Do not call. Wait, you know, objective, not to call people lady on my panel. You know that. You did. You said this lady.
You did. Oh, I don't care.
Do that.
You can call me whatever you want.
It's a rule. It's a panel rule.
Oh, I gotcha.
Long and the short, if you listen to the very beginning, it is very clear. We made the bet, and I said we need to make sure that we're being clear on what we're betting on. I'm the one who said, listen, Mojo, it's going to be a certain number of days. There's going to be a cap on it. I don't know how much clearer an individual can be when they're making a freaking bet, but it was me that was defining it all. And Mojo agreed with the definitions that I put in place and said, no, they have to be able to concede their citizenship to be able to avoid taxes. If y'all didn't hear that, y'all are insane.
Okay. You're very emotional about this, so it's really hard to talk to somebody who is not able to rationally absorb what other people are trying to present to them because you're just very emotional about this. I understand you're passionate.
You can't claim rationality with that.
No,
if you were taking it another direction.
Passionate, but listen, when you're getting passionate like that, you're just basically letting your emotions consume you to the point where you're not listening to what other people.
I don't need a psychology session from you. You obviously have zero comprehension skills.
Hey, Frugal, you freak out every time somebody talks over you. What gives you the fucking right
to objectively come to the conclusion that you just came to?
She was speaking.
Did you listen to the beginning of his argument?
I'm not going to sit here and listen to her try to give me.
You're so focused on being right that you're not listening to other people's arguments.
I didn't do that.
I did. He said he wasn't going to sit here. So don't sit here.
I mean, in the beginning of the debate, so to speak, the bet. I mean, you did state your opinion, which was factual. It was based on the true facts, and he went on into like some other nuanced detail that you obviously had to look up later. But I mean, who cares? 330 days is still close to a year anyway. I mean, that's a long time to be overseas.
Well, and that's why I stopped him where the video was playing and then said, this is where we clarified the bet. This is where the bet was made. He said Galaxy, I said bet, and that was it. And then after that, he tried to weasel his way out of it.
He seems like the type of person that just does not like to lose.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't think he ever loses. He's never ever admitted that he lost something or he's ever been wrong.
Right. He just can't accept it.
There's something
wrong. Whatever. That's his own problem.
And then he tried to rope Fee into it and make it that you were going to base the bet off of Fee. So like the bet happens and then he adds stipulations on afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's
right,
not
because he
genuine.
has friends overseas. And it was weird because the way he worded his argument, he actually made a mistake in the way that he made a claim, because he said something that his friends, if they were over there for a certain period of time, they could not pay taxes. And I was like, wait a minute, you just worded that weird. And he just kind of skated through that and didn't even pay attention to his own semantics, so to speak, because remember how he was talking about how Mojo was trying to argue semantics, but here he is stumbling over his own semantics. So it just seems like he is so hell-bent on trying to win this argument that there's just no point of even arguing with him, to be honest with you.
No, it's just the fucking petulant child of how dare you speak over me, but I will continue to speak over everybody. It's the fucking worst.
I just went in.
And let me tell you, Frugal, as an American that lives in another country, I have to file my taxes every time. I just happen to live somewhere where I pay more taxes than I would at the same salary level if I lived in the US, so I don't have to pay any US taxes, but I still have to file.
Yeah. So I went into to Discord and typed in frugal, and this was one of the media images that came up.
Accurate.
Yeah. Perfect. Oh my god. Honestly, I need a cigarette after that, and I don't even smoke.
Right?
Like the fuck.
Intense. Bless his heart.
Yeah, fuck. Hey, that's somebody's, never mind, I can't say it because Mojo doesn't like when we do that, but...
It's a good rule.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it, but...
Yeah, we're all feeling it, don't worry.
I'm sorry, Blossom. You were stolen from.
Oh, it's okay. You guys did it.
Oh, I know, but you wanted to talk to Frugal. I'm sure that's why you came up.
Oh, shit.
No, it's fine. I was going to help you out because I know taxes too, but that's okay.
We're all adults. We all know taxes. This is wild that he thinks he's the tax god.
Come back, Frugal. Blossom wants to talk.
It is a conversation.
I mean, you're not even a citizen of that country. Where do you think... Who do you pay taxes? You think that you just live in limbo where you don't pay any taxes to anything and it just goes to that country you're living in? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're not a citizen. So I don't know. And I think every country has different limitations on the amount of days that you have to be there, like, out of their country. I think for America specifically, it's 330 days. But like I said earlier, that's close to a year. So, I mean, that just makes natural sense that you would be, qualified to become a citizen of another country or whatever. So, I mean, that doesn't even, just because you're eligible doesn't even mean that you're going to stop paying taxes to America. So, I don't know.
That was never the claim again. At the end of the day, that was never the claim. The Mojo said the only way that you didn't have to pay American taxes if you renounced your citizenship. You could leave the country for 2 years and never come back, and still it'd be the same, make less than $130,000. It's actually $132,000 now, y'all. If you want to know, it was $130 last year. It's been stepped up a little bit. But yeah, it's a factual claim. It's objective. It's in law. You can't really argue when it is in law. If you meet the residency test, you qualify if you make over the 130. And Mojo's also right. And yeah, you can claw back some of your taxes if you have to pay foreign taxes as well. That's a fact. But the fact still remains, if you make $130,000 or less, or 132 this year, and you're outside the country and don't spend more than 330 days here, or more than 30 days here, then it's going to be tax-free, friends. So Mojo, you owe me.
So I don't know shit. Wait.
Not
Hold
30,
on.
it's 330.
Wait, hold on.
30 days here.
Hold on. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I just want to clarify. The only reason we were having the conversation in the first place is because Frugal was insisting that if we raise taxes on rich people in the U.S., they would simply leave. That was the conversation we were having, and that's what it devolved into.
Yes, you decided to make a bet with me.
That's what I wanted to ask, because doesn't this kind of undermine you trying to make that point, Frugal? Because if you raise taxes on the wealthy people and you're saying, well, they're just going to go abroad and not pay them, but this is a limitation. Right now, with my income, if I go abroad, I will have to pay U.S. income tax. Like, the people who are wealthy will have to still pay, because the limitation for foreign earned income is only 130,000. Now, people with 130,000 probably are living comfortably. I mean, depending on their situation, but they're not they're not who the rich are that we're talking about.
Why do people have offshore accounts?
Mojo is correct.
To hide their money when they go overseas, right?
So Mojo was correct. That's how the conversation did start, but that's not what the bet was, right? So he decided to take it to a next level. So he did ask me the question, where would they go? I think my answer was somewhere like Costa Rica, the Bahamas. And it started to go into that conversation.
No,
and
you
the
evolved.
and
You
the
evolved
conversation,
the bet.
the
He didn't
conversation
evolve the bet.
was.
You did. You changed the argument of the bet because you started adding in all these other details that would have had to have been looked into, but the main bet did not. It wasn't centered around the amount of days or anything like that. He was just saying you need to change your citizenship in order to get out of paying them. That's all. That was the initial bet. So I really don't know why you're going on and continuing, and just let it go, dude. It's okay.
That wasn't me. Oh, he's back.
Oh, I didn't do anything either.
He didn't buckle up.
That is fucked up. Why do y'all keep doing that shit, man? Like, why do y'all keep doing this? This is how disingenuous you people are.
I think you fell off like your
I think you just fell off. Nobody kicked you.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I
didn't see that you got kicked either, so I don't know what happened.
I just thought you changed your mind about interrupting people for a change. Like, I was impressed.
Look, I will give you the respect if you give me the respect, but I don't get that respect. So what I'm going to have to do is just interrupt. But we've already discussed that y'all won't give that respect. So I'm just going to have to take my time the way I can take my time.
And why even be on here if you're not going to give anybody respect?
Again, it's not the vice versa. I'm giving y'all respect, but y'all refuse to give me the same. Evidenced by I'm trying to play a video and y'all are talking in the middle of it. The end.
Okay, says the person that keeps interrupting other people.
Y'all can't even listen to a video. That's how lack of self-control you have.
Okay, the way we're approaching
Miss me with your bullshit.
It's not appealing.
Miss me with your bullshit.
You're not making this a comfortable situation. The way that
so you go to your safe space. Don't tell me to be the one while I'm on the panel. You go to your safe space.
Okay,
I'm
so I
okay
came up
with
to you
confrontation,
randomly
friend.
and started yelling at you. Would you like that? Would you want to talk to me?
I have zero problems with confrontation. I will yell at you all day long and have zero
problems with confrontation. You can't stop.
So go to your damn safe space if you can't handle it. You're the one telling me this.
Stop.
Projecting, my friend.
Stop unmuting. This is getting us nowhere. It's getting us nowhere.
Then let's have a conversation.
I asked her to stop too. Thank you.
Guys, we cannot talk over each other. That's crazy. No one can hear a thing. Even if you are talking and he starts over talking, you just stop talking.
Okay, so may I now address Blossom, because Blossom was actually trying to ask me a question, then I guess somebody else thought that they were me and wanted to respond to it. So I'd like to, go back and answer Blossom.
You are such a snowflake.
baby.
I mean, did that not happen? Do y'all not listen? I mean, apparently y'all have zero listening or comprehension skills. I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's both.
Be the biggest
but at the end of the day, if you can't objectively listen to something, I heard what Blossom said. Maybe y'all didn't. Maybe you didn't hear that she was addressing me. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore about you people.
Dude, stop snowflaking out and just fucking talk normal.
What do you mean? I'm talking normal. Now this isn't even normal talk? Jesus Almighty, what is wrong with you?
You're just ranting.
What you're doing right now is not normal.
Okay. I mean, that's subjective, but anyway, Blossom, do you still want to have this conversation? I'll have this conversation with you. Is that okay? Everybody good with that? Okay, great. So again, where we began was there, and where that bet ended up being was a different place. Now, if you want to talk about that objectively or subjectively, what could happen? Yes, businesses could, if our taxes got ridiculous up to 60, 70%, they could seek shelter or seek places elsewhere. Maybe I said the wrong places to begin with. Maybe Singapore might be a more tax-friendly place for those types of people. Maybe the Cayman Islands. I don't know where they would go, but I'm quite confident they would seek out their attorneys and they would seek out the laws in those countries, and they would find better places to be able to establish their businesses, much like they do here in the United States. Elon Musk, for example, moving his corporation from California to Texas. Perfect example. They would do the same in other countries, and I'll land it there, my friend.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck. I'm just saying that rich people aren't going to leave the U.S. And honestly, I would hope that they would. I'd hope that they actually leave the U.S. So if they leave, if you have a rich person that owns a large business in the United States of America and they decide that taxes are too high and they want to go somewhere else, first of all, I don't know where the fuck they're going to go. But secondly, if they want to do that, that's fine. They got to pay taxes on the way out. When they take their money with them, when they sell off their business, whatever it is, they're going to have to pay taxes on the way out either way. And they're going to leave a huge hole in a marketplace that a whole bunch of other people can fill up. And it will be competition then. We will no longer have these fucking monopolies, and there will be competitive marketplaces. And a bunch of people can take the place of the one large corporation that is now a monopoly controlling that market.
Well, that's what I wanted to say is that, they can go somewhere else and they can move, but that means they can't do business here anymore, and they can't make money here anymore. So if Corporation A says, oh, fuck it, taxes are too high or whatever it is, I'm going to go to Bermuda or whatever. Well, guess what? Then you're not conducting business in the United States anymore. Hence, you're not making money here anymore. So why would they leave?
Wait, so you're suggesting that companies that aren't headquartered in the United States of America don't sell to the United States, don't make money off of the United States? They may not do business physically in the United States, but they absolutely sell to the United States. We can give
but then they have to pay taxes. You see? Then they have to pay taxes.
Wait, what taxes does China pay when they sell over to the United States? Can we get to there?
Well, you'd have to renounce your citizenship. If
No. Remember what country? What money does Singapore pay if Singapore sells a bunch of money? Sells a bunch of clothes, or what does Singapore import to us or export to us?
Well, Singapore didn't leave.
What do they pay in U.S. taxes? Hold on. What do they pay in U.S. taxes?
Why are you talking about countries? We're talking about individuals, and we're talking
because
about
they moved
American
to
individuals and American corporations, right?
Yes, because they moved there. Elon Musk now said, "Screw it! I'm moving my rocket ship from Texas or Florida over to Singapore, and I'm going to have the Singapore government do all of that over there. And I'll still U.S.
To the extent that they sell to the United States."
I'm not done. And he's going to move his Teslas. He's going to move all of his Teslas over to Singapore and have them built over in Singapore because of the taxes. What taxes? And now he has them all built over there. What U.S. taxes is he paying for all of the business that he does over in Singapore?
He can
what
pay
I'm saying is that he
can pay Singaporean taxes, and he can pay the tariffs if he ever wants to import anything.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, but here, mine was a separate point. If he wants to go over and avail himself to Singapore,
is what? So
wait a second, frugal.
Is it a tax on a business?
You're pivoting.
I'm not. I was trying to get you guys here.
Okay, all right. So we'll deal with the tariffs in a second. Just saying that if Elon Musk wants to just sell in Singapore and he just says, "Fuck it, I'm not doing business in the United States anymore. Fuck him." What a loss to Elon Musk now would that be?
It just
With
means
70% taxes, 60% taxes.
Why-
He's going
he's-
to weigh it
he-
out. And that was
Well,
the point
he's-
of the conversation.
I mean, he's not going to do that, is what I'm saying. He's making a shit ton of money here. Hence, he's going to make the money, he's going to pay the taxes, and he's probably going to go to Singapore and do the same thing.
And if it
Making
was
my point for me.
If
Thank
it
you.
were, if it
No.
were SpaceX, our government wouldn't be buying shit from him if he moved outside the U.S. So he wouldn't be selling a goddamn thing here. If it were SpaceX, if it were a different company, that might be a little different. No, he doesn't pay the tariffs. The importer pays the tariffs, but that increases the price of the products. And as soon as he leaves, that marketplace opens up, and we have a bunch of people that take over in that particular place, and they're not going to buy the imported good because we're going to be able to do it cheaper here since we have the competition here, and he has no competition where he's going.
Rocket example, what's going to end up happening is now, because just like other countries utilize us for our space programs, if they need to get stuff up to, the space station, they have to pay us. And so we would end up, instead of subsidizing
we have NASA.
and doing those kind of things and doing
we have NASA, you dumb shit.
When was the last time NASA ever had a rocket launch of NASA?
NASA has a space airplane. What the fuck is
They
wrong
have a
with
space
you?
airplane, huh? And so
They
do we have any
do.
rockets? Do we have any rockets anymore? Last I checked, NASA no longer is doing this mission. Is no longer doing the rocket program anymore. That's all now put out to SpaceX and all.
Everybody that works. I'm sorry. Everybody that works for SpaceX used to be a NASA employee, and they will absolutely go back to working for NASA. And all of those fucking all of the IP that actually existed under SpaceX, they're American IP. Those are American
You're getting into the
government IP.
weeds.
He doesn't get to take that shit with him.
You're getting into the weeds. And
this
so
is
it
the
was
weeds,
just,
of course.
it was just an analogy.
Elon Musk cannot leave the U.S. He cannot.
It was just an example. I'm not. Maybe the rocket ship
Your
was the wrong
example is
one.
bad.
Maybe we should have just stuck with the Teslas, and he moved his Teslas over there.
Good.
and
Then bring
decided to import
BYD in
export those
instead.
back
That's
over to
awesome.
us.
That's awesome. Bring BYD in instead. We can get better cars.
Pick
at cheaper
whichever one
prices.
you want, dude.
I'm good with that too.
God, Virgo, you think that Elon Musk isn't going to sell Teslas in the United States? I mean, this is really not a good example.
Again, my point is you're making it for me. So, which
No,
is if he
you're
makes them
making
over in
my
Singapore,
point.
if he makes them over in Singapore,
He still
yes,
has to
he
pay
will-
taxes
he will-
to
yeah,
the
it's gonna be
extent he
called
sells his Teslas in the United
correct.
States.
It's going to be in a tariff, correct? Whatever dealership in the United States that wants to sell those and be
Who's gonna
housed
be taxed on
or
it?
domiciled in the United States, yeah, that domicile that's going to be an American-owned company, that's going to be an American-owned dealership, that's not going to be owned by Elon Musk. Yeah, they might get taxed, but Elon over in Singapore making his cars, doing whatever it is, getting his, easy street taxes over there. He's not going to have to pay anything other than that tariff that you on the left hate so bad.
If he renounces his citizenship, you get that, right?
Now, sure, Mojo, I'll give you that on his renouncing of citizenship.
After 330 days.
That had nothing to do with it at all.
It had everything to do with the
Mojo,
conversation.
Dad
This is the
wants to
exact.
We have a good history on taxing the rich.
This is
90%.
This is
Remember the
your
Great
claim,
Depression?
Mojo.
That's how we got out of that.
Hello.
Your claim, again, Mojo,
This
was
is
the
the
only way
exact
you could avoid taxes was to
this
renounce
is-
your citizenship,
what the fuck
and
is
you were
wrong
wrong.
with you people. This is the exact conversation we were having. This is the exact conversation we were having. It was about Elon Musk. We did have this conversation. What the fuck is wrong with you? Of course he's going to have to renounce his citizenship in order to get shit back to the U.S. or to make money
Is
outside
he
the
even
US.
American?
I said this, Mojo. I agree with that. But if you're trying to go back to our bet, that's not what our bet was. I love that,
That is
you try
exactly
to
what our bet
move
was.
these goalposts around and be like, man, I'm going to try to wiggle my way into some win. It's never going to happen. The words were the words, my guy. You
They
cannot
were.
change the recording.
And I won the,
the
and I won the
recording
bet.
is what it is, Mojo.
The recording shows that I won the bet.
I heard.
He did.
I
That's what I
honestly
heard.
agree. Objective, as somebody who doesn't really like Mojo that much, I will have to say that when I listened to that recording, what I heard after when Mojo made you stop was you tried to add stipulations onto the bet. You tried to shift the
Exactly.
goalpost after the bet was already made. And then you tried to rope Fee into it and Ella into it.
Bullshit. That is not how that went down at all.
So what
we were
happened?
still in
Don't
the
know how to
process.
make you
We were still in the
comprehend
process
words, bro.
of making that bet. right? And then people started to chime in. Nope. People started. Do y'all listen? Because y'all really are showing. Y'all are showing.
You're in denial
Let's play it again. Back for everybody, because you were not listening. If you believe that's how that happened, I know what ended up happening was Mojo decided to interrupt me in the very first one, so you might have gotten thrown off on this whole.
I'll tell you what. You can post on your page. You can post on your page. What am I listening to? You can post. Hold on.
Over here.
Hold on. Stop.
So if you want to go ahead and start from the.
Just chill.
Absolutely. I would love that opportunity, because it sounds like y'all can't seem to.
Out.
I don't understand why.
Oh my God. You're doing it again.
Maybe we should vote on this. Who won the bet?
Yes, great. I love a good vote.
I was just gonna implement a theme song.
Look,
you like voting? Are you like a democratic socialist or something?
What kind of vote
you
we get out of a group
you like
think
representation?
Stop.
Jesus.
Anyway, I've had enough with you people for the day. Y'all are just a bunch of pieces of shit. Y'all have.
All right,
Dave,
great.
What a nice
so
guy.
I came up here.
He's so kind.
Hey, Mojo,
I hope you have
just
sweet
came up here
dreams.
to correct some information, general blatant misinformation, objective dissident, or whatever his name is spewing. What he's talking about this like billionaire wealth flight isn't possible. Our U.S. tax code has corporate anti-inversion laws. So there's an 80%, 60%, and a substantial business activity exception. So if you retain 80% or more ownership of the new foreign entity you're setting up, IRS completely ignores it as a foreign entity and you're taxed under domestic U.S. corporate tax laws for all purposes and intent. So it doesn't recognize the setup of the flight of the entity. The 60% rule is when ownership's between 60 and 80%. So they'll recognize you as a foreign entity, but it's going to block you from using like tax credits, NOLs, net operating loss, to offset your gains. So it takes away all of the benefits of being a U.S. corporation. And then you also are hit with a 10-year punitive tax regime on all asset transfers and licensing, right? And then the substantial business activity exception means the only way you can bypass these rules is if you move at least 25% of your entire global operation outside of the U.S. And that includes employees, assets, sales. So it's a huge shift of the market you're penetrating into, right? So if they moved their entire organization outside the U.S., but operated in the U.S. market substantially 100% as they were doing, that's not going to meet that exception. They're still going to be treated as a full-time domestic U.S. corporation. So what he's saying is full of bullshit. And then if he gave up his citizenship, he'd get hit with the U.S. exit tax. That's Section 877A. So he's full of shit. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all.
Well, clearly, because he said that NASA has no in-house rocket program.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I came up here. I was like, did you just fall asleep for the entire Artemis mission?
Well, look, the most blatant bullshit he said was specifically about Tesla. Think about Tesla's operating model. They're bypassing and getting sued by dealerships because they don't have dealerships. They own all their own stores. So how would he effectively shift his operations out of the U.S. without eliminate all those employees and essentially his two-market strategy?
Right. The income.
Yeah, so I hope he's still in the chat and understands how full of shit he is.
Have all of you considered nuh-uh?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
What would
you guys even listen to it? Did you even listen to the recording? Did you just listen to the recording? Let me play it again.
No. God, no. Please,
No?
Mother of God, please don't play that recording.
No, she's kidding. She's so
No, I was joking.
Part of the recording where Mojo wins the debate.
I love how B defends me by saying, first of all, I don't even like Mojo.
I got to be objective, okay? The man needed someone to be objective.
We needed to put this to bed, but B, you said it right. He added
I think he actually did go to bed.
He added stipulations on, okay, after the bet was made. That was pretty clear to me, and I only listened to it once. So
I think it was clear to all of us where they stood in the bet. Just not him.
No. He can't admit he's wrong about anything ever. That's a dude that can never admit he's wrong. Ever.
Nope.
It's a double whammy.
Yeah.
It's a double whammy because the heightened drama hyperbole that causes migraines, it goes along with that too.
Yeah, which he misconstrues as passion. But I mean, I could feel his blood pressure rising.
Donovan was glazing him, saying, "This is the guy that goes on all the liberal lives and kicks their ass. He goes on and takes on Dean and Parker and Destiny and all the liberals, RTP and all this other shit. And he kicks all their asses." Yeah,
have you seen the one, Mojo, where he's on one of theirs? The guy has glasses and he's talking shit about Destiny. And Destiny all of a sudden appears and he's like, "Yes, sir. No, sir. Well, sir. Sir, sir."
Yeah, he changed his whole fucking demeanor as soon as Destiny got on.
Who was that? Why? Who is that? Who's destined?
You don't know who
Destiny's
Destiny is?
like a left-wing podcaster, debate bro type of guy.
Destiny is the best debater in all of social media as of right now, including, I mean, he's taken on all the big people. He's Zizek. He had a discussion with Zizek. He had Jordan Peterson. He had a debate with Jordan Peterson. He had a debate with Ben Shapiro. He's debated them all, and he's
gotcha. He's the rock
Norm
star.
Finkelstein dog walked him. Norm Finkelstein dog walked him, dude.
Norm Finkelstein just sat there and called him. Norm Finkelstein just sat there and called them names the entire time.
He said Mr. Spaghetti.
He didn't even debate. He didn't even talk about the subject. No, he didn't. Finkelstein never broached the subject with Destiny. He just sat there and called them names like a child.
No, I watched all 4 hours. It was a very long debate. No,
so did I, and there was no debate.
Great.
He sat there and called him names the entire time. That's all he did.
I mean, to be fair, honestly, when you're an expert in your field and you have to deal with
He's
a fucking
not a
YouTuber,
fucking
that's
expert.
fucking wild. He is an expert in his field.
He was getting his ass kicked, and the only thing he could resort to was calling him names. That's it.
I don't think he called him names. I think he called him like Mr. Borelli, Mr. Spinelli, Mr. Spaghetti. Like he just said his last name wrong every time.
He didn't call him names.
It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, which is rude, but yeah.
I think Destiny has some bad takes about Gaza.
That may be true, but he's good at arguing them.
He just talks fast. It's like, I think a lot of people think debaters who are good are just like actually fast talkers. Like people think Ben Shapiro is a good debater, but he just talks fast. What he says isn't actually true.
I find that I think that people who, we do Mojo's panel. I mean, this is where I usually am, but or Paula's, or when I hear people, the ones who talk fast are the ones that are the most offensive.
Well, that's one of their tactics.
Yeah, what do you guys call him? Frugal or OD? Let's call him OD.
His original name was the Frugal Foodie.
He used to
like
call himself
OD on the freaking cortisol, man.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of you guys ever seen it from like a really old movie where like this knight gets into a pistol fight and he gets all his limbs cut off, and then he starts saying like come fight me. He's like basically like sitting there like all this basically that's what it reminds me of. Just like somebody that doesn't realize they lost.
Right, they have to resort to antagonizing somebody, like meet me outside kind of thing.
By the way, talking fast usually equates to thinking fast. And the faster you can think, the faster you can take in arguments, the faster you can rebut those arguments, the more you can look like the other person, make the other person look like an idiot.
Right, you can dominate it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I mean, essentially, if you really want people to absorb your logic and where you're coming from, I feel like it's better to slow it down. I mean, not to where you're making them, feel like they're dumb or anything. But I mean, if you're going too fast, people can't follow you, basically.
Yeah, that's.
And then they just get overwhelmed and they give up.
If you're in a debate, then I don't think people really care about whether someone understands their point or not, right? It's like, can they counter that point when you do the throw shoot at the wall and see what sticks. People have a hard time, addressing things, and then things get slipped and you don't address because it's just talking so fast.
Yep, that's where it falls through the cracks. Yep.
Oftentimes when they're talking fast, they're gish galloping.
Yep.
Which is wait, okay,
wait, that's not true.
Sometimes it is.
It can be, yeah.
It cuts both ways. I mean, I've heard gish gallopers and they're talking freaking, 100 miles an hour. And then I've heard really cogent arguments that are slower and just, if you're talking to a jury, you don't want to be talking fast. You want the jury to hear you. They want your demeanor to be good. They want you to be confident. I mean, what exudes the most confidence?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so you usually have these discussions in a controlled setting in some way, shape, or form. Most of the discussions that Destiny has are going to be professional, more professional anyway, and on a stage, generally with microphones in front of them. Sometimes he's taken on like 20 different conservatives or whatever, so he's timed on those things, but otherwise it's longer discussion panels. And I use a lot of his tactics too. I don't know if any of you guys have ever noticed or paid attention, but I will sit back and listen, and I will listen well. I try and listen to what the other person's saying so that I can respond to exactly what they're saying. And I look for an opening. I look for somewhere where they fucked up or somewhere where I can walk them down a path. And then I start speaking up. And that's why I try and get people to stop interrupting while I'm doing something, because I usually have a line of questions that I want to ask. And at the end of that line of questions, the other person is going to agree with me without even knowing that they agree with me, or without even knowing that they were walked right into it.
Mojo, that is the classic cross-examination. Exactly that. You get them to agree with you on certain facts. They can't disagree with you on, right? It's like a series of statements. Yeah, you would agree with me that blah, blah, blah. You just make these statements. And the next thing you know, they're agreeing with you. And you've made your point.
But I'm not just trying to get them to say that the sky is blue. For example, earlier I was talking to Donovan, and I wanted him at the end of my line of questions to say that being gay was genetic. That was my goal in the line of questions that I was asking. And I pivoted a couple times during that line of questioning because he answered differently than I thought he was going to. But eventually, I mean, within 4 or 5 minutes, not even that long probably, I got him to say that being homosexual is genetic. And I said, yeah, thank you. I agree. And then I just left it.
Good job.
I always like to ask people, I'm like, did you choose to be heterosexual? Like, did somebody convince you to be, or were you just naturally that way? And most of the time, they can't argue that it was, that they were convinced. It was something that naturally happened, because nobody wants to think that they had a choice to be heterosexual, So that sometimes works, sometimes for me.
Yeah, the problem is that most people have heard that and they know how to get around it, or they just simply won't answer, or whatever. You have to. I guess it depends
on how you approach it.
We kind of have to come up with unique arguments, because especially on TikTok, we've all heard all the arguments before. We know what Dean and Parker say.
The problem is, like, people with objective, they get so emotional about things that it's hard to rationalize with them, even if your argument is logical. You know what I mean? So once they get to a certain point emotionally, there's just no talking to them and rationalizing with them. It's just, they have a breaking point, basically.
No, I think I've had good conversations with Frugal.
Yeah, I mean, you can, but I mean, like I said, like, there's certain points where there's no going back. There's no rationalizing with somebody, because they just get so overwhelmed with their emotions. So you just kind of have to gauge where they're at that time.
Yeah,
like,
but his
this whole
views
debate thing. I mean, we went from the argument. He went way off course from the original argument, and he just basically wanted to win this bet for whatever reason. And it just seemed kind of pointless.
The problem is that his fuse is really fucking short. He loses his shit way too easy.
Well, that's his problem. And maybe he's not cut out for this kind of thing.
He'll cry about the whole fucking world, about people are over talking him, and then he'll literally just pad whatever argument he's going to make with like 2 minutes of just bitching and moaning,
Right.
and then you just stop paying attention.
Exactly. You just get bored with it.
It's like he breaks you down that way.
One of the first rules that I came up with for myself as a standard in any debate was not to take anything personally. Because once I started taking things personally, it just, the whole argument, mine and theirs, just kind of crumbled apart.
Does
They
Frugal
hate it.
have
They hate it when
children?
I'm up here because I always say, because they always attack me in different ways. And I just say sticks and stones. Like, I don't give a shit what you think about me. You know,
Does
it's like,
Frugal even have children? Because he doesn't have the patience of someone that has children.
I would highly doubt it, but
I don't think
you never know.
Sorry, guys. I wanted to talk to Objective, and then I immediately was getting like pinged from 7 people.
That's right. He ran. He actually left. He got frustrated and left. He didn't want to have a conversation.
He said he was done with us.
Yeah.
Doesn't
What
he know
happened to
not
Donovan?
not to bet with a professional poker player?
I think he thinks he can beat a professional poker player. He said he can beat lawyers. He's smarter than all the lawyers out there. So
He's the best.
Still thinks that he beat Kate Fox to this day.
He does.
I think Go Army thinks that he can beat lawyers too.
He might.
He can spell lawyers.
But he'll
You know what?
attest that he could beat them.
I admire what I have seen in conservatives as sort of a ignorance is bliss confidence. I feel like it's why I feel like I hear more of them starting businesses because they don't fear what they don't know.
They don't mind taking the risk because they have no
maybe
clue.
they don't even understand the risk, and so they're willing to take it.
They ought to change the name of the party to Dunning-Kruger.
I mean, you miss 100% of shots you don't take, Mojo.
I know. Just shoot your shot everywhere. Just make it all messy. Something will hit. That's wild.
Where's the opposition?
We ran them off. Actually, Frugal ran them off. Actually,
Don't worry, I'm sure you're going to hear about the bet again in the future. He's going to keep bringing it up.
He'll be back. I haven't blocked him, so
He's never going to let you live this down.
I actually probably should block him because last time he tried to come up and do that shit.
Just remind him that he already paid you, right? Didn't he already pay you?
I actually probably should block him because last time he came up and got pissed off at me, he decided to try and go personal on some shit.
Yeah, see, that's his tactic. He doesn't have any logical argument for the debate, so he has to make personal attacks. That's what they all do.
Can we talk about how Trump has officially crossed the Bush line?
What is that?
Yes. What does that mean?
So he is officially in approval polls as unpopular as George Bush was.
George W? Yeah.
W, yeah.
Wow.
I mean, for myself personally, he's hit that threshold since day one. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, yes.
Since the 80s, actually.
The important part of this is that he never really was below maybe 38 to 40% approval his whole first term. And there was always this invincible part of his base that just did not move. And they are now defecting, which is interesting, at least in polls. I mean, the ballot box will be different. That it's something we haven't seen from his base before. It's interesting to see.
Yeah. So the Hispanic vote in Texas, there was a Fox News poll for the midterms, and it was showing overwhelmingly that they're losing the Hispanic, that he's losing, the conservatives are losing the Hispanic vote because of Trump.
Because their fucking friends and family are being taken by fucking ICE, even though they have proper paperwork. They're livid.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the find out stages. So that's what's happening is people are finding out the consequences of voting for him.
It's kind of funny when other panels of conservatives, they say like they're accusing like the left of doing like some ideological subversion shit when they talk about like, oh yeah, who's funding the protests in LA, and it's like, dude, it's LA. Like you don't think people are gonna protest? It's like largely Latino right there.
I mean, are protests expensive? How much is fucking Bristol board?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my paycheck.
Yes, please fund me.
Expensive part of a protest is missing work, or if you're unemployed, not working that day. That's the most expensive part of a protest.
True.
Everybody tap the screen, do the heart me, show the live, all that nifty stuff, please. Thank you. Maybe we'll get some conservatives in here. Who knows? I'll share out to a bunch of conservatives.
Just a Todd Blanche update, unless you guys have already heard this. So I guess Cornyn and Tillis are not happy with the fact that Todd Blanche didn't withdraw or officially withdraw the slush fund, and so they're not saying they're going to vote, so they're not bringing the vote to the floor. And now Donald Trump is saying, I can withdraw the Todd Blanche from as nominee, which is kind of like, I'd rather him not get voted in than him stick around as Attorney General, acting Attorney General.
Oh, I should probably change my background.
Isn't there a timeline that you have to appoint one?
Yeah, I was just saying this earlier. Oh, sorry, Tennis, go ahead.
Oh, you go.
I think that there's 3, he can appoint for, I want to say it was 120 days, and he can renew that appointment, that interim acting twice. So Lily earlier was saying that once this would be, he's already been renewed once, I think, so then there would be one more renewal for Todd Blanche's acting, and then he would have to go.
You say it's 120 days every time?
I thought so, but maybe Matt is saying something different. Withdrawal doesn't reset the clock on his, 210 days total. So maybe it's shorter than that.
I'd say something awesome.
That guy needs to go.
I was listening to some lives this morning, and it is so interesting how universally loved you are.
I do. Which live?
I was listening to Dilligaffs. I was listening to a couple other conservative, and your name comes up, and you are the best person to debate, and there's nobody that can beat you, and you are so friggin' nice, and everybody loves you, and it's amazing. You are like universally loved in the TikTok realm.
I'm surprised because I've been not very kind lately. I've been going off the rails when I do end up going on a live, so I would have thought I'd lost that reputation.
I have not heard anybody say anything bad about
you
it.
are very
Nothing but good things from everybody.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're putting up with a lot, so
that there's that one topic we all know in the Middle East, and I can't keep engaging on it because it's not an easy one.
Mm-mm.
I agree.
If you can get out of lives without crashing and getting kicked off, Blossom, my hat's off to you. I mean, I was literally... Sorry?
Penny still loves you.
I was in the comments yesterday, and I just listening, because I just want to listen. I do not want to go up there and be called a self-hating Jew. My skin is only so thick. And, I made some comments, right? And, they're talking about how blah, 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 they're, I don't know. I forget what they said, but I said the whole reason why anti-Semitism, if it has grown in the United States, is since 10/7, October 7th, is because of the Netanyahu government. Oh, did that spark off, invitation to come up, Tenislav, you're just self-hating Jew, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, no, I'm not coming up and dealing with your shit. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
When Zach was purity testing you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, him. Oy, gewalt beer.
I do think I've seen that, and not just at you tennis, but obviously I like you a lot, so it makes me particularly angry. But I have seen a response that, like, if you disagree with people on Zionism, like, they'll deny your Jewish identity. I don't know, it's crazy to me, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not even, yeah.
my daughter lives in Lower Manhattan, and she gets crazy about this shit because she has Jewish friends in Connecticut, New York, and whatever. And some, I know at least one that she's no longer friends with because she cannot stand this shit. And this is somebody who went, she were Reform, and she went to temple as a little kid, whatever. And she's been called a self-hating Jew. This is real.
And it's not even self-loathing. It's self-loving when you hold yourself and your culture to a higher standard, and because that's a representation of your culture and your people. Like, I'm genetically Jewish. I'm not, I don't practice or anything like that, but I don't feel like that's an accurate representation of the Jewish people. It's an extremist group of people, very small amount of people believe in that. And it's just not fair to the rest of us because that's not coming from a place of love, which is what we believe in, So it's self-love, not self-loathing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so ironic given the Holocaust, right? And what they're doing over there.
So ironic.
It's viciously ironic.
I don't even understand it. How can your mind? I don't understand how they can be okay with this. It just makes zero sense to me. Like, that you went through that scenario in Germany, and then you are going to put somebody else through that suffering as well. It makes zero sense.
It's supremacy. It's a lot of like, basically it's the idea where it's like, I'm not sure what it gets, where get it from my own.
I consider it to be like a mental illness. That, you'd have to defy all logic to make sense of that. You know what I mean?
Propaganda. It's propaganda.
Right, and it's like social conditioning to make somebody think that, like, their ego is so big that they are above this whole group of people that have been around. That's an ancient civilization, Persia, and or not just. I'm not just talking about Iran, but also the Palestinians have been around forever, and it just doesn't make any sense how they can think that they're better than anybody, especially a group of people that have been around for centuries. It just makes no sense to me. So I know it's a very sensitive subject.
I think it's going to be I think it's dividing people both on the left and the right with these coming elections a lot. I think, you have, obviously, listen, I don't know what the numbers are, but my experience being in New York, Mojo, he's gonna rib me in a second because I always mention I'm in New York.
You're from New York, really? No idea.
Thanks for the laugh. And but my experience here is that the vast majority of Jewish people in the New York metropolitan area were voted Democrat, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, you guys know about politics.
That seems to be the consensus, yeah. I would say majority, yeah.
So in this last election, it really shocked me for the 24 election that many Jewish people voted for Trump. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
I think it's a multitude of things. Social media does put a lot of spins on things, and it can corrupt people's minds. I'm not saying either.
I think it was
one
Israel.
way.
I think it was the whole Israel
It
thing.
could have been, yeah. And you've got the bots and stuff, and they're spewing, lies and I mean, it's so many different things because people are getting their information from different sources. Maybe it's the algorithm. I don't know.
I don't know. Blossom, what do you think?
I mean, I think that Trump has a very unique quality of being able to capture. Well, I think it's anti-establishment. He also is able to really capture. He's populist, and I think with that, it's the same reason you saw Latino voters, right? Really targeting some of these, I think, more, I don't call it cultural, but like community type topics that are very salient to specific demographics. So it's backing Israel. It's, supporting Christianity, being against, supporting legal immigration. So sort of reaffirming people that came here and did it right. And I don't know, he's very, very good at motivating people to vote for him. I never fully understand it.
Right. And there were a lot of promises that he made that he never actually kept, that he was pushing like no new wars. But then, of course, ironically, everybody was like, oh, okay, we're just going to accept it when he adds a new war or several, So I think they just want anything but communism or liberalism or, whatever they think it's like a trending thing. If they want to go against the fad or I don't know, it's just. And also, you were talking about demographics, you also have the younger generations that don't remember Trump in the past and who he was. So, there's a little bit of ignorance there that leads them to think, oh, this guy's so cool, he's, I don't know, he's just different. He's different.
Another irony I just thought of, it's like the no new wars thing, right? And yet at the beginning of his presidency, he was wanting that Nobel Peace Prize, right? That he and saying that he has solved 8 wars. Isn't that what he was touting?
Oh yeah.
But then he started, he started wars and he hasn't
He
solved
adds a new one every time.
What's that?
He adds a new one every time.
Yeah.
He's like, I stopped 3, 4, 5.
And some of the wars that he didn't even have anything to do with, that he promoted peace with. They were already in effect before he got into office. So he always likes to take credit for things that he didn't do himself. And then on top of that, he thinks, I don't know, he just has a weird perception of what peace actually is. He's kind of like that kind of, an eye for an eye, or you got to fight fire with fire. But
we're going to hit them hard. We're going to hit them hard because it's our turn, I think was a quote I read today.
Yeah, and then you have like the Department of War. I mean, that's not a very peaceful statement right there.
No new wars.
You go from defense to war. That seems a little offensive. You know what I mean?
He did get the FIFA Peace Prize.
Oh.
And speaking of FIFA, they're kind of fucked right now. UEFA just voted to boycott the next World Cup if they go through with what they're trying to do. They're trying to open up the next World Cup to more private investment, and the rest of the conferences are like, fuck that. Right. And UEFA, having the most champions out of the World Cup, the 55 countries in UEFA voted unanimously and said no. They'll boycott if they go through with this. And like, good luck having a World Cup where that body is not in it. Like, it won't be a World Cup.
Right. Yeah, they're just trying to capitalize on it by privatizing everything. It's all about money. It's all about money. So it just makes people make greedy decisions, and without considering the consequences and how it exploits others. So.
All right. Blossom, I have a question for you. What is populism?
That is a good question. I guess I've never really tried to define it. I'm gonna Google it.
What did he ask?
Ask, what is populism?
I said populism definition.
I think it's basically a meaningless term.
A political philosophy or movement that represents or is claimed to represent the interests of ordinary people, especially against the establishment. Okay, but that's kind of what I was saying, right? Like, I think that there are reasons to give in to populism and reasons to not give into it from a political perspective. And then sometimes, like, an example where I wouldn't give in to populism, I wouldn't give in to the anti-establishment, right? I think with regards to public health, I don't think that the populist opinion is very well informed or capable of providing clear and effective guidelines for how we manage public health. Mm-hmm. But
okay,
in the instance,
can you have,
okay, sorry.
Can you have right-wing and left-wing populism? Do they both exist?
Yes.
What's the difference between those two?
I think it would be in terms of like philosophy and approach, right? Populist left wing is tax the billionaires. Populist right wing is mass deportation.
Okay, so the establishment in both these cases, one of them would be for the right, it would be the government. For the left, it would be the wealthy. So
yeah,
if you are simply standing up against the wealthy or standing up against the government, you are doing what you do as a Republican and a Democrat. That's just the way it is. I think that personally that every single politician has always been and always ran as a populist.
I disagree because I think that the right wing is pushing against the establishment party policy and as is the left wing. So like establishment Democrats, people in the party who develop the policy and work to implement it, they are also very much taking money from billionaires and corporations. And there is an incentive for them to build their policy around continuing to facilitate that type of financial infrastructure. And it is very populist to say tax your donors, but it's not necessarily popular within the party and for the party policy. And
okay, so you're putting the establishment as the party leaders, whether it be the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, to be the party leaders that they're fighting against, the party itself.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Then how does that not mean that every single politician is a populist?
Because I don't
think... Are there
think...
politicians that ran on the Democratic Party being the best thing since sliced bread?
Obama?
Did you think he ran as a Democrat supporting all Democratic Party politics?
I think he coalesced. I think he coalesced the party. He was good at being the person that brought everyone together. And yeah. Kennedy was like that too.
Yeah.
Would right-wing populism be more of the establishment co-opting anti-establishment sentiments and basically, I could say, basically pretending to be part of the people while also making the enemy to be a perceived other, which is another group of people, while left-wing populism is more of a truly anti-establishment or truly anti-wealthy kind of movement. I'm not sure how to phrase it.
They're basically just supporting the common man. Any populist from any origin can stand up and say, hey, I'm supporting the common man and that's who I'm in favor of, and that's who's, they're against the establishment, anti-establishment in that sense. But
that's every politician, left and right.
You can argue that, anybody can argue that they're a populist, yeah.
Well,
I think the right does it in such a way.
I would argue that everybody is a populist.
I mean, that's essentially how they win votes too, by, saying, hey, the majority needs me.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. What, Kathleen? I can't read. Sorry, Kelsey? Celtic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right because every politician who runs is like, I'm representing all of you. I am here for all of you. I have all of your interests. I'm going to help all of you.
Yeah. And I think that's also one of the reasons why people are turning away from Trump is because he's not bringing us together. He's dividing us by calling us names, just being very exclusive, like not funding certain states. We're all as strong as our weakest link. And, that we are United States, not divided states of America. And his rhetoric is just very divisive. It's not uniting us in any way. I feel like that.
Yeah, left wing populism tells you it's the billionaires that don't pay their fair share of tax. Right wing populism tells you it's the immigrants.
Right. And it's just, I was gonna mention there was somebody in the chat earlier saying something about the left lies, and that's why they don't agree with the left, or that's why they voted against them. And they were talking about the no new wars, and they were saying what wars or something like that. And I mean, Trump himself did claim that this operation against Iran was a war in one of his speeches. He doesn't want it to be, he doesn't want to address it as that officially, just because of, the legality of that and what the responsibility would be, with Congress. So he does categorize it differently. But I mean, essentially it's it boils down to what is your definition of a war, and I believe anybody can look at what's going on with this operation and define it as an official war. And it's ongoing. It's definitely going on. It's going past the amount of time that he claimed it was going to, last. I mean, what was it back in January? He said it was only a few weeks or something. And now
it was an excursion.
Yeah, an excursion, but that's like a vacation. Okay. And I mean, it's close to being what we're in August now. So it's almost a full year. And it's if you went overseas to another country, you would, after 330 days, you would be eligible to pay those taxes, right? So that's more than an excursion. So we're getting close to the 330-day mark, right? So at what point do you consider it to be more than an excursion or more than a vacation, so to speak? So I feel like they use certain rhetoric to kind of make us believe that it's not that big of a deal. But I mean, it is a big deal. Look at the gas prices. Look at the economic strain that it's put on us.
They always have since Korea, right? The last war that Congress voted on to declare a war was the Second World War. All of the other conflicts that we've been involved in haven't actually been declared a war.
Right.
So they're always doing that.
And they don't want to do that because of the congressional demands with that as well.
You guys meander.
Okay.
I swear to God. It's wild. I ask about populism, and now you're talking about wars and why we have wars. And
I was mentioning somebody in the chat.
No. I'm just saying that you meander. So, Tennis, when you're talking about gish galloping quickly, I would suggest that the slower somebody talks, the more they gish gallop.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that's true too. Yeah, no. I hear you on that. But what I was talking about specifically was where somebody jumps in or they're responding to something or they're going to make their statement. They come up on the panel and they'll say, Trump, he did this and he's not doing that. And the reason he's doing this, and then they'll make it another subject and they'll have a whole litany of different subjects, right?
They go on multiple
and
tangents.
they're speaking very fast. So yeah, but I can see what you're saying that you could gish gallop slowly also. Mojo.
I mean, if you want to go back to that, there was just like dead silence, so I just addressed that.
Shoot, I was going to say something that was related to the populism thing. No, I think that, I think that all presidents are going to try to make them, they're going to be special, right? So that populism is that, Clinton was a master at that. I think Obama, I think JFK, that they really brought into their realm, they brought the more that you can garner every people of different walks of life and different creeds and color and religions into your camp, that's populism.
Yeah. If you can convince the people that you support the common man and support their needs and their desires, you're gonna get a lot of support, and that's essentially what a lot of politicians do to win votes. They want to be seen as the populist.
So I would argue, just based off the definition, and I take it back to Perón, who's probably the first modern populist that won an election. It's somebody who is trying to present themselves as different than the establishment, and whether it doesn't matter if you're right or left. For most part, most populists are actually try to present themselves as the middle, and like, I know you hate this term, Mojo, but common sense. So they're just anti-establishment.
Moderate.
So if they're
you use the worst fucking words ever. Add populist and common sense together. You have said absolutely nothing. As a matter of fact, you have done active damage to having a rational discussion.
Yeah, and then it's human nature.
Yeah, you can go ahead and add that in there too, and we can just go ahead and blow up the planet.
But yeah, I'll just land here. They're just anti-establishment. So a left-wing populist would be going after a sitting right-wing government, and vice versa. And they're just trying to establish themselves using popular.
And I'm right. It's every politician.
It's every.
But it's not because they have to separate themselves from being anti-establishment.
But W was not a populist president. George W. Bush was not a populist president, right? We can dissect this by saying who would you say constitutes typically conservative presidents haven't been populist presidents. Donald Trump is not a conservative. He's just a weirdo. Bush. Reagan was a populist president.
It's basically somebody that supports the needs of the common people, so you can construe that in any direction.
Here's W. Bush's policies. Large tax cuts proposed a $1.3 to $1.6 trillion tax reduction. Fiscal restraint promised to pay down national debt while limiting the overall growth and size of the federal government. Education and social policy. Education reform campaigned on raising public school accountability through mandatory testing and local control. Faith-based initiatives. He actually added an Office of Faith-based Initiatives. Social conservatives, meaning that they support traditional values, including a pro-life stance on abortion and appointing conservative judges. Tell me that W. Bush wasn't a fucking populist.
So are we arguing that a populist is somebody who makes claims, like their claims are populist, or what they actually do is?
That does not encompass half this country. How could you say he's a populist?
Have to encompass. Nobody
he's
ever
supposed
tries
to support the common man.
I asked Blossom specifically if there was a left-wing populist and a right-wing populist. They aim at different people, but they're still populists.
Within their side.
No. The audience is important. The audience is the common man, always with a populist. Look up the definition of populist.
No,
it doesn't say anything about the wealthy.
I'm sorry, but Donald Trump, when he walked down the stairs and said that they're bringing in their rapists and killers and drug dealers, and we want to give the death penalty to drug dealers. I'm sorry, he was not appealing to the common man.
You don't think okay, can you repeat that first part? Because you said that him putting people like in jail, and I mean, I think we all want criminals off the streets, but it really just depends on how you go about doing it.
When he was talking about immigrants,
Oh, okay.
He said
Yeah.
they're not sending. He said they're not sending their best. They're sending rapists and killers and drug dealers. And then he wanted to issue the death penalty to drug dealers. I mean, all the stuff that he ran on were specifically for conservative minds, not for liberals.
How about looking at it
Liberals
like
hate
this
it.
angle? How about this angle, Mojo? When we're talking about Donald Trump, he is anti-establishment, right? So he knows nothing about the Constitution, right? He just throws the Constitution out the window,
Yep.
right? So when I think about populist presidents, I think about on the right, okay? I think about somebody who has no regard for our Constitution. Does that make him a populist president?
I mean, well, I just looked up the definition of populist, and I was just going based off of that. So, I think it just depends. It's a subjective thing, I believe, because you can make an argument stating that I'm going to make the economy better. Like, my intention is to make the economy better for the common man, but the way that I go about doing it might not actually produce the result that I'm claiming. So does that make me a populist because my intentions are good for the common man, or does it make me, not a populist because the results from what I claimed and versus what I actually did don't coincide? Like, so that's where I'm trying to understand what the basis for this question is. Because, I mean, you can argue.
The basis is that it's a meaningless term and that it's something that we shouldn't be saying or utilizing.
I
and
agree.
the same thing with common sense, the same thing with human nature. These are all meaningless terms. These are things that we shouldn't be using in arguments.
Yeah, because they're subjective. They're subjective. Like saying that's common sense, that could be common sense to you, but it's not very common if you're the only one that agrees with it. So, yeah, I agree with that. It's really pointless. Anybody can make the claim that they're a populist on either side of the aisle.
I don't think common sense falls into that. I think 1 + 1 = 2. I mean, there are certain statements that are common sense that normal, reasonably intelligent people will agree on.
I guess. But I do
Mojo
hear a
doesn't
lot.
like the
I
term,
hear a lot
but-
of arguments in debates where they're just like, "This is just common sense." They make that claim. This is just common sense. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily make it true or that it really is. It's just to them, that's how they perceive it as common sense.
That's when they're arguing with their feels.
Yeah.
I can go ahead.
Well, no, I just said it's common sentiment. It's not based on truth. It's just a sentiment that is common.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess you could say it's a popular sentiment, not necessarily based on truth.
Yep.
Wow.
But I don't even know if there's such a thing that's common sentiment.
Sentiment is just like your feelings and the common feelings amongst
Common sense is the sun comes up in the morning and sinks in the afternoon.
No, it's not. I mean, we
Yes,
can
it is.
talk about the reality of the human condition. That's something different than arguing about politics. When you use the term common sense in an argument, you are not talking about 1 + 1. And by the way, you can do a 10-page proof paper on 1 + 1 = 2, but you could also do a 10-page proof paper on 1 + 1 = 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry, it doesn't always.
And you can make it make sense too. You can say that you can argue this makes common sense.
And the sun doesn't always
Maybe
have
I'm just too old.
Because if there's 10 forest fires going on at the time, the sun ain't fucking coming up in the morning.
Well, if a tree falls in the forest, do you hear it? Oh, Walter.
I mean,
It's okay.
I'm fine with populism being maybe too nebulous to use it like in like a
Right.
more like in a real conversation. It still like makes sense to me in my head though that you like so somewhere else says it's appealing to the common man.
Mm-hmm.
it makes sense to me when you are leaning towards appealing to a base and what the base calls for versus maybe a more like defined like a position or principle, set of principles, right? I still think somehow in my head it makes more sense, but I'm fine if you don't think it exists, Mojo.
Yeah, it's kind of like appealing to the majority of, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of it's so vague. It's just.
I am not against anybody arguing any way that they want to. I just, when I'm sitting in a room with a bunch of liberals, I want to yell at you about something.
How about this? Sam.
Huh?
I don't think I've ever been in a room full of liberals yelling at anybody.
Oh, you can certainly get a room full of leftists and they won't agree on shit.
They stick around long enough.
But I don't know. Maybe it's the political scientist in me, but populism is anti-establishment. If
Yeah, but what is the establishment?
If the ruling parties have been doing, okay, in the U.S., it's neoliberalism. You have a Bernie Sanders who's trying to go after the wealthy. You have a Trump who's trying to get at, quote unquote, drain the swamp and get the corruption out. It's two different ways of being anti-establishment candidates, because they're both telling you that the way that we've been doing things has been broken. Their solutions are different.
But that still doesn't make them populist, because a populist would be in favor of the common man, and a Zionist is more selective. They're not as inclusive, so they're not going to really appeal and be, to the majority of what I would consider the common man.
Who said that Zionists are going after the common man?
No, I didn't say they were going. I'm saying I wouldn't say they represent a populist, because that's what a populist represents.
Who said that Zionism was populism?
You were talking about it, but that was the whole reason why we were bringing this up, was because of populists. You were saying that they were against they were anti-establishment. So I didn't know how that correlated with the original argument.
The original argument, Mojo was just asking, what do you define populism as?
Right, and so are you saying that Zionists are populists, or is that where
I didn't mention Zionists.
That's why I'm trying to make the connection. I'm asking you. I didn't say you said that. I'm asking if you find them to be similar.
No.
Okay, just trying to be clear.
I just don't know where you got Zion. I said neoliberalism. Are you confusing neoliberalism?
No, I heard you say Zionist, so I apologize if you said something else.
Yeah, I said neoliberalism.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I choose not to use the term populist. I choose not to use the term human nature or common sense, because these are all things that can be argued or interpreted a lot differently by different people, and It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have meta arguments about the definitions of terms. Although, philosophically speaking, these are things that you have to define before you can set up your philosophy. So human nature being one of those things, all philosophers have their own definition for human nature, and they generally start out their philosophy with that definition. But that definition is never the same.
Right. I was going to say, Mojo, that this discussion is philosophical. Yeah. When we talk about these terms, right? Because language is so
Hitler was
subjective.
A populist.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ella?
A populist.
Hitler was a populist.
Tell that to the Jews.
But y'all are confusing popular with populism. The two have very little to do with one another. Can populist rhetoric become popular? 100%. But it doesn't start that way. Populism is just like framing or setting up, and we talked about this a couple of days ago, Mojo. It's setting up like what is in the definition it uses, the ordinary people versus the elite. But I think it's just polarizing one side against the other. That's what I think populism really looks like in our day and age, like what we see today. I think Hitler was a populist because he set up the ordinary people, which were like, they started as a socialist party, right? Like that was the name they used. He wasn't a populist doesn't necessarily have to be for the ordinary people. They just have to appear as if they are in order to get the ordinary people to vote. They just have to bring that class struggle to the front and pit people against each other. That's what makes a populist.
So is there a connotation of divisiveness?
I say that, and I still say that describes everybody, every politician that's ever existed.
That's right.
And
that depends
the conversation,
on
the conversation we were having the other night was wholly unsatisfactory. So I thought I'd ask Blossom and see if she had an answer for me.
But I think it depends on the rhetoric. Like a regular politician, which you claim would also be a populist, doesn't necessarily use the rhetoric to really put people against each other. As to where someone like a Trump or like a Hitler, or like they actually, like currently Trump is saying the left is vile, the left are terrorists, the left are XYZ, right? Like that's populist rhetoric.
I just wanted, Ella, you mentioned the Hitler's and their party is the Socialist Party. That was actually like used as a propaganda tool to trick people.
That was their name only. I know.
He was against. I just want to be clear. He was against socialism and communism.
He was
a fascist.
Socialist name only.
That's the point I was making.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that for people in the chat.
Yeah. That's what made him populist, but it's not about being popular. Like, you can't conflate the two.
Right.
Right-wing populism is reactionary.
Okay.
Holmes.
And that's why I said earlier, like, it really depends on like what they claimed. You know, you can claim anything that's in favor of the common man, what the majority, you know, the little people, so to speak, what they need, you know, meeting their needs and their desires. But that doesn't mean you're going to follow through with what you claim that you are in support of. So, and that's a perfect example of that with.
Right.
Yeah,
and I agree with Brobot in the comments that this isn't following the exact definition of populist, like the working class versus the elite. But I do think that it is the elite in terms of like academics or media or stuff like that. Like it is pitting that against the people because he tries to say that all the news is fake and he tries to say that science isn't correct. And, you know, like, so there is that, and I think it was Tennis who said earlier, like the division. I don't know if that really is the exact same as populism, but I do think that there's a lot of overlap.
Well, that's like a tactic for him to shut down somebody's argument. It's just say, you know, you're fake news. That's a lie, you know, and that's really what we should be doing every time he lies is shut it down immediately before he continues on with it because one of his
We're
tactics
meandering
is to keep
again.
repeating it. Well, I'm just touching based off of what she said, but yeah. If you keep repeating a lie over and over again, eventually somebody's going to believe it, right?
So there's, and this is where I think there is the original definition of populism, but when Mojo and other people on the panel were talking about this, I think it was last week, I went and looked it up. If there's such a thing as like specific, like left-wing and right-wing populist rhetoric, and there is. And so that's why like left-wing populism is against billionaires, it's against large corporations, it's against financial institutions, and right-wing populism is against political establishments, immigration, globalization,
AB.
And so I mean, yeah, if you want to go more granular, absolutely. But I think that what Civics then said tracks, like it is that anti-establishment, and maybe Mojo in that sense, in the current thing, you're correct, because most politicians, or a lot of politicians, are starting to become a bit more extreme with their talking points, because they have no choice, right? Otherwise they're just hanging in the middle, and So maybe
Extreme
in
is a
some
good
sense,
word, Ella. Divisiveness.
Yeah.
When you say overlap, like you talked about a lot of things that I think, like
Yeah.
divisiveness, being extreme, right? Just being out of the box.
What are we even talking about?
Gormy.
Do you think your peanut butter and jelly sandwich is more important than populism?
I mean, how many ways could you talk about populism in the same context, like over and over? It's like
How many ways?
remember
ways
when you
can your
stopped-
wife make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
the ways I prefer. Sometimes I like 3 pieces of white bread,
Wonder bread,
and I like
Right.
2 with peanut butter, 1 with jelly.
Wow, that's a lot of bread.
A triple
most of the time
decker
she's-
peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
What's
It's
that?
not Wonder Bread.
A triple decker.
I like a triple decker. Usually at night after I partake. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's popular. It's popular. Whatever.
No, it's not.
In your
And
house,
it's not
No,
Wonder
you're
Bread.
confusing the two, but okay.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
the only one qualified here. I voted for Trump. The populism.
Oh, that makes sense. Why you wouldn't know the difference.
well, yeah, that's why
Right.
his wife's making him sandwiches too.
So what is the
Mary?
point you guys are arguing? What's the
Go
what's
on,
the-
Mary.
Are you
Mary?
still in the kitchen?
Huh?
I just asked him if he was married.
Of course I'm married. Of course.
Okay. Just
Of
want
course.
to know.
It's a rude question. You think a
Is
man
it
of my
rude
caliber?
question?
You think a man of my caliber is going to be single?
Alone without a
You got a
woman.
trad wife?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
a man that rides on a fucking lawnmower all day. Yeah, he's a catch.
He needs all the help he can get, especially with his sandwiches.
Rides on a
Excuse me?
lawnmower all day, gets drunk, and then has a night out at Bible Club, and then comes home and has a triple decker peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That guy, he's in high demand.
Hey, I like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Yeah,
I
but
have
with
to
that
say.
much bread, does it get stuck to the roof of your mouth a lot? Because I feel like I'm just getting that icky feeling.
Well, I'm very in shape. I do brush my teeth 2 times a day. So I imagine if you don't brush a lot, you got some gingivitis.
No,
or something
while you're
like this.
eating it, does it with that much bread, does it get stuck to the roof of your mouth?
No, not really. No.
So do you like more peanut butter or more jelly, or just totally equal?
What is your favorite brand of peanut butter?
Great value.
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to make earlier. You guys are giving him too much. He doesn't have Wonder Bread. He has Great Value bread.
No, excuse me. I do spend a little bit more on bread. Bread is something I do like. I can't name it. Nature's Farm, maybe it's I don't like white bread. It's wheat. It's a little bit nicer. I do think you should pay. But peanut butter, I could take the peanut butter out of the Great Value one and put it next to the other one. You could probably taste a little bit difference, but it's not like, oh, I can't be eating this. Oh my goodness. Oh, what am I eating? It's not like that. So it's way cheaper, So.
Trader Joe's peanut butter is trash. I gotta say, I gotta have Skippy.
Yeah, I'm not an elitist. I don't go to Trader Joe's I go to
Elitist?
Walmart. I'm
That's
an
not
American
an elitist
blue collar.
store. That's not an elitist store.
Blue collar worker.
Is this what you call white Mexican?
Trader Joe's.
Does your wife, wait, really quick, does your wife cut the crust off for you?
No, she actually has a little it's like a cutout. You stick it in the bread.
Is it in a dino shape?
Exactly. I was going to say a dinosaur. Yes.
Do you get dino nuggies too?
But let's get back to something serious. Let's get back to populism and the rise of Donald Trump.
The rise of Donald Trump while he's ready to keel over.
I mean, would you guys,
I was asleep in meetings every day, dude.
Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does not. The way you look at a picture, if he's looking down reading something, it looks like his eyes are closed. And you're like, well, you guys said it about Biden.
What is he reading if he's not holding anything?
Huh?
What is he reading if he's not holding anything?
You don't know
He was
that. You're just
praying,
making up stuff.
probably.
Is he giving himself a palm reading? Like I'm not
He's
sure
got
what
like little
he's-
cards and stuff and sources. You know how he is. He's
Does he need flashcards for his memory now? What do you?
What
Are
if
you?
he's just?
That's not
What if he's
nice of
praying?
you.
What if he's
Yeah,
praying?
he's meditating.
So
Or
he's always
praying.
praying. Yeah, that's got to be it.
I mean, you know, I don't know why you guys are mad. What's the problem?
He's so religious, you know. He's so spiritual.
Well, he is a lot more spiritual than a lot of people on this panel. I would say that, like most people that come up here, for sure. And that's not saying much.
Okay. Yeah, that is saying a lot. That's saying you know people's spirituality.
Yeah, that's like saying you know Trump's spirituality. What's the difference?
I know that
All right,
he can't really. He can't mention a Bible verse.
Celtic, I will have you know that most of the people that come on the panel are people that have been around for a while. I've been doing this for about 1.5 years, and a lot of these people are in my Discord. We have conversations every day, so we do know each other, and we know each other pretty well, generally.
You know, that reminds me, Mojo, of a time when Trump came out the White House and he held that Bible when they burned down that church.
Upside down.
The upside down Bible?
Yep.
And
they didn't burn the church, though.
Civics, that's not in the shape of dinos or Jesus, so I don't know if that's going to be okay.
Remember when they asked him his favorite Bible verse, and he said that was too much of a personal question?
Well, maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not judging him. Like
I mean,
that.
wouldn't you want to spread God's word?
I mean, that's up to him. That's on him. Maybe he's not that close with God. Maybe he is. I don't know. But I know what he said. I know when he says stuff under fire, like, and if you really listen to what he says, he's a very egotistical man. He's a very, like, everybody knows, womanize, all that stuff. But when they ask him questions on a spot spiritually, he's very humble in that sense. Very like, I'm not a good person. I don't think it'll ever meant for me. And that's like the first good thing for a person, like Jesus asked, be like a child, as like,
Could you describe one thing he said that was humble?
Yeah, for sure. So they asked him, they said, do you think you're going to go to heaven? And he said, I don't know. I haven't done a lot of stuff. I don't think maybe I'll make it, saying, hey, I don't think I've done enough good to make it. That's the very first sign the Holy Spirit's entered him. He can tell that.
And you took that as him being humble and modest.
Is that administration said he has nothing
I mean, what did you take it as?
To?
Actually, never mind. I don't care.
Just being honest, I guess.
I know. It's hard to give the orange man credit. Huh?
I don't know. I mean, when you learn a lot about somebody's history, their personal history, and you hear something like that, you tend to put, 2 and 2 together. And,
yeah. So you judge a person by their history?
You don't. You don't.
I don't.
So you have zero standards for people, right?
What do you think they do background checks, dude?
So like my church goes to these prisons, right? And they do these sermons, and they like save people, and they come to Jesus Christ. And these are people like very bad people with like the where we've been talking about in Germany tattooed across their foreheads, people with unalivers, and they give it all up and say, I can't do it no more. I'm coming to Jesus Christ. And I would say that is
very forgiving. Yes. Yeah. It's possible to forgive people for their behavior, but you're not going to condone it, right? You're not going to just say, oh, I accept that behavior and let's just let that continue, right? You're not going to just go around parading with that person as they conduct these behaviors, right? You're going to hold yourself to a higher standard than that, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, it makes sense. So I think those are two different things. It's, yes, I'm judging in one sense of who I want to maybe be associated with, who I want to support, especially when this is a leader of my country. So yeah, I'm going to hold them to a higher standard because that's a very important office, right? Shouldn't you have a leader with awesome principles?
He doesn't have felony convictions?
No. I look to my president to be a good president, not a good
What do you define
person.
as
I don't
good
care what kind of person
president?
he is. I don't care.
What do you define as a good president? What does that consist of?
Well, I would say Donald Trump is far exceeded good, and he's actually just been a hero for the
Okay, that's
for the
your
Republican
opinion,
Party.
but you didn't tell me what that
Well,
means.
you know, I've gave this spiel many times up here. I know you're a new person. Welcome,
Right.
welcome.
So just
But you know, like as a
entertain me.
Republican for the past many elections, we've really been losers. And until Donald Trump came around, he kind of changed everything for the
Okay, this
Republican
isn't a
Party.
competition between who won and who lost.
So
This
I would
is-
say he is everything. He is our hero. He is MAGA.
But
he is
what?
you know,
Okay,
he's a
I
good
think, calm down.
president.
Just like slow down for a second. I need
Person,
to
you can
know.
argue
You
that.
can categorize anybody as a hero or a winner or a loser, but what did they do to become a winner? You're saying he's just a winner just because he won the election, but why is that good for us as
Sure.
people?
Well, as growing up, Donald Trump was like this dude on TV that was like a TV star, blah blah blah. And then he started he would say little political things here and there that are like, well, he's kind of for the common man in a way. He's not like a typical billionaire. He talks a little different. And then what happened is all of a sudden he decided to run for presidency, and everybody mocked him. They laughed at him. They joked at him, and he rose up and he won. He won and said, I'm going to do all these things, change all this stuff, and he did it.
How many
and it's like,
billionaires,
we've never
first
seen
of all,
this
how
before.
many billionaires do you know that you can say he's not a typical billionaire? What makes him not a typical billionaire? Because he didn't make most of his money on his own. And a lot of people argue that he's this great businessman, but he's
You got to
had
make your
many...
money a certain way now. Okay.
I'm trying to understand your perspective. And
You got to be sincere. You can't be fake. Like, well, when I say billionaires, well, they didn't make it this certain way. Donald Trump got it a certain way. Who cares? They're billionaires at the end of the day.
But don't
You don't go
want
in a room full of
somebody
billionaires
who
and say,
wasn't just
you got your money
handed
this way, you got
Hold
your
on,
money
wait
that
a
way.
second.
You don't
Wait
do
a
that.
second. This is a man that's making really important decisions. Don't you want those decisions to create success for our economy and our people as a whole? Like, you can't just have somebody that just gets this money thrown to them and then they are using the money and allocating it in places that aren't helpful to us. Okay?
How old are you?
What? That is irrelevant. I didn't
No,
ask
it's
you
very
what your
relevant
age
because
was.
I remember a day under Obama that he used his administration in the IRS specifically, to come after certain political affiliations, aka what formed the Tea Party, and this was like right before. If you want your Obamacare, you can keep your doctor if you want your doctor. And I promise you, your premiums ain't going to rise a single dollar. Nobody's premiums are going to go up. And everybody's premiums like overnight went up like $600. Like, so
Okay,
I remember a day when all that stuff that goes out the
something
window.
that's not
Kelsey,
related. We're
all
talking
that's
about,
out the window.
Hold on a second.
Right?
We're talking about Trump on a personal level. If we start
this is why
talking
Trump-
about Obama, we're
this
going to
is
get
why
off
Trump became
track.
president.
We're going to get off track. I just want to understand
sorry.
what makes him, what do you think about Trump that makes him this good president? You said he's our hero, but what has he done heroically other than, quote, winning? Because you said we were losers and now we're winners, but what are we winning at?
Well, first
how
and
is-
foremost, he won an election.
That's it.
That's something that
that's
McCain could not do. Something McCain
You-
cannot do for us. Something Mitt Romney cannot do for us.
No. This isn't, the elections aren't just about winning and losing. This is not a competition
yeah, they
of
are.
like, no. You're missing the whole point of the
Celtic, to him, it
I
is
don't know.
about winning.
I think you're off base.
ridiculous.
You know how to
So
defend
you
your
don't
point.
care about our country. You don't care about the direction
Well,
that
I
it's going.
voted for Donald Trump because I care about
You
our
just
country.
voted for him so that your party could win. You didn't
Well,
vote
no,
for the
I voted
country
for all the
because
things he
both of
changed.
the
Like
the whole-
immigration, like the VA, me
Oh my
specifically,
goodness.
the VA, things like immigration, ICE is fruition of what I voted for because
What are
I
you
have a
talking
landscaping
about?
business.
Immigration
I don't like my
helps our
competitors
economy.
cheating with
Hold
illegal,
on, wait one
illegal
second.
Take it
First of all,
down.
I just want to let
One
you
at a
know that
time, please.
immigration actually. See, the thing is you're coming from a place.
I mean,
of
she's just like out of
ignorance.
college, like just became a
No,
Democrat
listen, you're
yesterday,
coming
like
from a
throwing
place
these
of
typical
ignorance
talking
because
points
you
out.
just
Come
told
on,
me the
bro.
whole reason why you think he's a winner is
my
because he
level.
won the election, which tells me you don't know a lot about how the economy works. Did you take economics in high school?
Celtic.
Okay,
You
so
understand that
just
there
let me
are-
get in here for a second,
you,
please.
You're making
Let
a
me
lot
get
of
this
personal.
straight.
You are making a lot of personal attacks right now, Kelsey. There's no reason for that.
Oh no, I'm asking
You're
if
kind of
he.
you're kind of getting emotional.
No,
You're not really having a
he's
discussion.
just going on, and I'm trying to like understand.
He's not going on and on.
Okay, well,
Can I
I'm
say
trying
something,
to understand why
Celtic?
he
Just a
actually did to
second.
make it good. Yes.
We all know, I think Mojo said before, we all know him very well.
Oh,
And
you
I
do?
think what
Okay.
he's really saying is that winning, he puts a lot of value, and you can attack it from here, but the fact that he won, like that is paramount to him. That
Okay.
he's a strong man, and that McCain didn't do it, and you heard the spiel.
Well, Obama
but
won
go
too. Does that
Army.
make him a winner? I mean, in a sense, yeah. Anybody who
But
wins the competition is a winner.
Those are Democrats.
this is what he's saying to you. His value is that he wins.
Won. Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay. So so you're just saying the only reason why you think he is a good president is because he won for your party, right?
No, that's absolutely not true. I won't go on a rant because I know you like to take the
No,
time
I'm not
talking.
trying to. That's what I was trying to get to the bottom of. Was
The VA
what is
is
it that
one.
makes him good?
The border, strong border, is another foreign policy.
Okay.
I absolutely back all his foreign policy. Tariffs is something I back too. I back like things like how he stands bold on things like redistricting, like we just went through. I like how he stands up and says he's not scared to say, "Hey, this is what we believe and we want."
Like
before he came
gerrymandering and all
along,
that. Okay.
okay, whatever. Before he came along, it was very like, think of the days like. We couldn't even be having this conversation right now, Republicans and stuff before Trump came along. Days when like Twitter was all bought out, Facebook, they were like going on this spree of like everything was like, you can't say that, you can't say this, and then you just wouldn't be able to have this conversation today. So that was all like the Republicans. They just lost at everything. They had good talking
like
points,
this
good
for
policies,
like 20
but
years.
they never won. So finally, Trump came along and said. We were like, whoa.
We're like, whoa, what?
You can change the whole political landscape since I've been alive. It's insane. It's crazy.
Okay, so there were a lot of points that you made there,
we
but
can put our policies to play. Right?
And you
do realize that tariffs don't help us in the sense where we're paying those tariffs. That's not on other countries, right? We're paying the price.
His biggest issue was.
That's a debate I don't really get into.
Go Army. His biggest issue was the first thing you mentioned. That's generally the way it works. So his biggest issue is going to be immigration.
Oh, okay. So immigration actually helps our economy as well. Immigrants help us. They pay taxes. They pay ITINs, right?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Miss Celtic, Cuban.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a business owner, and this is how immigration. You can say immigration, you can say all that stuff. Go on, call it. I don't even care what you're saying. Okay. I'm an actual business owner that is affected by immigration the past years. I'm a small business owner, landscaper. Everybody knows the story. But let's say I want to go mow all the elementary schools and all the middle schools in my county. Right? Those are big areas, big contracts from the government. So you're a landscaper. Well, I can't just do that by myself. I can't just do that with 2 or 3 people. But now, what if I got some dudes from Home Depot, paid them under the table, or I went as far as like maybe that was just the start of it. Right now, I'm making like I can cut all these contracts across the school. I can do all these different things with like a bunch of dudes I'm paying low wages under the table, right? And that's just the start of it. Then I can go get contracts for like HOAs, businesses and things like that. And I can actually sponsor immigrants to come over and have them live in my house and do all this. So I can get the contract, steal the contracts from like the little local, like, how it used to be in the 50s, the mom and dad, has a landscaping business at the edge of the street for all the local neighborhood and stuff like that. These people are back in play, hiring actually Americans to get these contracts all over again. And then the companies that did this, they're all scared right now. They're never hiring that way again because of ICE is going around still to this day, just like popping up on job sites, popping up at gas stations while you're trying to work and make money. And first things first, ICE shows up. These dudes ain't making no money. And that's just landscaping. So take that over to cleaning, the cleaning industry. Take that over to any basically service-based industry in America, and especially small business. They're all getting just dogpiled on by immigration, right? That's not even the citizens who are like watching people across the street get like, schooling and EBT and all this kind of stuff in states like New York and so forth and housing. So, right. So that's a lot of it. That's just immigration for you.
So I'm trying to understand what part of that.
It helps the economy.
I was trying to understand what part of that made the immigrants bad. Like, what was the bad thing about the immigration? I'm just trying to hone in on.
Sure. So I would take it as like if we went back to the days of the Confederacy, you would be probably like a slave owner. I would guess it because you're defending that in a way. You're saying, hey, come over here and work for me. I'm not going to follow the law. I'm going to pay you under the table. And then what's going to happen is...
No, that's not what anybody's saying. We want them to have
because you don't know anything about anything. You're like this sweet, nice person. You don't know these streets and these immigrations and these the job market. You don't know about all this.
I think you misunderstand what we want with immigration. We want them to be easier for them to gain citizenship. I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but myself
nobody wants
specifically, I'm saying, for the most part, most people would agree, we want it to be easier to attain citizenship. But it takes many years. It takes many years.
You can't say nobody wants that. You know damn well I want that. And you know a lot of people on this panel want that.
I know. You're right, Mojo.
Hey, Go Army. Wait a second, Celtic. I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
What did your parents or your grandparents immigrate here at some point?
Yes, of course. For most of them.
No, I'm not.
I mean, unless you're like Native American.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Go Army.
I'm actually a foundational white American. My family was here actually. In addition to the Native Americans, then they're not really Native Americans, by the way. So you can drop that whole. If that's what you still believe in, whatever.
I'm so confused. He's going all over the place, and I don't even know which one to land
Celtic.
on.
So during the Ice Age, a lot of people walked over here from Asia and inhabited this area.
You're talking about
but there
when
was
it was
also
Eurasia?
people. There was also people already here, Celtic. White people were already here. Also, black people were already here long before chattel slavery.
Okay.
Did you know
I
that
just
as
want to establish something because we were talking about before.
Really know our country and like the Mississippi, like the whole ancient civilizations all up around here. I bet you don't know nothing about all this.
Okay, so the people that existed before we colonized here. So when the Europeans colonized, that was, I think,
Native Americans colonized. They colonized.
I think I just got hijacked.
Okay, that's just called migration. That's not immigration. That's migration.
I don't know what to tell you. What?
You know how animals migrate? That's what they did, okay? But I'm talking about as a colony.
Going off.
So, okay, I don't know what he just said. So, foundational, does that mean like he was a pilgrim, or does that mean that?
It means I trace my family. I'll tell you, it means I trace my family all the way back to the days. As long as Native Americans can trace their days back, there's been white people here as well.
So can't you say that for everybody?
It was my line of questioning.
Thank
you. My question then is, are you familiar with the fact that people did come over here from other countries like Italy and Ireland after the potato famine, etc.?
I've heard.
You've heard. Okay. And I take it that you are a white man, right? Right?
Specifically foundational white American, FWA, yes.
Foundation. Is that a thing? Okay. So you know that there's people that our country is made up of immigrants, right? And that they built this country.
No, I strongly disagree against that. Strongly disagree.
Okay.
So you don't even believe in immigrants.
Let me finish, please. But for the immigrants that came over to New York City, right? Who dug all the tunnels to do the trains, right? And to do our infrastructure in this country. But for them, really, America wouldn't be what she is. Do you understand that?
Not true at all. That's not true at all.
Okay, so I don't think it was these foundational people that did that. Let me finish, okay?
Yes, you're telling me the same stuff everybody learned through standard education everybody learned. Like, you're just reiterating.
Right, thank you. So you did learn it. Is my point.
Well, you learned a lot in school that wasn't true, right? Like a lot of stuff that didn't make a lot of sense. Well,
okay, so it doesn't make sense to you that
you learned a different truth.
What's something else that doesn't make sense? Just go ahead and say it.
The reason why you keep stalking me and keep every time I go join a panel, dare you join the panel. Every comment I make, you're there in the comments.
The gravity. He doesn't believe in gravity. That's right. But let me just finish this line of questioning.
I get it, you're a liberal palate, and I get it, you got an ego, but like, bro, this is days now. Like, chill.
Like, I don't get it. How can you be anti-immigration if you don't even believe in immigration?
So
I do believe in some immigration, sure.
Okay.
Little tiny bit.
So not only that, we've also brought over people who didn't even want to come over to this country, right? Right? From Africa.
Right. Wait, I wanna ask a clarifying question here real quick.
Sure.
Go Army, you said that you are foundational. How far can you trace your family back?
All the way back to the days of like 1500s. And St. Augustine's been a city since the 1500s, so long before that.
Yeah, it was full of Latinos.
Yeah.
You're Spanish.
That's true. Amerigo Vespucci.
My family. So my family, once again, foundational white Americans, was here alongside the Native Americans when I'm saying
sorry.
is St. Augustine and
what
things
city?
in the 1500s.
St. Augustine. What? St. Augustine.
That's the oldest city in the United States.
Yeah, that's Spanish though.
Right.
Well, there was people here when they started building that city. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Right, but it was it was Amerigo Vespucci who landed on islands west.
Something else. I don't know what you're talking about.
East of no, I mean that's how this country was settled, right? And that Amerigo Vespucci.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Hold on. The founder was Spanish Admiral Pedro Menendez de Aviles. That's who founded St. Augustine. It wasn't a white guy.
Right, but even still, they're from Europe.
No, I'm
too.
saying my people were already here when they started building the city. And
people weren't here.
No.
Yes, they were.
The building started by Pedro Menendez. That's where the building started. That was the founder.
I know him. Yes, I know.
Okay, I'm sorry. He was not white.
Right.
But what do you think? There was just a barren land here, Mojo, and nobody else here when he started that? Is what I'm telling you?
Yes, St. Augustine was built on barren land.
There were no white
people
people.
Here. Mojo,
there were no white people before that. Go Army.
My people were. Let me finish. My people were foundational white. We were here alongside the Native Americans long before he even decided to come. Pedro Menendez became to do this. But when he did,
I'm sorry, it mentions nothing about white people in St. Augustine at the time. Like nothing.
Yeah, you said you were
I'm trying to put y'all on
And
some real history.
listen, Go Army, you've been on this is the first time I've ever heard you talk about it like that. You've been on the panel before where I think you regaled about when your grandparents came here on some kind of boat. So I'm not sure if you're telling the truth today.
I don't understand why,
for your
y'all take the time to argue with him. He doesn't live in our reality.
Right,
like
I was
you
just
guys
gonna
really.
say, it sounds like
You don't have to be here.
I know. Like they joined the panel to tell you how much they are like mad that it's the most like entitled thing I've ever seen in the world. Like I would just scroll on by. It's insane.
Go Army. Recently, Go Army, I've been getting back into Gravity Falls. Gravity Falls is actually my favorite show now. I'm starting to realize that.
You remember the I don't really like Islam too much, but there is one policy that I think I could get behind, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey, Go Army, were you ever in the military?
Unfortunately, they would kill all
Obviously,
you
right?
white crackers too. Yeah, so.
I don't know if I could trust him if he said he was in the army.
I can believe he's in the Army. That's not a problem. But let's say someone's a first generation and they join the Marines. Are they less of American than somebody that's been here since the 1500s?
You know what's crazy? When I was over in Iraq one time in deployment, we had to go to this main big base the only place that could fix like these custom South American engineer vehicles we had. So we traveled over there from our little outpost, and I had a friend that was in with me since the beginning, and he was like, "Bro, we're also going here because I'm going to get like naturalized or become a citizen or something like that." And it just absolutely my mind went completely blank because he wasn't even a citizen and he was like in a combat unit with us. So then he went off while I had to go do some duty with those vehicles. He went off and I saw the pictures and all the stuff afterward. It was like 500 people, bro, all becoming U.S. citizens, already serving in a combat environment. So my opinion before them never changed. It was like I fell away before, and this was almost like, damn, I guess you had to be a little bit even harder. But I mean, nothing changed, bro. Like, what I don't know what you're expecting it to be like. They're second-class citizens or something, or
so you do believe in immigration?
I had Marines that were I had Marines that were non-citizen, and they get their citizenship once completing like an honorable or other honorable discharge, right? But I just wanted to know because, like, I guess I don't understand your point that your family's been here a long time.
All right, hold on.
Compared to somebody.
I want to hold on a sec. I want to clarify something. I didn't drop anybody. I just told Pal that he didn't have to be here. I don't like people coming up on the panel and telling me, I don't know why you argue with these people. Well, if you don't want to argue with them, then don't be here arguing with them. That was my only statement. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but they were not dropped as far as I know.
Go Army, somebody said earlier that you mentioned that your ancestors they were immigrants. So that's why we're a little confused, because you're saying that they weren't immigrants, but in another time period you said that they were. So what is the story? Which one is it?
So you have a mom and a dad?
Keep going.
And do they both have parents?
Keep going.
So it would be absolutely crazy if one set of parents was like from Europe and the other one's from Africa. That would be insane, wouldn't it?
No.
How could that
What I'm
be?
saying is you're arguing that they weren't immigrants in this time period. During this conversation, you said that none of them came over here. They were always here. And then in another time period, somebody said they heard you say that they were immigrants. So which one is it? So now you're saying that somebody did come. Where did they come from? Your grandparents that you're talking about now.
Yeah. So anyway, so my papa, his peoples date back to, in addition to the Seminole tribe, white people that came here. Some argue it was during the Celtic times, but it dates back to very old lineage. And also, if you think the world's been around for thousands of years, and you think, just recently people started coming over here, you've just sadly mistaken. There's also ancient structures all over this country, especially in Mississippi, going into Missouri, that show big cities of thousands of people throughout America.
Clearly, if we're arguing about immigration laws, it would have to have had a government established with laws that pertain to immigration. So that's what we're referring to, not beforehand.
Like us today.
So what we're just saying is you have family members, ancestors that came over here from wherever around the world, right? Were they recent? How, like you said, Celtic times. Which is that? What time period is that?
Yeah, probably like Vikings, probably around there.
So you're saying the Caucasian ancestors in your family.
You come from Scandinavia. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Why didn't you say that before? Why didn't you say that before?
Well, I mean, I'm not just like, what are we going down my family history?
No, I'm just, you said they were
do you think there's not a lot of this stuff going on in
America?
America? There's people in Louisiana, too, that say similar stuff, too. I mean,
No. I was just trying to ask you about immigration. I'm trying to get to your antipathy about immigrants. And so that's why I asked you whether what your ancestors came over here, but you went into this thing about foundational,
them being
stuff.
already here.
So did they come from Canada?
But they weren't.
No, they were. They were already here.
No, they weren't. They
lost
were
their
Vikings.
land, like a lot of land to Native Americans.
You said they were Vikings, right? Okay, and by the way, Native Americans are typically white,
you tell
like
me.
yourself. No. I'm trying to establish something. I'm trying to establish where your antipathy towards immigrants, we're a melting pot, this country. We are a nation of
That's
immigrants.
not true. It's not true. We're not a nation of immigrants at all. What are you talking about?
What makes that not true?
Well, first and foremost, we are a nation of pilgrims and pioneers, explorers, especially the West.
They're immigrants.
No,
they are by definition immigrants.
The immigrants today are nothing like the immigrants of my other side of the family. They're nothing like them that came here.
How did a pilgrim come over here? How did a pilgrim get over here?
One moment, Mr. Mojo. I'm being voluntold to tell you that you need to reset your goals.
All right.
Apologies for the interruption.
Thank you for saying that.
You want to do a mod announcement? Tap everybody.
Tap screen, share the live out to whoever you want. Do the heart me, orange heart next to my name. Gift the panel, please, and help me with my gift goals once I get it reset. Get that figure out.
Oh, and you know what I've learned? If people do go populars, it gives us more options so we can dress up the little heart knee. We can give it like little hats and glasses and stuff. I've been enjoying that. I don't know about everybody else.
Is that, Ella? Go populars.
So you know what, like when you do your heart me, you get like a little checklist of things to do. If you in the bottom part, there is one that says send go popular. So if you click on that, you'll have the opportunity. Yeah, lots of people are doing it now. You have the opportunity to send go populars. And recently TikTok started doing this thing, like the heart me, the little heart you can now like customize, but it's community shared. And the more go populars that you send, the more like little options you get. So
I already did my my daily heart me. Do I not have the option anymore?
Yeah, if you click on the heart me, like the checklist at the bottom, you could still send go populars if you want.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how else to explain it. If anyone's better at this, please by all means do
Certainly
so.
not me. But Go Army, I'm trying, like you seem to be really anti-immigration, and what I'm just trying to find out is if your family came over here in this country, in many, and you deny this, but that the infrastructure of this country was built on the backs of immigrants, right? Why should you be so anti-immigrant? They add to our country.
Mm-hmm. Like billions of dollars.
They sure add some, but it's not always good. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Well, what? Okay. I mean, they add so much value to our country, like their family values.
Yeah, like crime for sure. Crime.
No, what? Show me the data that shows that there are more immigrants that are criminals than citizens. Where's the data that shows that? I bet you can't find it.
He doesn't have data. See, it basically immigrants.
Hey, look here, Holmes. Hey, look, Vato. I am talking here, Holmes.
Hey,
They pay into. We have so much. We have billions of dollars because of them.
Stop. Ibanez, you were cutting out.
I'm back. Can you
I'm
guys
just
hear me?
trying to understand where this logic is coming from.
Yes, we can hear you.
We got you now.
But, like most immigrants want to basically lay low and not be like targeted by anybody, especially right now. So like basically the argument that immigrants could cause more crime is a lie. Most crime is done by basically Americans born in Americans.
Yep.
Do you think we should have immigration laws?
Asking. Go Army?
I don't think we should. David. I think anybody that wants to come to America and they want to have a better life and come here, who are we to say they shouldn't come in here?
Well, then how are
this
you
ain't our land. We're on
anti-immigration?
stolen land, David.
So
They
how
should
are you?
come in.
So
Everybody in the
you're
world
not
should come in.
anti-immigration then?
He's being
No, all
facetious.
13 billion people in this world, David, should
okay.
become
I
American.
didn't hear the rest of that.
David, don't ask a bigoted question like that again.
I don't think there are 13 billion people on the planet. I think there's 8.
See, myself, I actually thought you were being serious because I want people to come here and feel like they can have a life that's wonderful. I mean,
So what?
Why can't they make their own country good then? If everybody did that, then all these good countries everywhere. in the
they
world, right?
don't have control over everything that's going on in their country. I
Do you
mean,
think
that's
we should have control on what's going on in our country?
What?
Huh?
I said, do you think we should have control over what's going on in our country?
I think every citizen of every country would like there to be some kind of control as far as, protection against, it depends on the issue. So a lot of immigrants come over here to escape, for asylum. They're escaping different issues in their country. So it just depends on which issue you're focusing on. So yes, some things get out of control is what I'm referring to, is some of those issues. So I mean, if you want to get
we should have So I think I understand what you're saying. So we should have some sort of law to govern it, is what you're saying.
We have that, right? The United States Code contains our immigration laws.
Yes.
We do. Do you think it needs to be changed?
Hold on.
Do you think it needs to be changed?
David, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Are you okay with legal immigration?
Yes.
Awesome. Just let them all be legal then.
Oh, everyone that comes across. Sure.
Why not?
So then we don't need immigration laws because if you put a foot on the soil, you're a citizen.
No, nobody said anything about being a citizen.
Well, what did you say?
Talking about amnesty. I said let them be legal.
Well, what does a legal mean?
A legal person in the United States of America generally has some sort of
like a visa?
Reason to be here, some sort of a visa, work visa, generally speaking, some sort of a worker pass. They can come here and work. And then if they choose to stay, they can start their citizenship process. If they choose to just come work for a couple years and go home, that's fine too.
Yeah.
Just let them be legal.
Because let's be real, the process is very long.
Passports? Why do we need passports to travel?
Mojo, what if they have a child while they're here?
That child is an American citizen according to the
No,
according to the Supreme Court.
Right now, if you come over here and you have a child, the child's not necessarily a citizen until they are an adult. You know,
no, they're a citizen when they're born here.
When they're born here.
See how that could be a problem?
If they were born here.
If they were already born and they come over here, then
I don't see that as being a problem. I don't see why that's a problem at all.
Yeah,
Me
that's
neither.
not a problem.
Of course not.
Let them stay.
What other countries?
You're saying you don't want regulation at all?
No, we're not saying that at all.
That's how they truly believe.
Need
Don't let them
regulation
tell you
because there's
anything
going to be there's going to be people that do stupid things.
Some of you need to leave.
I'm sorry,
to
a
let
few
other
people were
folks,
talking. I couldn't hear.
please. Yeah.
I can leave if someone needs to come in.
No, shit. Like leave the. She didn't say leave the panel. She said leave room for other people to finish their statement.
Sorry.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Mojo, my question was: you don't want any regulation at all? That kind of confuses me a little bit.
I'm fine with regulation. I was talking about visas. That is regulation. We can run them through background checks. They can get biometrics done. We can know who they are. We can know how long they've been here. We can make them check in every 6 months or a year or whatever if they're just here to work. We can do all of that stuff. It's fine. I just don't see why we can't let them be legal and work or decide if they want to become a citizen in the meantime and start that process.
Yep. Because once they have that visa, they can pay the taxes.
Oh, I'll tell you this.
So
there's
do you think they should have the visa before they show up?
There's a few applications that
Or no?
But there's a few applications within CIS that allows you to have a pathway to citizenship. There's plenty of immigrant visas. So they're here for a temporary amount of time, they work and they leave.
What are you trying to tell me?
Guest worker visas.
That we already kind of have what you want.
I don't get. We don't.
Yeah,
we have limits, and we make it really hard for people to get. We have limits, and we make it really hard for people to get those workers' visas. I say we just give everybody a workers' visa as long as they pass a background check.
I'm not sure it's that hard.
I agree.
A lot of the resort summer towns use guest worker visas all the time.
Specific things you need to have.
I don't think it's that difficult.
Why are they hiring Americans?
Wait,
because
it is
they
difficult.
can't find the people to do it.
Myth. That's a myth, David.
No, seriously, it's a summer.
Yeah, that's just the old. Like everybody's been saying that for like 20 years. It's not true at all, bro. It's not true.
It's a summer gig, my
Okay,
guy.
why are so many young people like, I can't find a job. Like, it's hard.
Because they don't want to do it.
Okay, if you truly believe that, okay.
All right, I'll give you an example. Where do you think they get the workers for the Wisconsin Dells? Where do they get those workers for the summer? For the Wisconsin Dells, where do they get them?
I'm not familiar with the Wisconsin Dells.
Yeah, what the hell are the Wisconsin Dells?
Oh, it's a little tourist trap town, right? With all kinds of crap in it.
Must not be that popular. I've never even heard of it, bro. Sorry, bro.
Hey, Mojo.
It's
Mojo, you said videos were against the rules. What about images?
I think images are fine. I think just every time somebody's played a video recently, like there's been a violation. But images should be fine.
That's a meme, isn't it? I mean,
You could use that as your
a
background.
million times. We can't read it that way.
So, does anybody have a problem, Go Army, with a temporary protective status where, the government, allowed Haitians and Syrians to come over because their countries were in turmoil, the earthquake in Haiti, for example. So the Haitians came over, they were given permission, they were given visas to work in, for example, Springfield, Ohio, which was a town that was in ruin, and they really worked. They worked and they brought it back. They revived it, so to speak.
Oh, I'm sure, tennis. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Anybody that history of that town, if you ever grew up there, the cemeteries there, the heritage there, the history there, everything there, it's just all the culture there for the past 250 years, all gone. To what? To Haitians overnight?
Yeah, culture's never static. Now it's Haitian culture, so get used to it.
Well, the fact of the matter is,
Hey, tennis. So
there, I'm just glad. I would be so embarrassed and ashamed.
Hey, tennis. So TPS doesn't have a pathway to citizenship. It's a temporary visa, just like a temporary work visa. So it's not really going to work for your end goal.
You can still apply. You can still apply from temporary.
You can still apply.
Like a foot in the door, right? Tennis, it's like once you get that, boom, you're in there, basically.
No, anybody can apply.
Get a lawyer, and you have to apply, and you have to show good standing.
It costs a lot of money.
You're working, you're paying your taxes, and there may be a pathway to citizenship. Do you have a problem with that?
Do you think if they're on final deportation,
she asked you a question,
they should get deported?
Wow, question with a question. Gotta love that. Yeah, there shouldn't be a problem with that, as long as temporary protective status is in fact temporary.
Who has the barking puppies?
I do, and I keep trying to mute up because Ringo, they like to look out the window and see passersby, and it's a big activity around here.
Yeah. Hey, Crum, not to chase you off or anything, but there's something with your mic. It makes it click or something. I don't know how to describe the noise, but it is painful to our ears. So I don't know if there's
cancellation.
Anything you can change on your end.
I also think that he's lagging.
Oh,
Somehow.
maybe.
It seems like he's talking over people, so I feel like he's lagging and he doesn't know he's talking over people.
Yeah, we want the best of the best of every country. No, it sounds. We want the doctors, we want the scientists, we want the mathematicians, we want all those people. So if they come here, we like that, as long as they do it properly. And having millions of unskilled or even low skilled that are going to compete with people that are here that are native citizens, not just for jobs but for resources, is inappropriate. It's also a smack in the face of the people who did come here legally. So let's not do that.
I don't buy this whole smack in the face.
I think it's wild that you want to replace the highest paying jobs in the country with immigrants, and the lowest paying jobs in America you want to give to Americans. The housekeepers, the lawnmowers, the whatever, the people that take care of resort towns and resort communities.
What?
Those people you want Americans. Those jobs you want Americans to take. But the jobs that actually pay the most, the ones that get you a good education and get you a fucking home and shit, those jobs you want to give to immigrants. That's pretty wild, Donovan.
Yeah, let me tell you how supply and demand works. I think that doctors make way too much money because, well, generally the whole government kind of protects them, and there's no issues for if a doctor or pharmaceutical company is going to overcharge you for services rendered. But if you're a gas station and, the supply goes up and you charge, a nickel too much, they're going to throw you in jail. So if there are more doctors, more mathematicians, more scientists, this place where we need this kind of work, then I think having more of them is going to bring the price down to something more reasonable. Whereas I like the fact that we have millions of unskilled Americans that also need jobs, and our responsibility should be to those people first.
What's super cool is that we have all sorts of
educational.
Maybe what's super cool is that we have a fucking great educational system in this country. We can send Americans to school and get them those jobs instead of fucking making them work in low-paying jobs.
Amen.
It's ridiculous for you to think that Americans deserve those jobs.
Yeah, we should focus on educating the people.
There's a reason.
Well, tough.
There's a reason why these jobs are outsourced, because for one thing, it's cheap labor, and not to mention that they bring in. They exploit like immigrants, like you guys always say. So we advocate for making them legal, so the way they can be American and get high and get paid as fair as everybody else. And then basically the default thing would be everybody gets paid a fair wage, right? So rather than just trying to exploit one group of people, whether it's immigrants, prison labor, or even child labor, you have red states rolling back child labor laws and shit. You want Americans to be paid a fair wage, rather than having one group to exploit.
Correct. It's a constant source of frustration that you Democrats get upset every time us Republicans take away your slaves.
What?
Bingo.
That makes no sense,
Yes, sir.
but okay.
This man just cooked you. He said something very profound that you guys just.
It wasn't even true. So that's why everybody.
His last statement. His last statement.
His last statement means that he wants Americans to be slaves, not immigrants.
And there has to be slaves.
No, the statement before that.
What we're saying is that there doesn't have to be slaves. The migrants should be paid a fair wage, and that would basically close the spigot of, like, if you guys complain about bringing in migrants because they're cheap labor, restrict companies from paying. Make sure companies pay a fair wage to everybody, so there's no excuse to not hire Americans.
Yeah, but then your prices will go up.
Yeah, so you think increasing the gap between the wealthy and the poor is going to help us?
Yes.
Like that.
That doesn't make any sense.
Go way high.
Because the poor people don't create jobs, right? The rich people do. So, the poor people, they need jobs.
People,
right? So if you just, take
poor
away the rich
people
people's
provide
stuff,
work.
just take away
Poor
jobs.
people provide work. Billionaires cannot be billionaires without poor people.
They provide labor.
You have it backwards.
Can I comment on something Donovan or whatever Brendan said a couple minutes ago? The problem with your logic in sort of taking, doctors from another country and bring them to America is there's a worldwide doctor shortage. It's not just subjected to the United States, it's worldwide. So when we put forth suggestions like nationalizing college so that people could afford to go to medical school, or even nationalizing all healthcare work in general, including education, that is a real solution to the problem. Importing doctors and draining them from a country that also needs them does nothing. You're not adding anything to the economy. You are just shifting people around. It doesn't address the shortage issue that is worldwide.
And
this
the
is
pool
why
is already limited.
These talking points are just, they're not rooted in any fact. I don't understand how the right is like this.
Are you saying we identify as correct?
No, I'm saying you identify as
you identify.
Hey, you've been
whatever
cooking
you
tonight,
want to,
Brendan.
man.
I like it.
Your logic is flawed, Brendan.
It's not even fun. It's just wrong. It's fucking wrong.
Said something that stood
identify as
out,
awesome, but does that mean anything?
Right now, though. Sorry.
I mean, don't you want it, and you were talking about competition, creating, having more doctors, lowering the prices and all that, and, wouldn't that also be done by allowing, educating more people and allowing, that education to be more affordable for people to become doctors? Wouldn't that also have the same result as what you're seeking?
Have a better result, actually.
I mean, there's multiple ways of going about doing the same thing, so I don't know. I don't understand.
I got a question. I know you guys always ask question B. I got a question. You keep saying there's a shortage of doctors everywhere. why are there so many foreign doctors in America? Like, why are there so many coming from all these places where there's such a shortage? Wouldn't you want to, like, you become a doctor, go back to your home and help your people, like, raise up from poverty and help people and sickness and all that?
No, so what happens is we get a lot of our doctors from India
want that money.
and various Asian countries, right? So those people tend to be honestly better off than most of the population because they can afford to go to their med school, even though their med school is much cheaper. And so they go to med school for a fraction of the price of what American med school cost. And then they come here because we need them here. Because America has an extreme shortage of physicians. So that's why they come here. They did this with nurses. They did that with nurses in during Obama's administration with Filipina nurses. That's why we have so many Filipina nurses in this country, because Obama actively called onto the Philippines to have their nurses come over here and work for us. And we do pay them more. Yes, absolutely.
Seems very, very.
There's a higher demand.
Seems very unfair. Very
It is unfair because we're not paying people. We're not.
For me,
we're not making it more accessible. The education needs to be more accessible.
3606, right?
If the demand is high, you need to supply more. Like, it's that simple.
That's always for the way. Well, I was expecting something, but
I don't know, Brendan. You're not muted, Brendan.
These people get to just like these foreign people get to just like go to school for a fraction of the cost, and then since there's demand in America, just come on all over here with their family and all these people since they're doctors, and just come on in, and they avoid them. Like if you're an American,
they work extremely hard.
So then you're telling me it's a lot harder to grow up in this world as an American to become a doctor than to become a third world country as a doctor or anything like that.
No,
right?
it's not a complete transfer, right? So some people, like for instance, if you're in Russia and you want to come to America and be a doctor, that degree doesn't transfer at all. There is no transfer equivalence. That might have changed, but from what I understand, within the last decade, there is no transference. So you have to come over here and essentially start over. So many people even come over here and start over, but because they have so much medical knowledge, medical school ends up being a lot easier the second time around. So there is a lot that goes into this. Like, not all degrees just transfer to the United States. I'm sure the United States has now made exceptions because we are on such a severe shortage, but there's a lot of work that comes into this. And so is it unfair for Americans? Is it unfair for Americans? No, because honestly, we're so desperate for doctors that if you're American, you can also get a job very easily as a doctor. Can you get into med school? That is where the real barrier to entry is. Can you get into med school? And 9 times out of 10, if you're a middle class or lower, that is a no.
Right, because you can't afford it.
So let's tie that to something important I heard on just a few nights ago from none other than Don Lemon, say that you can't just you can't just put good policies forward or anything like that. You have to like win over people. You have to like convince them in America so they go and vote for the candidate. Like Trump was a good convincer of things. That's just one part of the battle. So what I say to you is, how can you tell me as like, or my son or me or something that's coming out of high school, I aspire to be a doctor. My path is substantially harder, hundreds of thousands of dollars more expensive than, I won't say, I'll be nice, X name from Somalia became a doctor from, we don't know the college, and gets over here and passes some credentials and so forth like that. And now he's skipped all that. He doesn't have to go through any of that. That is insane.
And he has
How can you tell me to vote for that?
You have to pass your boards. You have to pass your boards to become a doctor here. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying that
you still have to pass the test.
You can have all the money in the world, but you still have to pass. Is what she's saying.
Yeah, and I think, Gormy, you're hitting on something really important.
Could I just go pass the board?
You're blaming the wrong individuals. Army.
Can I go pass the board?
You are blaming. No, you couldn't. You have to go to med school, and you also have to have so many years in residency.
Right? That's exactly how's that fair?
No, because they already did it in their country. That's the difference. They did that in their country.
Places like India and Somalia and like Syria and like these places. You think they're the same medical schools as ours?
Well, when they
As you
come, when they
pass the
transfer,
boards,
yeah, you have to come and
That's
take the
three at
American
the same
boards.
time.
Same standards.
it's very hard to pass the boards, right?
At least like to skip med school and do all that. That'd be cool.
Well, you
Like they get
can't do
this.
that. Go Army.
And you're trying to tell me to vote for this, like go to the Democrat. Like you guys are insane for this. Like we
Vote
don't
for
even see
what?
it.
We're not asking you to vote for that.
I'm gonna keep voting for the person that's
One
gonna
mo-
keep
hi,
going
everybody.
against that.
One sec.
Donald J.
One
Trump.
sec. One sec. Hey, BTW. I brought you up. I don't know if you know you're on the panel. I heard some background noise, so I muted you. But feel free to unmute and chime in whenever. And also, hi, Stargazer. Welcome up.
Hi, Ella.
I didn't know I was up here.
I can't.
What exactly do you think we're asking you to vote for? What aspect of that do you think we want you to vote for?
I think the issue right now is no borders, dissolve ICE, no prisons, defund police. I think that's what we're staring down the barrel of right about now, right?
Yeah, none of that is true, but okay. Interesting. I would say that we don't, I personally don't agree with those things, but I guess that's your perception of what we believe in.
Well, we're currently watching the DSA struggle for control of the Democrat Party, and the Democrat Party.
Trying to get control doesn't mean that those issues that you just mentioned that we want you to support.
Lisa, did you want to say something?
I don't think Brendan was finished yet, Celtic. So let me
sorry,
finish.
I didn't know.
And I think Stargazer has her hand up as well.
Yeah, so you're trying to say that what I said wasn't true, but when in fact it is, because that is part of the DSA's platform, and the DSA is currently struggling for control of the Democrat Party. So you asked, what is it you think that y'all want us to vote for? So I articulated the planks on your platform, and you said that is not true. So
You said no borders. You said no borders. That's a very there. No borders. That's it. You think that we just want no borders?
it is on their platform. They're also advocating for amnesty, which is what Mojo was really talking about. He just wants to modulate.
I don't recall anybody ever claiming they want zero borders. I can't recall anybody ever saying that. Can you
wait.
quote anybody?
What?
No one's illegal on stolen land? You've never heard that?
ESA is not a political party. Stargazer, go ahead.
Yeah, well, two things. I came up because I heard Go Army say Trump was a good convincer, and that just cracked me up. Trump is a good liar. You're just gullible, Go Army. And Brendan, why don't you just mind your own party?
Breaking news.
Yeah, say alone. None of your fucking business.
Hey.
Interesting. Very intellectual, Stargazer. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing that, Stargazer. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So by you're categorizing us as this group? Is that what you're saying when you said that? I'm just trying to understand what we believe in.
Donovan about it, Celtic,
Yeah.
whatever your name is.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, is what she's saying. I used to be a classical liberal. I mean, I still hold a lot of liberal values. But the problem is that the Overton window is being pushed so far to the left that we are currently witnessing a schism in the Democrat Party between the Democratic Socialists and the classical liberals. Do you deny this?
They're probably, they don't.
Kim, CT, do you want to come up? I see you in the comments.
He's I think he's a Democratic Socialist Communist or whatever.
Okay, hold on, Gormy. So Mojo stepped away for a minute. So I'm just looking to see if CT wants to come up. If so, we're going to need a liberal to drop for a minute. But
You can switch
you
me.
may not be able to. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll see you when you get back.
Let me get back my backup. He said he's banned. Oh, okay.
Awkward.
Oh, thank you, Striker. I appreciate you.
BTW, did you have something to say?
Well, if you want to talk about the schism in the Democratic Party, I think mainly it's because the establishment Democrats won't subsidize anything that like helps people's living expenses, and they're so like negligent in trying to do anything about that's the reason there's a schism.
I hear you.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, CP. It looks like everyone's dad wants up for just like a quick minute. Does anyone want to make room for a moment?
Like, can we keep a conservative up here?
Brendan, can I bring you back up on this account? Brendan, I don't know which one's private and which one's not.
Yeah,
No, you could just Brendan, stay.
Why don't
Brendan,
we
stay.
leave Brendan?
Yeah,
He's
leave
been
Brendan.
cooking lately.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't just leave in the middle of a cooking.
Well, I don't agree with that, but I'll step down,
Space,
Ella, and then I'll just
I'll jump down.
request back.
I'll come back later. Okay? I'll come back later.
Right.
My husband's coming home. See ya. Bye.
It's for Go Army, so Go Army needs to stay. All right, gotcha. Thank you. All right, Dad, I'll get you. I don't know how Mojo does this all day long. I would be going crazy, I'll tell you.
I hate hosting.
What is that?
Fact for y'all to consider that roughly 1 out of 5 of all the practicing MDs who get their IMG education, which stands for International Medical Graduates, in this country are native-born U.S. citizens who went abroad for medical.
Interesting.
Fun fact.
Where are your cameras on?
U.S. born citizens go abroad to get a medical degree.
It's much cheaper, Brendan. So it aligns with like cost of living. So people of means are much more likely to get the domestic training, right? People of lower means are much more likely to go abroad to get their medical training and then come back here to pass the boards. But it's interesting. It doesn't correlate to any cheaper cost of care because that's an insurance scam, right? They set the market on that. So it's interesting. Like the medical education, there is a huge cost barrier for entry into the domestic MD programs compared to the abroad training programs, which are just as good. But we're not saving money for our people going abroad even. An IMG trained person versus a domestic medical graduate is still costing the U.S. healthcare consumer the same price. So when you guys are talking about like, why do we need to source people from abroad training rather than domestic? I mean, the whole conversation falls flat on its face when you know that 20% of those people from IMGs are native-born U.S. citizens who went abroad. It's not an issue of why are we getting so many people. It's a cost of entry. Why is the cost of entry so high in the U.S.?
That wasn't the issue.
That answers the whole question.
The issue was having the best and brightest from every country, from all over the world, like it's always been. How we want to continue for it to be.
Obviously, we add margins.
All right, that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Care. So if you strip out the margins of what it costs to become a doctor, people will strip that out of the cost of care. It's so easy to bring down the prices if you do that.
And abolish insurance companies. They're a scam. Universal health care, abolish insurance companies.
Yeah, we need to subsidize it and make it more affordable.
Wait, we're done.
I mean, they can do that. If they can do that in Europe and Canada, we can do it as well, and we can make it efficient as well if we apply the right policies. There's ways to make things efficient, but if you don't take the time to figure it out and brainstorm it, and you're just busy arguing about the issues, then you're not going to come up with any ideas.
This is really funny. This keeps happening, actually, Ella.
Yes,
Obviously, the only time I'm doing lives is to talk about the DSA. And you know as well as I do, people like to sit on the outside and listen. And this is now the third time in less than a week I've joined a panel with somebody doing a bunch of talking points about the DSA, and they just leave. There he is. Okay, he's back.
Who left?
I thought you left.
Where the hell am I going to go?
Well, you went from left to right. I thought you left. I was like, this keeps happening.
we just put you closer together so when it comes to the fight, y'all can reach, you know?
Beautiful.
If I go onto a standard leftist panel, I get ejected and blocked within about 5 or 10 minutes. The first talking point that comes out, usually the, feminized brain or the fashion over fact comment will get me kicked and blocked.
Well, we know that's not going to happen here, so let's work through it. DSA.
That's why I said, where am I going to go?
True. DSA. A lot of what most people know about the DSA currently is literally what they're hearing on here from people on the right. It's a lot of the same talking points. I actually haven't heard a very diversified introduction as to what they are, so I'm here.
Wonderful. Can I ask you a question? It's the same question you probably already heard.
Yeah, the same three every day.
Wonderful. There's currently a schism happening between the Democrat Party, the classical liberals, and the DSA, who are making gains within the party. And they have some pretty shocking planks on their platform. So I guess the first question would be, do you deny that there's currently a schism in the Democrat Party?
I would say there's no more of a schism than there was in the introduction to MAGA to Republicans. There are people that right off the rip didn't understand what it was for. Probably had a lot of misrepresentation. And over time, different amounts of people either A, still rallied against it, or B, kind of got on board with the messaging.
Solid answer.
So, I mean, I thought that in 2015. I was like, MAGA is going to be the divide that the Democrats need to win. And I was wrong. I thought the same thing in 2024.
Okay, so let's move on to policy planks. Do you deny that part of their policy planks, I'm just going to mention a couple of them. Stop me when I get to one that you disagree with being one of their policy planks.
Sure.
Fair? Wonderful. Abolish borders.
Correct.
Okay. Abolish ICE.
Correct.
Defund the police.
Correct.
Abolish prisons.
Yes.
What the fuck? All right, I'm done.
Well, you forgot to abolish the Senate, the Electoral College, and the President as well. Oh, and the Supreme Court.
And then you also forgot to add the nuance of what those short headlines actually mean, you know?
What team do you think I'm on?
Well, yeah, let's start with the first
Yeah,
one.
I would probably expand
This is why
on that.
Republicans will win the midterms right here.
Let's find out. What was the first one you mentioned?
Abolish borders.
Abolish borders. So what the DSA is a political movement, right? It's not a political party. This is not the platform of somebody actually running for office on anything. This is no different than, for example, like when the Patriot Front comes out and says that they want to deport all immigrants, right? Not every candidate that gets money or funding from the Patriot Front has that same stance in the Republican Party. I need everyone to realize, for the Democrats too, that this is a political movement that has probably a plethora of like 30 to 40 things that they platform. Not every candidate's going to say, hey, I agree with that exact thing, and I'm going to do that. Now, if they run on that, by all means, hold them to that standard. Make them explain it to you. Make them fight for it. But in the same way that Turning Point USA wants to make education focused on God, which is against the First Amendment and unconstitutional, no one holds that standard to the right. So just keep that in mind as we go through all these platform pieces here. Because again, DSA is just a political movement, not a party. So they are a movement that does believe in the idea of freedom to travel. In fact, a lot of people that helped found this country, they believed in that too. They wanted to establish a border for America, but there's even people today in the right that do think that there needs to be easier travel on our hemisphere. So it's not that crazy of an idea that they have no problem with the idea of immigration. In fact, they want to reform it. They want to make it easier, and they want to actually increase the amount of people in this country. Because as of right now, until they get to a point where they want to abolish capitalism, they realize gaining the most capital by having people here to pay taxes can pay for the social programs they would like to see fit. What was the next one?
Prisons.
Yes, abolish prisons and abolish police actually go hand in hand. The another platform that they have is that they have a full understanding that with poverty comes crime. If you introduce opportunity and equity to people, crime goes down. If crime goes down, what do you need less of? Police and prisons. So by giving people more opportunities and more chances to get themselves out of impoverment or being impoverished, you wouldn't have the need for police and prisons.
Interesting.
The first one has to happen first. They have to have opportunity, they have to be able to be self-sustaining, and they have to be taken care of in a way that they don't have to go out to commit crimes to survive.
So similar to the way you guys want to get rid of the internal combustion engine before you have a technology to replace it, you would like to get rid of prisons before you've cured crime. Is that right?
Nope. The answer was you get rid of poverty. Poverty, we know, is a direct link to crime. And if you get rid of poverty by getting people equal opportunity and a chance to sustain themselves, crime goes down. Therefore, you have less of a need for police and prisons. It's a horse and buggy effect, bud.
Interesting. So not only are you going to get rid of need and hunger because everyone's needs will be met, but because everyone's belly is going to be so fat, and they're going to be so happy that no one's going to want to commit crimes. Is that your position, CT?
We have study after study that shows a direct correlation to poverty and crime.
You're totally dodging the question, though.
No, he answered you. There's plenty of evidence to support the fact that if you allow people housing, food, and you take care of their most basic needs, that crime goes down. It's the same thing with the idea of universal basic income. The idea that we have to, supply at least enough for people to live on is important, and it decreases things like addiction. It decreases things like psychiatric disorders. You can just go down the list. So yeah, he did answer your question.
I agree that it decreases it, but does it eliminate it to the point where you don't need jails or prisons altogether? Like, is there any kind of system that you think should be in place?
I think that any realistic person in this world, again, looks at a political ideology group, and when they use an extreme term like abolish the Senate, right? There's obviously like real world things that we can do to establish those things or get to those points, but you can only do so much inside of like saying how to do that. If you dive deeper into each one of these, they do have steps of how they'd like to see these changes over the next 10 to 20 years.
Right. Maybe like a rehabilitation center type of thing instead of prisons, rehabilitating people.
So it's the same with the defund the police, right? What they'd like to do is actually increase the amount of people that have mental health.
Sit quietly and wait until somebody has something stupid to say to you.
I mean, okay, maybe they have money backing them, but they are going against our, norm. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but it's working for them, so.
Well, yeah, it works for them, but not you and I, or the next person.
I mean,
let's talk about the fact that
y'all got to figure your shit out,
Yeah, no, I'm trying to, and I think that we should all be trying to figure this shit out together too. And I'm not talking about on a stance of a social policy or anything like that, but is there not anybody else that's concerned about we've borrowed from multiple generations, and our great grandkids will probably never get to see what wealth is because we've borrowed against all of it.
Fuck them.
I think they probably won't because we didn't take other things seriously too, like climate change. We're just accelerating.
Oh God! Don't get started on the climate melts. Come on.
Water
this is ridiculous.
Well,
don't start on
I've
it.
already had the climate talk today, and I also have been called a racist by a racist.
I would never do that to you guys. I wouldn't. But the reality of it is that there is.
The words to me were, here, listen to this. You'll laugh. I just want to throw a little laugh in here. I know that I am racist, and this is why you're racist, is what I was told. So
I think you guys. I don't think you guys are racist. I think you.
No, I'm not a racist. I don't want to get on that one either.
I know you're not, and I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there is going to be, because of how the world is, we are going to have mass immigration because of water. That is just a fact. That is going to happen in our lifetime. So when it comes to money and how our economy is doing or whatever, I just foresee that the people at the top right now, they know this is our inevitability. They don't give a fuck because they are just trying to position themselves into like that.
Oh my! I'm sorry. What
No,
the
it's
fuck?
fine. But that's
No,
how
look
I
at the
believe it.
panel. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry. There's two jackasses on the panel.
Go ahead, jackass. You can speak now.
Which jackass is a jackass?
Don't you worry. They're
deleted
both the
real
jackass.
one. You deleted the real one.
How do you know that one was the real one?
Yeah, I don't know which one was wrong.
She had the
So
most coins. This is a fake.
the socialist has the most points. That's just so fitting.
I don't know. I take it back.
Hey, let's just send them both down to the gulag real quick.
Jeez.
Let them
All right,
fight it
I'm
out
done.
down there.
I'm off of my soapbox. I'm not helping in any way. Sorry.
With what? Look. I think that the conversations get kind of tense, and people don't want to have them. I don't like having them. And that I've been figuring shit out more and more each day. It's like, yeah. And then somebody like wants to argue with me with a dumb point. It's like, why do I want to keep doing it that way if it's not working now? If it's not working, why not change it? I mean, what's the definition of insanity?
Need change. It just depends which way it's going to go.
Hooking back up with one of your exes, I think, is the definition of insanity.
Yeah, no, fuck exes.
I mean, like framework. Like, a lot of people don't like framework. He's right. It's the way we're going. Do you want right socialism or red socialism or blue socialism? That's what's going to happen. Or authoritarianism. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, like that's what's eventually going to happen. Like all these people pushing the DSA stuff. That is blue authoritarianism. All right, it's no different than red authoritarianism. It's just a different flavor of it.
This is what I told Penny because they had 800 people talking about the DSA and brought us over to talk about it. I told them, I was like, maybe I'm being a little cynical, but I'm not that concerned about it. I mean, I will rant about it, but the point is that the government is not run by, as we've said before, by the people we think that run it. Okay. The people that run this government at the federal level would never allow those people in to power. Okay. They are way, way too moneyed and powerful to allow that. So it's never going to happen. The Democratic Party's already starting to scramble. The leaders in the Democratic Party are already starting to see that this is going to be a problem. So it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds through the next year or so.
I agree. We'll find out.
I just do think that either way, like what we're seeing now within our House and Senate, is they are pussies. They aren't willing.
Where did you find this one, Salty?
You just love me, and you know you do.
What, Melt?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got spunk.
Where did I find Melt?
Yeah.
I've just been around, tossed around.
I've known me and Haz have known Melt for a while.
Oh, I didn't know.
What the hell is going on here?
Nobody is holding this administration accountable. What makes you think when something different is going to be any different? That should be like a big red flag for all of us. That's all I'm saying. Because nobody has a fucking nutsack to do anything about it.
Right.
I have a nut.
Nobody's going to hold in
this.
like
We the
everybody's.
people do. We the people do, but like within the government.
Mel, you could agree. Like when it doesn't matter, red or blue administration, they don't hold each other accountable. They like 100%. Scream and bitch about it for performance, but they don't fucking do anything. It's all for performance, right? That's all it is, to keep us divided and shit.
Yeah. And they're still getting paid, so what the fuck do they care? We have fucking, rigor tortoise up there just, like, decaying away, and we're paying for that shit. Like, somebody go to his fucking office and, like, bring him a get-well-soon card and make sure that there's proof that he's, like, we're not just paying him to decay in a fucking... Sorry, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, no eternity leave.
Yeah.
Let her cook. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Workers of the world.
What?
8.
Workers of.
We, the people.
Socialist talk. Let's hear what kind of rhetoric this lady wants to spew.
I'm just being consistent. Unless somebody was speaking to her, I wasn't really trying to take the muzzle off. But if you want to talk to her,
I wasn't paying
Girl,
attention, man.
go get him.
I'll take the muzzle off for a moment. Go for it. Come on, Chihuahua, bark it up.
I was gonna say,
No disrespect.
the people who are, of course not. Who are the people that these, whatever the bad people are, right? Whoever you think the bad people are, who are they afraid of? The most.
Nobody.
The bad
No, tell me who.
The Democratic Socialists. If you look at everything,
They're just a bunch of
going
dummies.
down,
God.
the ones who are the most fearful of democratic socialism are the ones who are running shit, and that threatens them the most, right? So, and you are.
yeah, no, you're not going to misrepresent the angle here. People aren't afraid of stupid.
I thought that, yeah. I'm just curious,
am
where
I
does
wrong?
this whole DSA thing...
Very wrong.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
I wouldn't say that they're afraid of like their policies or anything else, but they're probably afraid of the movement. Where it could have happened.
I don't like the But wait, is it classified to be afraid of the policies when you're afraid of the movement itself?
I'm not talking about
Or are you
you,
okay with just...
I'm talking
I
because
am
you don't
talking
have.
about me because I don't like it.
I know.
I do
but-
have opinion about it. I don't like it.
I know, but I'm not trying to be mean here. But your opinion in the grander scheme of things, and this doesn't matter. I'm talking about the people.
As a host, I think his opinion matters the most here.
Sealed your fate.
I'm muted. I don't know.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, why do you think that my opinion doesn't matter in this?
He's meeting me.
Well, why doesn't my opinion matter in this, Jack?
Because I'm talking about the people in power. I'm talking about the ones who have control, who are actually influencing things and doing things. Those people are most afraid of these big revolutionary movements like the Democratic Socialist movement because it is grassroots fed. They can't control it. It's not like a bought and paid for. These are people who are
everybody loves
genuinely.
this
Let me
grassroots
finish.
thing.
Very genuinely, let me finish. You've got a record amount of.
Well, yeah, go ahead, finish.
They can affect change at the federal level where our government is today. It's fucking hilarious.
You're having a record-breaking amount of emerging, brand new political activists and politically participating people right now, and they are for Democrats.
To keep them busy.
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Keep them busy while nobody else cares.
But I'm just saying, when you look at the big moneyed interests, when you look at the narratives that are being pushed out, the fear mongering, you have to admit, come on, all this anti-commie, rhetoric, all this Red Scare Redux thing going on, all of that is.
The stupid failed economic and political fallout. Nobody cares.
Jack, you know what? Then we want to. Then Jack,
it is. It's horrendously failed. It's so dumb. We're not making a big deal. We're saying it's never going to come to fruition. It's stupid.
Jack, if you want us to then you need to stop threading about the freaking NSWP and NSAP and all that shit.
Never going to come either.
That's a pipe dream as well, just like the DSA. So you guys need to stop fucking threading about that shit. See how we can do? I can turn it just like you can.
I don't even know what that means.
You're not actually.
I hate to say this, but I think that the DSA might gain more traction than the NSAP or the NSWP because I've heard a lot of Democrats
I can agree with that.
Getting it. Yeah, they're getting on board with this thing. I don't know why, but I guess it just
I
got
think
uniforms
the whole
rainbows all over the place.
Can I give my opinion as somebody who voted for Kamala? I see that, and I think for me specifically, there's a couple things I think the left and the right can unite on, and one is funneling fucking money into the I country, and two, like the data centers and the shit like that, like shit we never fucking asked for, but they're pushing on to us, right? Like we don't have a fucking choice. And
it's
I don't
Democrats
give a
and
shit.
Republicans. You're
That's
right.
what I'm
It's the whole
saying. Well,
system.
that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Well, I
This
don't. I
is
think it's
why
because you
this
can't.
is well. I'm
Yeah.
just
I'm sorry,
saying.
Mel. Go,
I'm
Mel.
just saying. Sorry. I'm just saying the facts is that this is why majority of fucking maybe more moderate or left leaning Democrats are saying like, this isn't what we fucking asked for. This isn't what we want. We want you to be more progressive. We want you to be more like, instead of make America great, make Americans great. Like that's what I feel.
That would
But we
actually
want to
not
do
be.
that.
That would actually not be like
No, they're
progressive,
not.
Mel. Because you actually, if you
The
look
right
at
is
what
not
the
doing
actual
that.
No, Mel.
yeah,
Mel.
no,
You have to
that's what I'm saying. If you actually look at what the meaning of progressive and then what the meaning of conservative was, like conservative is conserving what we have now and not
Shit,
progressing.
unfortunately.
Okay, but
What
again,
has turned maybe what we used to have,
Mel,
but what we
what I'm
have
getting,
now is
yes,
fucked.
yes, but what I'm getting at is conserving and being like, no, the conservative actually side of the data center deal is actually anti data centers. Okay, that's the conservative side. The progressive side is yes to data centers. That's what.
No.
No. Get left and right out of it. The conservative position. Don't think of it as left and right. Okay, the conservative position on data centers would be anti-data centers, and the progressive position on data centers would be pro-data centers. So if you're anti-data centers, you are conservative.
No,
in that aspect.
maybe like 10 years ago, but right now we're living in the fucking upside down. Like left isn't right, right isn't left. Like
Mel, when it comes to this, when it comes
go based on
Mel,
what people are actually voting
Macro,
for.
give me a second.
That's what
All right, sure,
everybody
go,
has
Les.
to do, I think, is just look at the individual person, not the party, what they stand for, what they're voting for. If it doesn't align with your fucking ideology and then don't vote for them.
Salty, Melt had a real hard time grasping the party inversion idea, but you basically explained it in a different way. And so that's really where it breaks down, is that people's minds just don't seem to grasp that there has been a impending flip here, and that conserving, or conservation, or however you want to look at it, of a certain status quo has fallen to what was traditionally the right, now has kind of more been into the left, right? Like workers' rights, constitutional consistency in terms of rights being upheld. The idea here of like protection of intellectual property, all that shit seems to start falling more and more to the left as the days go on, but we're still being sold this package deal of conservatives and liberals wholesale have to, participate in these ideologies as per whatever their tribe, proclaims is correct for the moment. And so this is where and many people struggle to grasp this, is that Trump, being a populist and an old school Democrat from New York, has essentially created the third position in which all of this can rotate around. Many conservatives are confused now about what conservatism is, and they're actually far from it in terms of the fiscal conservatism. And I mean, even since the Tea Party days, we've seen a liberalization of the traditional conservative values within the Republican Party, right? Like you see a lot more acceptance of like the LGBT. You see like these guys that are out there like, yeah, I'm Republican, but I smoke weed and want it legal. And you see what I'm saying here, right? Like there's this rotation around the populist idea.
Hey, that's me.
And so the future here looks like exactly what you're talking about, where you see a whole bunch of tech oligarchs buddying up to a bunch of gay rhinos and telling themselves we're the conservatives, but truthfully they're the progressives in terms of ruining workers' rights, automating everything, protecting the bottom line for corpo shill interests, and you've suddenly now disenfranchised the entire political identity of those on the left. They think that they're liberals and that there's the liberals of the 60s are fucking gone, folks. Your classic Democrats are not here anymore. I mean, if you hear anybody talking about how they subscribe to that, good luck. But no, the fact of the matter is that there's a party inversion. A flip has occurred underneath you, and the ground will shift as soon as there's another election.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Democratic Socialists.
This wasn't an invitation to fucking speak.
absurd amounts of. Oh, you're scared. Be scared.
You seem to
Scared of
misunderstand. You seem to misunderstand something here. I have contempt for you, not fear.
Okay. Deep breath.
Yeah, W has
Now,
this.
the whole tech thing. No, the whole
I like
the whole
that.
AI thing
Like
is. You have to think about the AI thing on a level of World War II build up. The government in the country is looking at it like an arms race, and they're not. They might not be
At what?
wrong.
At what?
No, it's because
Like at a human.
whoever achieves AGI will run this fucking world. Do you understand? And you can have China be in the lead, or you can have America be in lead. That's literally what it comes down to. And it's going to. And I'm with you on the data centers and this build. There's nothing we can do to stop this. This is like Oppenheimer level building the bomb.
We did
And it
have
stopped.
something.
And this is the natural evolution of technology that we can't stop. I don't know where it's going. We're all going to be a little in the dark for quite a while until we see what happens, but we have no control.
In the dark?
But guys, what we really need to know is what Jack thinks about this. Jack, tell us your thoughts.
Oh God.
Goofy.
Well, I'm kind of curious of like.
That was your thoughts? Is it was goofy? Okay. Well,
yeah.
Way to ruin that opportunity.
Just this absurd.
Instead of this whole concept, Jack, of like everybody being fearful and being scared of something, I understand we don't know where this is going, but we have to be able to come up with some type of idea to get around this, to go through the weeds together, because I don't know. I don't want to say the left and right is going to come together. I know better than that. I've watched all you guys fight with each other and shit. And it's just
The more you fear mongering, the more you weaken. Just so you know.
Both sides.
And here's the cool thing about it. We already are. I've seen an obscene amount of people who were extreme right wing or moderate, all the way to like moderate, fiscally conservative Democrats going for democratic socialism. That's a huge like flip.
They're only going
on stage. There's the tomatoes.
Wow.
Coming off the stage.
I didn't mean to get lackadaisical there, guys. I'll be a little bit more fastidious with the mute button.
Dish. What did you say?
My bad.
I like
that. There are
I
many
said
moderate.
I'm so terrified. I'm so terrified of the strong women on the panel here talking. You scare me so much, Jack. Oh my God! Please stop. Boundaries, Jack.
Why are you acting like that? Jesus.
They get really triggered.
Boundaries. Boundaries.
No, I haven't.
Boundaries.
We've built a relationship.
Mel, you are not. Yeah.
Okay.
Mel, you are not like this. This is not you. Like you're not like Jackass.
Well, it depends.
You're very.
It depends on how much she's had to drink and what time of night it is.
That's below bottom of the barrel scraping.
I'm very consistent.
I would take Melt over Jackass any day.
The only reason I know how to deal with Jackass is because I've had to deal with Melt.
I'm very funny.
We're not each other's enemies.
I'm just saying, just shut the fuck up. Seriously, speak when spoken to. Is it really hard to follow directions? Follow directions.
That y'all are.
Speak when spoken to.
Unless I drank too much. And I'm
or wait in the chat. You can do that too. Anyway.
There we go.
Yeah, so Melt, is it all women until there's no women with you too?
I don't know what that means.
What do you mean? Give her the opposite.
It's all men until no men.
So you did know what it meant.
I mean, I just don't know the reverse. What are you talking about?
Sure
Why
you do.
Why are we getting put on blast?
Why
that
not?
was because it's all men until it's no men came out of like because we were getting taken advantage of. Like,
think about it. Let it take as much time as you need.
Are men getting? Is this a He Too movement up here?
That's a good one.
Like that. Hashtag he too.
Hashtag he too. Oh, yep. Go.
Women play
Of
double in
course, you
Texas.
fucking chuds would latch onto that like a fucking nipple.
Well, you better watch your mouth around us because we'll take it and run
Don't
with
give
it.
us ideas.
Sorry,
I
I'm
think
calling
that's
the I'm calling the
only reason you have
t-shirt
me
vendor
up
right
here
now.
sometimes. I think that's the only reason you have me up here sometimes.
Hey, Mel,
Wait
remind
till
me
you get
again,
the paid actors.
who's the richest woman in America?
Probably Taylor Swift. I don't know. Beyonce.
Nope. Try again. Anybody know who the richest woman in
Yeah,
America?
it's
Bill Gates'
Amazon's wife.
wife.
No,
Yeah,
Amazon's wife.
The
What's
Isn't
her?
it?
She's
No,
a.
it's the Amazon chick's wife. Or
Yeah,
what's
and
her
how
name?
did
It's Bill
she? How
Gates'
did she?
wife.
No,
Richer?
Yeah.
Because she divorced him.
no, she's not.
Yeah, but
It's actually
what's his
Dude,
name?
I
Bezos'
swear,
wife.
I could have
ex-wife.
swore she's the richest.
But just to be clear, how did she become the richest woman in America?
Worked her
Sucking
ass
dick.
off.
Sucking.
How did she become the richest woman in America?
He loves. So what happens is when you love somebody and you meet somebody.
Okay, I'm gonna treat you like Jack Ash. How did she become the
Is this
richest
the
woman
birds
in
and the
America?
bees?
Knob
So when two
polishing.
people love each other.
Allows its professional level knob polishing.
Okay, yeah. So she got money in a divorce and suddenly became the most wealthy woman in America. Who is the second wealthiest woman in
You know
America?
what? At least she fucking gives back to her.
No, answer the question. Who is the second wealthiest woman in America? You guys actually almost had it.
Taylor Swift.
No.
That would be wrong.
Yeah, Billie Eilish.
Yeah, Billie Eilish.
Is it Melinda? I don't know. Go look it up.
Melinda Gates.
Oh,
Yes.
Melinda Gates. Oh,
Now
yeah,
remind me
yeah.
again. How did Melinda become the second wealthiest woman in America?
Knob
Not
polishing.
divorce.
She was.
Okay, there wasn't divorce. Okay. Just
Yeah,
no.
I'll tell you. She killed a lot of black people.
Good Lord.
God.
I mean, he's not wrong.
But if
Yeah.
I don't know where you're going. Just get
Where I'm going is that if I continue down this list, you're going to run into the top 10 most wealthy women in America, and they've all achieved their status by doing what?
Loving a man.
Hashtag he too, bitch.
Fucking a man.
Ew. It's wild. But if that was
What?
taken
Nothing. You don't want
away-
to sit here and predicate your argument on are men being manipulated and taken advantage of for all of goddamn time and ever forevermore, woman.
Would he still be the richest, and would she still be the richest if they parted and it was equally divided?
Does anyone know what? Look, Mel. There are three things that rule this world: money, brute force, and hot chicks. Okay.
Well, you know what? I mean,
That's
they
the
can
three
live their
things.
life.
I second that. That's a good one.
Jack, do you feel abused? Have I abused you?
I think it's kind of creepy that you're
No,
doing.
you were saying
your
abuse. Do you
song.
no stand on business? You said, "Why am I being abused by Laz? Am I abusing you?
are. You're like
I'm
me.
abusing you.
You're
Hashtag
There it is, right there, ladies and gentlemen.
verbal.
By simply just pressing a button, I have now abused Jack. By repeatedly pressing this button because she doesn't follow the directions, I'm abusing Jack. Now, I think everybody here knew I was very clear. You're not to speak unless spoken to, right? And it doesn't seem like the host has a bit of an issue with that initiative. Nobody here has actually complained on your behalf. You're the only one that continuously sits here and just grabs at the fucking microphone. So I don't understand. How am I abusing you? You don't have to be here, right? Like, you can scroll to another live and they'll go and, I'm sure, abuse you there too. So are we the lowest common denominator, or are you? I'll let you think about that in the gulag.
How she gets power.
Well, I don't know how we got here, but I gave you guys he too. So like, what the fuck?
He didn't give us anything. We earned
What the hell
it.
is-
We work
what
for
is
what
he
we
too?
get. Nobody here is going to give you credit for Heat 2. You hear me? You're a woman.
You're gonna fucking steal it from me.
I can't steal something that you didn't give, that you didn't make, that it wasn't yours to begin with. In fact, arguably, the idea was implanted by another man.
And honestly, I was up here.
Have you
loving
not
that
heard
you were-
Patriot talk about this? You live at the grace of good men.
I was loving that you were here the whole time, so we're entitled to it.
Who?
Me? Yeah, I was loving that you were here, so obviously we're entitled to it.
Yes, we were all there for the genesis of the idea, therefore we're entitled to at least 1/8 of
Real
it.
quick, I was just like, I didn't even know you.
Dirt, you came from my rib.
You said that.
There's
and I'm
no
like,
IP and no
fuck,
private
I
property
can
here.
run. Oh God, he's making this.
love that you were here. So everybody's entitled to it.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. I'm working hard for it.
Are we chauvinist in here? We're chauvinist, right?
Just for the next 7 minutes.
Oh, nice. Okay.
No, we're tired of being objectified, is what it comes down to.
I'm just tired of having loudmouth, yappy women sit here and soft tone the whole way through a conversation.
Oh, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but your opinion really means nothing. Seriously, let's do a poll. How many of you think that Fred is being object? I can't even fucking say it with a straight face. That Fred is being objectified on a daily basis.
Do you need a moment to
Let's do it.
Compose yourself?
Yeah, I can't even believe he said that right now.
I think all you women come after him for his.
Are you wearing Daisy Dukes out in public, Fred? Are you asking for it? He's pleading the fifth. All right, Fauci, I'll come back to you, Fred Fauci.
What the hell is that?
So the box of treats came. 3 things, and it was 2 cheeseburger, a salmon, and that's it. 2 cheeseburger and a salmon.
I'd rather host.
So I just texted Mark and said we're low on all the sprinkles, pork and apple, meat lovers, and I don't even think we have. I said we probably only have enough cheeseburgers. The only one we both have enough of. He goes, no problem. He said that new system should be. Oh, sorry guys.
I just want the women in the chat to pipe up because apparently I'm more interested here. And did I abuse Jack? Do you think I was being abusive? Was that creepy and weird behavior? There are so many women and girls in my life, Jack. Don't worry. I'll let them all speak up.
Yeah, Jack, go fuck yourself.
There's one.
Fuck y'all.
Bim, you're a woman? That's a fucking shocker.
Non-binary? Can I vote twice?
I think non-binary is
you don't count at all.
I got rid of it.
I don't exist anymore. Fuck.
Come on, ladies.
There was too many colors on the flag. They had to get rid of one.
T-Rap is definitely not on the right.
How
about you, Mel? Was I being abusive?
Abusive? You definitely dislike her. That's pretty evident.
That's not what I asked you. Obviously, everybody here dislikes her.
I mean, abusive? No, you're
was
not
being assertive.
Person.
Was I being?
No, Laz is always abusive to me, but I love it.
Macro and I have a love-hate relationship where he loves that I hate on him.
Well, I don't know your relationship, so like abrasive, yes. Abusive.
Was it anything out of the ordinary from what you've known of years of hanging out with me?
I can take it. Like,
Mwah, chef's kiss. Moving along. Ladies, anybody else got something to say? Anybody that actually has an opinion that matters? No? Going once, twice, fuck off, jackass. I'm just up here doing the Lord's work. You exhaust everybody but me. I'm just sitting here like I wouldn't have never paneled your ass. I know you're clip farming.
Oh, wow. Does she like...
No. You've only spoken to me a few times because I have chosen when to interact with you. Other people are going to sit here and play the game with you. I'm not. I'll just tell you the truth.
Oh, it's fun. I've clip farmed her too. It's hilarious.
Jack, you're just a fleshlight that cries.
Me?
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit. Are you fucking serious?
Fucking using that one.
I'm the clip farm hoe or what?
Holy shit, man.
I didn't.
This isn't about you.
This isn't about you.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was about Jack.
You're so vain.
Really?
They think this song is about you.
She's over there smashing. She's over there smashing the fucking report button, but the algorithm isn't sophisticated enough for my shit talking.
Like I don't think everything is about me. I'm not fucking like Joey.
And yet I wasn't even speaking to you or about you, and you started fucking over talking. Go ahead, Mel. Let me make room for you. I'll shut up.
Who's the other guy? Fuck, I don't know. Why are you yelling at her? She's in the comments. Bring her up. Yell at her in fucking person.
Because she's
Why?
fun to
Because
yell at.
no, the problem is that if I had her on the panel, nobody would be able to hear anything because she like plugs her ears and then drones on directly into her microphone.
I don't know. You muted her.
Right, she's hard of hearing. We gotta yell at
Because
her.
I was trying to protect the audio quality of the room. I can only have you on the panel. I can't have you and Jack on the panel. There'll be no fucking airtime for anybody.
Drop me down for Jack.
Promise?
This is good though. We're up to 47 viewers.
Well, since she's sticking around for the verbal abuse in the chat anyway, come on down! Okay. You have permission to speak now.
I think Jackass is back on the panel.
Hold on, before you decide to go on one of your little tangents, I ask that you please do not shove your ears full of cotton balls and run your mouth. I guess when I'm speaking, that Jack, you do stop, because you do have this, I guess, thing that you do that you just continue to run on, and it's annoying. What is your argument now, Jack? Besides the fact that you kept getting muted.
Yeah, I mean, I literally just said a fact. Democratic Socialists are winning at record rates, and people on the right and moderates are voting for them. So,
Jack, why should I vote for like one of the most racist clans in the whole country?
I'm not saying you should. I'm just merely analyzing the political landscape right now.
Who is it on the
and
right?
Democratic
Who do you see on the right?
Socialists are
I've never
the
heard
ones
of
who are
anybody.
winning.
Who are these people?
Eve,
People on the right.
Bro, you're worse than a chihuahua macro sometimes. Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna start muting you, Macro, whenever you overtalk
she's just
her.
walking by the fence and you're barking at her. Like, she didn't even poke a stick to the fence at you yet. Hold
No,
on.
I'm just asking a question. Like she said, people on the right she knows are voting for, and I'd like to
Yeah,
know who they
I was
are.
getting there.
All right,
gotta
go ahead, Goose.
build the case, my friend. Build the case.
Oh, this
Who are these people on the right? Because I have not seen anybody that's on the right side saying this is good at all.
I have seen. Let's see.
With your big long I would say nobody.
Okay,
Just being fair.
I'm just going based off election data. So when you look at election
where are these
data,
polls coming
you are
from?
seeing
Because
either.
wait, hold on. Where are these
people-
polls coming from? I wasn't asked to poll on anything.
Not polls necessarily. You're talking about districts that swing very heavily for Trump, who are showing out in record numbers for these primaries for the Democratic Socialists. That's all I'm saying. And that's true. Like, it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, and Jack, history shows that Republicans don't vote very, like, heavily in the primaries. They actually wait until the day of election to go out and do that. It's a known fact. With every election cycle, it's the same shit with you guys. Oh, the Democrats are going to take a sweep on this one because we had huge turnout numbers. It's the same thing every time. And then all of a sudden, when the other swings the other way, you guys are like, what? What happened?
Yeah, we're actually
I
working.
mean,
That's why.
I'm just, like I said, I was just talking about the grassroots movement, the people who are actually participating in politics for like meaningfully for like the first time ever. Like, I agree with you that conservatives a lot of times don't show up for primaries and just kind of like let whoever vote who they're going to be voting for in the main election. I agree with you there. However, we're seeing people get out in record numbers to door knock because, again, we were originally talking about the money going into politics.
And that concludes your free trial.
Am I wrong? There's nobody.
No.
There is nobody that I know of that's on the Republican side that has even like talked about swinging to the left. I guess there's some people that are like, I would never vote red again because they voted for Massey. It didn't turn out how they wanted, so they're talking about voting blue, which is absolutely wild to me. And I think it would be a mistake on their behalf to make such a move.
I think, Goose, I think we're going to see this whole thing just turn into a joke. The Democrats are a machine, just like the Republicans as a corporation. They're going to do whatever it takes to win, right? They don't care about anything else except winning. So they're not going to do it with the DSA when mainstream Democrats are going to, and moderates, because elections are won on the margins. There's no one on the margins that's going to be wanting to deal with this shit.
Anybody else want to say anything? Because I just don't see it. I still am blind to this whole thing.
Yeah, and when it comes to the end of the day, if the DSA guy isn't going to win or doesn't get whatever, all those DSA people are still going to vote Democrat or Republican or whatever for their person.
Interesting.
Yeah, only conversations I'm hearing is conversations just fucking clowning them, because their entire platform's so damn stupid.
Again, it's just like the NSWP and NSAW and all those freaking whatever National Socialist ones. I'm just
page. They literally had first names like treasurer Caleb, treasurer, Chad, and I'm like, you don't even have last names. This is like a high school fucking PTA fucking bullshit. I mean, it's so silly.
Student council.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Billy and
not-
Chad.
Why are you not paying attention to the demographic shift? The left is shifting way harder than the right is shifting right.
Because of people
silly.
wanting to be liked and appreciated, and God bless us, we all got to get in the same group and circle jerk each other into thinking that we can take stuff from other people that we didn't earn because we're socialist and everyone should get all the equal mediocre bullshit that we go ahead and steal from people that were winners in their whole life, and we got shoved in lockers and had our heads stuffed in the toilet and we make participation trophies. Yeah, fuck those people. They're going to burn in
There was
hell.
circle jerking involved.
I don't think you understood what I was saying. Like
No, that
you
wasn't for you.
illustrated,
Frank,
you
that wasn't for
illustrated
you.
your
That wasn't for you.
disdain, but you didn't illustrate why any of them would vote for center left candidates when they're telling you that they're doing the opposite.
We've already talked about this. We know why. Because people understand that the system is fucked, but they don't know what the cause is because they've been told the cause are rich billionaire corporations. They
Okay.
and that's
So
it.
why aren't they going to keep voting in Mamdani's?
They might, but I said, I don't know if you were on the panel before. I said, do you really think the people that run this country, you know what I'm talking about, would ever allow this to make it to a place of actual impact?
There have been a lot of people running countries from the shadows before that lost elections.
Exactly who's pushing it.
Tiki torches and pitchforks.
You think like the bankers and the corporate leaders and the military industrial complex wants to defund the police with open borders and no Senate and a disillusion of capitalism and property, and you think they want all that?
Yeah, 3.5%.
No, I think
3.5% of the population.
Distractions.
3.5% of the population of South Korea just got liquidated in the market. What do you think those people are going to do when they go to vote?
Well, I think we're not going to get there before what the other thing is going to happen first. Framework. Yeah, it happened in Korea already, but we're going to be marching down a different road before that's an option.
Nepal got lit on fire, literally. The Philippines got lit on fire, literally. France had to cancel the election, cancel the eligibility of the far-right candidate. Hungary had to get its election flipped over. Germany had to ban its far-right candidate. Like, what are you doing? Like, this isn't stick your head in the sand and just say you hate socialists and you're somehow going to come out on top.
Why does it matter if we're going to have technocratic feudalism in a few years?
Well, why does it matter? I mean, then why does anything matter?
You had told me before it doesn't.
Yeah, the reason I'd rather have a right dictator than a left dictator is because they're incompetent. They're going to run it into the ground faster so that whatever comes later, we recover quicker. One thing the left is very good at is making sure people starve for longer.
And that is the Groyper movement, right? Vote for Democrats, run the train into the wall, and then usher in an actual conservative party. Not that it would work, but that's what they're saying.
They have recently taken a bit of an accelerationist plunge, yeah. But saying that, like, we're just not going to have that because the mainstream party on the Republican side already lost in 2016. Maybe they recovered some of him. Maybe these shadowy people recovered some of him with, like, some sort of pressure for the 2024 election. But Donald Trump 2016 proved that the idiot can win the race. The guy who just, like, doesn't show up for debates, who, like, does whatever he wants. Because people connect. They don't connect to the center left and center right. Like if Mamdani type characters lose, then they're going to elect whoever is a militant version of Mamdani. They're not going to be like, oh shucks, let's go back to Chuck Schumer. And every time I come up into one of these debates, I ask one simple question, which is, what are you offering them? And the answer is always, yeah, but the other side still sucks, which means that essentially you're offering them nothing. So why would they vote for you?
Offer free shit or we're cooked.
Yeah, two Santa Claus theory, 1972. People are incentive driven. Find me like 100 people in a row that had walked by a $5 bill and not pick it up off the ground.
So your solution, oh my guy, framework is to placate and appease them with empty promises?
No, my solution is to educate them and educate other people and point at the economic indicators that are knocking off, because there's a tidal wave of debt coming. That this whole experiment of globalizing basically turned us into the one world government we've all talked about, where America was the enforcer and the rule setter, has been for give or take 75 years. And now that one country that we basically run, the economics are falling over.
I think the economics are falling over.
Because it was always a debt-based Ponzi scheme. Like if you watched throughout the years of this country, I'm talking like hundreds of years, you've watched all the small banks get rolled up into the big banks, and then, or really the medium banks, right? And then the medium banks get rolled up into the slightly larger banks, and the slightly larger banks go up into the large banks. Right? Like slowly we've been working towards pushing our financial services into a central bank.
Guy, you should unblock.
Real quick though.
Guy.
All right.
Just see you unblock.
Real quick though, I'm sorry, I may have a little bit of background noise.
You're fine.
For people who say like the fiat system, has failed, we had more bank failures in the 19th century under the gold standard than we've had in the 20th century once we introduced the fiat system. So
how long did the boom and bust cycle work, Guy? And those boom and busts, how long were they?
In the 19th century or
yes, in the 19th century, before the progressive era.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Well, then why are you bringing it up then?
I'm bringing it up to make a point though that the.
But you don't know the history, so don't bring up the point. The point is the point is that the market, because there weren't false indicators in the market of prices and interest rates, leveled themselves out very quickly. What happened post central bank was everything's distorted. Bubbles became massive. 1929 happened. Then we dumped more government and central planning in, which extended it forever because, again, all the price signals in the market, all the interest rates, nothing made sense. So nothing could restabilize.
And yet, through all of that, we have restabilized continuous growth for 8 years. So I don't really know what you're
a fiat currency that you guys complain is broken and you can't afford anything anymore. Gee, I wonder why.
I mean, complaining, like, I don't know who you're talking about. I'm not here complaining.
Put it into the metaphor of a credit card, right? Like you lose your job and you start spending on credit because you still got to eat, you still got to pay the mortgage, you still got to do all this stuff. Maybe you've been rich for a long time, so you've got a really big credit card. It's not uncommon for people to have either unlimited cards or, several $100,000 if they've been high earners. So they can go for a while and they can rack up tons of debt, but the job just never comes. You never get more productive. The factories, your personal life, you never pick up that income. You can keep playing the game and say like, oh, well, you're stable for a long time because you've got that credit card. But our status as the reserve currency is nothing other than a social engagement that's been breaking down slowly as it was designed to do for 100 years because it was never anything but a social agreement. But you've got multiple countries now not wanting to do business in it. BRICS went from like the joke in 2008, like this will never happen, to now it's being briefed in DoD facilities as a significant national security threat.
I mean, you're right that BRICS is a bit of a joke, but you're insinuating that somehow these BRIC nations are going to create a monetary union and replace their currencies with one that they all agree upon? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. You think that Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and any of these other countries are going to toss away their systems in lieu of a monetary union? The European Union, it took it 50 years for the European monetary union to come about, for the euro. Explain to me exactly, what are we talking about? 100 years from now, 200 years from now, next year? Because people talk
No,
about BRIC.
China's already buying oil in their own currency.
Well,
Has
I
been for
think we
2
should. I
years.
think we should pose a different question, right? When we talk about economics, a lot of the times we kind of miss base things, and we get really broad and in depth, and we start talking about all these other countries' economic status. The question I would ask is, sure, boom and bust cycles occurred in the 19th century. They occur today in the 20th century. Some might be worse. Oh, I'm sorry.
Anybody
I had a
else
phone
hear him
call
cut
come
out?
in. Yeah, I
Yeah,
had a
you
phone
did.
call come in. So, some might be worse, some might be better, some are shorter, some are longer. The question that I would ask is a boom and bust cycle necessarily bad? I don't understand. Like, let's at least quantify it. Is a boom and bust cycle good before we talk about how often, frequent, or impactful they are? Should we have boom and bust cycles in the economy to begin with?
It's a natural function in a market. They usually just don't last that long when the market can reset, right?
Correct. So when we say, oh, the 19th century, we've seen more bust cycles occur. That's just a truism. All you're doing is you're saying, hey, there's a function in the market, and it happened. I mean, you need to quantify if this is a good or bad thing. I would make the argument that those boom and bust cycles that we've seen throughout the 19th century were nowhere near what they have been today. I would argue, too, that the actual lasting effects of those were nowhere near as severe as they are today. I think the lasting effects of C-19 are still affecting everybody's pocketbooks today. I think they're going to continue to affect our pocketbooks for the next 10 years. '08, I mean, come on, we're going on almost 15 years now that everybody's actually seen asset values through the roof because we popped a bubble in the housing market and we just moved that bubble into different areas. So we don't see that, though. I mean, if we look to like the hidden depression of 1921, it seems to be the case that when the market has the opportunity to engage in meaningful ways, entrepreneurs find ways to be able to allocate capital and resources to where we don't have these lingering effects that kind of just keep eating away at the purchasing power of your dollar.
Mike, though, in the same breath, you say that like the boom and bust cycles weren't as severe. We've also seen an exponential growth in the wealth of individuals. We've seen the liberation of individuals, whether it be Black Americans, women. We've seen the largest growth of the middle class in the history of the planet. We've seen an exponential rising life expectancy. We've seen innovation. So for the doomer, like it sounds like a lot of doom and gloom when you're never going to get a perfect system, but somehow we're managing to make it work, and managing to make it work for 8 billion people on planet Earth and 350 million Americans. I don't really know what the complaining is about, to be honest.
Well, that's broad, right? So, I mean, you just stated a lot of things that might have correlation to the type of economic system we have. They might not. Like, I mean, a good example of this was you said, life expectancy. I mean, sure, indirectly or even directly, that could be tied to economics, but I would argue that innovation in and of itself for life-saving medicines, better understanding of human anatomy, I would argue that, we don't have fucking doctors with wishbones through their nose nowadays. We actually have people that know how to use MRI machines. Probably has a
4 out
much
of
larger
5 doctors
correlation.
recommend smoking camels.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool.
Yeah, this is the problem with you getting
Washing
broad
your
like
hands
that
during
is
surgery?
economics really aren't that deep. I don't know why we introduce all these things. Like, me and you could go all day long about why life expectancy is better. I mean, let's just stick to the basics. We know that boom and bust cycles are going to happen. We know that as people innovate, as new businesses come out, new technologies come out, we know that people. I'm putting my fucking phone on
cut
Do
out
Not
again.
Disturb, motherfucker.
And through it all, the trend has been.
I just put my phone on do not disturb. But we know that people, as these things come out, they're going to have to engage in entrepreneurial discovery. Listen, if new technology comes out, nobody's going to know how to use it. Look at the internet. The internet was not designed for OF models. The internet was actually designed for something entirely different. It's going to take time.
It was for
right?
porn. It was for
And
porn.
some businesses are going to go under. Some businesses are going to fucking take off. But it takes time. You need to see that actual contraction inside of the entrepreneurial space, so we can figure out where we need to allocate, capital, resources. New technologies are. It's not a constant thing.
But that is what feminism was designed for. That's why Bonnie Blue is the face of feminism today.
Weird because
Gamer girl bathwater. Come on, guys.
It's cliche to say it, but like the oldest occupation is, S work, and if it's adapting now for OF people, I mean that's just an adaptation of the oldest trade,
Sure.
the oldest line of work in the history of planet Earth. Mike, it almost sounds like you're making the argument that our capitalist system is superior, or our fiat system is superior to what we had in the past. Or I don't really know where you stand. I'm a little confused on your position, Mike.
The common argument against this is scalability and predictability.
Yeah, there's certainly
Mike's
ways
right.
around,
Oh.
like the modern iteration of those, right? This is what things like crypto are attempts to solve, because we're in an electronic world, so why not have electronic money? Same as we once weren't in an electronic world, so we had gold, or representatives for gold, stand-ins for gold, because it wasn't efficient to ship the gold around. But to say like all of these things, like last I tracked, the number one thing that contributed to life longevity was boiling water. Like, didn't need economics for that.
So fiat
Mike is
currency
right.
doesn't.
Economics is really simple. I think it's the MMT and the Keynesians that try to make it complicated to twist some sort of narrative or some sort of ideology, but it's so simple. It really is.
It's interesting because you mentioned like crypto.
If it's so simple, then explain it simply.
Yeah, actually, yeah. No,
Supply and
seriously.
demand. That's really it. You let the market
I'm pretty
determine what the. Oh, go on, Mike.
Macro, I'm sorry, I had a delay.
You probably might say it more succinctly than me, but I just said the market will demand what the consumers want. It's just like when we talk about farm subsidies. We spend $80 billion a year subsidizing corporate farms so that they'll grow what the government tells them. Wouldn't it make more sense that the farmers grow what the market demands? That's it.
I used to say this all the time. In fact, actually, it's been a while since I've said it. But with economics, right? If they can't get out crayons and a piece of paper and showcase it to a fifth grader, then they're getting too deep into it. Economics is literally just people inside of a market, and it's just how those people move in the market.
I
To the best of my knowledge, I would expect people who are inside the market to probably know the things that they want to buy. They probably, understand how much they're willing to pay for something. I would expect business owners who want to be, profitable business owners. They would want to deliver on agreed upon services. They're probably going to try and be innovative. I mean, these are common functions of a market. People want to go out. They want things.
Can I point something out?
Before you do, Fred, though, before you do, real quick, like I don't want to sound as just a contrarian for the sake of being a contrarian, but the reason that we have certain policies of subsidies and protectionism is because we also understood that yes, the market is arguably the best one to measure the supply, the demand of the consumer, and therefore supply should match it. But we also need to take into account that sometimes we come across things like natural disaster, drought, famine, blight, whatever the case may be. So we ensure that a certain amount of production is constant in the system to offset the instances when you have all of a sudden a shortage in demand. C-19 could have been a great example of it. War is a great example of it. We subsidize a lot of the different manufacturing that we have in the country because in a time of war,